It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms, standing in the name of Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow, seconded by Mr. Viss, moves that Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Debate. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to be able to rise and speak to my private member's bill, and I've always been taught, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. I was honoured to have the support of every party in this House in the previous Parliament of my private member's bill, but unfortunately an election was called and it died on the order paper, so I'm pleased to bring this forward once again on behalf of some of my constituents and I know farm families across Canada. And I want to start my presentation about a family in my riding. In 2019, I received a call from a farm family in the southern part of my riding, distraught about what they were supposed to do with a number of protesters who had trespassed on their farm, their turkey farm near Fort Macleod. They really had no understanding on what was taking place, what they did to deserve this. They have a free-range turkey farm. Now, I would ask anyone here who would wake up in the morning to go check on your animals, and when you open the barn, you see 45 protesters there trying to take your turkeys off your property. And the Shedder family was really quite distraught. They didn't know how to handle this and what to expect. And this really raised some concerns with me about the protection not only of private property, but this biosecurity of those animals and the mental health of that family. Only 2 weeks before, or less than 2 weeks before, many of these same protesters were on a hog operation in Abbotsford, BC, where the Binnendyke family had a similar issue where the wife phoned the husband and the son and said there's protesters in the barn. There's 200 protesters in their family's breeding barn. Those protesters, and probably unbeknownst to them, did not understand the very strict biosecurity protocols that farm families have to follow. Those protesters may very well not have realized that they could have been carrying a virus or a pest from one farm, a hog farm in Abbotsford, BC, to a turkey farm in southern Alberta. We have very strict protocols on farms, and they're there for a reason, to protect the biosecurity and the health of those animals. Not only did they put those animals at risk, but they had a very serious impact on those families. Even when I speak to the Shedder family today, they are still upset on what occurred on their farm, and still are a little bit hesitant when they check their barns. And here's a quote from Calvin Binnendyke, who was his hog farm was the one that was impacted in Abbotsford. I had quite a few sleepless nights, and it was rough on my family, especially my wife. Even though she doesn't even work in the barn, she took it really hard, and she still has a hard time sleeping to this day. And that is 3 years after that occurrence on their farm. So it's because of those two elements, Mr. Speaker, that I'm bringing forward this private member's bill. And this private member's bill is an amendment to the Health of Animals Act. What Bill C-275 proposes to do is make it an offense to enter with lawful authority or excuse a place in which animals are kept, if doing so could result in the exposure of animals to disease or toxic substance capable of affecting or contaminating those animals. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this is an act to simply apply existing penalties within the Act to people who trespass on farm property and facilities where animals are kept. There's a key element to this as well, Mr. Speaker, and this adds a very significant fine to those organizations that encourage this type of behavior. Because there's no question those organizations, who up to this point are very unlikely to be held accountable, but they're fundraising off of these actions. They're videotaping these trespassers and these protesters coming on farm and fundraising off it. And in the case with the farm family in Abbotsford, BC, many of the pictures and videos that they were showing, according to the court case, never happened on that farm at all. They were staged and in some cases possibly and allegedly faked. But I do want to state very clearly for everyone in this House and those who are listening at home, what this motion or what this legislation does not do. This bill does not in any way disallow protesters from protesting on public property about the issues that they are passionate about and they are important to them. They can hold those rallies and those protests outside the farm gate. But there has to be a line in the sand, Mr. Speaker. When they cross that line into private property and put the health of animals at risk and the mental health of our farm families at risk, there has to be a line there. There has to be strict rules in place that deter that action. This bill does not stop whistleblowers from bringing forward cases or if they witness practices that jeopardize the safety and welfare of animals. Canadian farmers and ranchers have the moral and legal obligation to look after their animals. In fact, farmers and their employees are obligated to report any inappropriate actions and any wrongdoing they see happening on farm, especially because this is a highly regulated atmosphere. They must follow strict codes when it comes to the health and safety and the welfare of their farm animals. But, Mr. Speaker, I know the members in this House are well aware that there have been numerous actions of protesters on farms, and it is becoming more and more daring and reckless. Only 2 months ago, an animal rights activist group hung 3 dead pigs from an overpass in Montreal. Now, I understand this didn't happen on a farm, but could you imagine if one of those pigs fell off that overpass into the windshield of a passing car? That is just symbolizes the extreme lengths that some of these activist groups are going to go. And again, where did they get those pigs? Were they taken off a farm? And they killed them. So I don't think that is really protecting the health and welfare of animals. And I know we're going to get some questions that, are we wading into provincial jurisdiction? Yes, some provinces have implemented something similar, and I'm proud to say that they modeled it after the legislation that I brought forward the previous Parliament. But less than half of the provinces and territories have something like this on their books, which shows the federal government and the federal legislators, we have a role to play here, a leadership role that says you cannot pass this line. And what this really focuses on, Mr. Speaker, is the biosecurity risks and the health of our animals. We saw what COVID did to Canada's economy with a human-borne virus. This devastated not only our economy, but economies around the world. Imagine what a similar animal-borne pandemic will do to Canada's agriculture industry. Right now, we are experiencing that with avian flu and chicken and egg producers across Canada. In 2014, in the Fraser Valley, we had 10 farms that had an AI outbreak. 200,000 birds were euthanized. In 2004, we had a highly pathogenic strain that slaughtered 17 million birds. And before that outbreak was eventually brought under control, it cost producers $380 million. We're going through a similar experience right now, Mr. Speaker, where 7.5 million domestic birds across BC, Alberta, Ontario, Quebec, and Manitoba, Saskatchewan have had to be euthanized. The next concern, and we know it's only a matter of time, it's not if, it's when, is African swine fever. This has killed more than half the pigs in China and is spreading to Asia Pacific, Central Asia, Eastern Europe, and even the Dominican Republic. It is on our doorstep, and we have to take precautions to ensure that our producers here in Canada are protected. If African swine fever were to occur here in Canada, that is a $24 billion economic hit to Canada's pork industry. More than 45,000 people are employed in that industry, and 70% of our $4.25 billion industry is exported around the world. Whether we are prepared to deal with ASF or avian flu, this is something that the Agriculture Committee has looked at very seriously, and the threat of transmission is very real. And again, I cannot stress this enough. I know if any of my members here have toured a chicken farm or an egg hatchery or a pork operation, you know the protocols that you have to go through. That's putting on a hazmat suit, that is washing your boots, putting on booties, putting on a hairnet. If you've gone through an animal processing facility, very similar. These are very strict protocols, and they are there for a reason. And again, I think in many cases, these protesters are not willingly putting the biosecurity of those farms at risk, but they don't understand the protocols that are in place that every farm family follows very, very closely, because those animals are their livelihood, and they want to make sure that they are treated well. And I think all of us in this House, we would understand that if we can take proactive measures to ensure those types of animal pandemics don't occur, we want to do that. And that is one tool that we're able to use. We cannot make the same mistake with a potential outbreak on a ranch and farm here in Canada. We must take every precaution and every tool in our toolbox to make sure that we protect our farm families. We know that agriculture and agri-food is going to be a critical pillar of our economy moving forward, Mr. Speaker. And to ensure that it can reach its full potential, our farm families need to know that it's the Government of Canada, the House of Commons stands with them, will protect them, and put these measures in place. And strengthening the biosecurity measures for trespassers is something farmers, ranchers, food processors, and farm groups across the country all support. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I have letters here from dozens of agriculture groups and stakeholder groups strongly in support of this legislation. And in fact, I'm glad to hear that the Minister of Agriculture has also spoken out, saying it is unacceptable the actions of extremist groups protesting on dairy farms, and it is a concern for her. And that is good to hear, because we have the support of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, for example, Mr. Speaker. The CFA supports in principle and encourages this private member's bill to support Canadian farmers who have been negatively impacted by activism. We believe that the introduction of this bill is an important and necessary step in the right direction. The Canadian dairy farmers are committed to the best care of our herds and are fully engaged in adhering to the highest standards of animal welfare, food quality and biosecurity. The amendments proposed by MP John Barlow, sorry, I shouldn't have said that, to the Health of Animals Act will further protect the health and security of our animals. That's from the Dairy Farmers of Canada, Mr. Speaker. As I said, this bill does not prohibit peaceful protesting by those groups who want to make a statement on animal welfare. And I appreciate that. But it will ensure the security in our farms and help with the mental health of Canadian farm families. I hope members around this House will continue to support this legislation as they did in the previous Parliament. I think it's very important that we send a leadership message, A, in supporting our farm families, B, in understanding the importance of biosecurity in farms and those protocols that are in place, and C, protecting the mental health of our farm families. And Mr. Speaker, and especially families like the Binnendijks and the Shedders, who work hard every single day. These are family, generational farms that do all they can to protect their animals, but also grow high-quality food for Canadian families and food that is exported around the world, helping us feed the world as well. They understand the steps they must take to protect their animals, and they don't understand when these protesters cross the line onto private property, and certainly in many cases don't understand what they are doing. I look forward, Mr. Speaker, in engaging with my colleagues as we work together to address this very important issue, this issue of protecting Canada's food supply, protecting our supply chain, and standing up for Canadian farm families. I look forward to questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Foothills for putting this bill forward. I think it's important legislation. Of course, I think it's also an important occasion to educate people about biosecurity measures on farms. I know I can't walk into a chicken barn without putting practically a hazmat suit on because of biosecurity concerns, and especially in a season where we're dealing with avian flu. We are starting the Mental Health Week this week, and I want to ask the honourable member whether or not he's hearing from farmers how stressful it can be sometimes just by the threat of perhaps having some protesters on their farm or on their family business. Thank you.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the colleague for to the colleague for his question. And there's no doubt, especially on the Cheddar farm, for example, where they're doing everything right. It's a free-range turkey farm, and yet the protesters still chose their farm, because it's off a main highway, to do their protesting. We know that farmers deal with a number of variables that are out of their control: commodity prices, weather, all of these things. Then to add on the potential of a protester coming onto your farm. Imagine if you woke up in the morning one day and you go down into your living room and there's protesters around there. They're trying to take your family dog because they don't feel you're treating it properly. How would we react? This is exactly what's going on. These protesters are walking into a farmer's backyard and causing extreme mental stress in their family.
Question commentaire, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Foothills for his very important bill. We will collaborate with him, of course, to make sure that this will be effective and applicable. Like he explained very well, this will work on biosecurity on farms. He mentioned mental health. Our Liberal colleague mentioned it as well. It's all very important. We know that currently agriculture is living difficult times, especially with this inflationary crisis. To complete the tableau with this bill, does he believe that the government should implement measures to improve liquidity on farms in order to ensure the survival of these farms, especially for the next generations?
Honourable député de Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as you can see, I have a very supportive group on the Agriculture Committee that I do enjoy working with. But he's exactly right. We have to ensure that our farm families are not only environmentally and socially sustainable, but it's also critical that they're economically sustainable. And legislation such as this ensures that their herds and their animals are protected. And it should also raises important awareness amongst Canadians that maybe what they're seeing on social media isn't exactly accurate. They invest tens of thousands of dollars, in some cases hundreds of thousands of dollars, to ensure that the biosecurity protocols in place that are put forward by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and provincial bodies are followed to the letter. So absolutely, it is critically important that any opportunity that we have to allow farmers to be economically viable for the next generation is a critical tool that we must give those farm families.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do support the principle of this legislation, but I do believe it needs further scrutiny when it comes to committee. Is my colleague from Foothills aware that there was an animal justice report from 2021 which looked at disease outbreaks and biosecurity failures on Canadian farms? It listed hundreds of these incidents, and they were all from authorized personnel on farms. He knows that this version of the legislation is not the same as the version that was reported back to the House in the previous Parliament. There's a reference to being on the farm with lawful authority or excuse. I'm wondering if the member for Foothills can explain the discrepancy, given that we have so many biosecurity failures from authorized personnel. If we are serious about biosecurity, should we not concentrating on making it applicable to everyone who's on a farm to ensure that they're following the standard protocols? Thank you.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would say that to my colleagues' comments that shows that the system does work in many cases for those authorized persons on farm. They are making those reports. So that does show that they are coming forward and bringing forward issues where they see that the protocol or the standards and on farm or the procedures are not being followed. And this legislation does not stop that. They are legally obligated to come forward as a farmer or an employee on farm to an authorized person if they see something on farm that is not following the protocol. So to my colleague's point, I would say his argument is to the fact that it is actually working. What I am focusing on are those that are there with unauthorized or no permission to come on that farm. But again, when it comes to committee, I'm more than willing to work with my colleague to ensure that we can get this legislation passed.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thanks to my colleague for his work on this private member's bill. As a former member of the Agriculture Committee, I was well aware when we were in government how much of a robust system of traceability that we actually have. But I also got to learn, as the member would know too, that herds that are affected by protesters that bring in potential disease to herds, these herds take generations to build at times. 50 years it takes to build up one particular herd. Can the member please speak to the risk that this legislation, if it doesn't pass, what risk to that family herd could possibly be posed?
We are out of time, but I'll allow the honourable member to respond. The honourable member for Foothills.
I will be quick, and he brings up a very good point in that many Canadians don't understand the decades of work that goes in to build up the genetics, whether that's beef, pork, or in your feathers barns. This is not something you can replace overnight, and we're certainly seeing that with avian flu, where it's taking months to try and get your numbers back up. And when it came to bovine spongiform encephalopathy in Alberta, BSC, many of those farms were 20 years past. They still haven't built up our herd numbers from 25 years ago. So it takes sometimes a generation to get your genetics back to where it was.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The Honourable L'Honourable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Foothills for having introduced this bill. Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms. As previously indicated, this bill responds to accounts of individuals or groups unlawfully entering private property such as farms. The right to peaceful protest is fundamental to a democratic society. However, trespassing is unacceptable. Trespassing on farms is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The health and safety of our farmers and of their animals is critical. Cases of individuals unlawfully entering onto farms have caused anguish for Canadian farmers and concerns for the health and safety of their animals. While we recognize the intent of this bill, C-275, it is also our responsibility to ensure that any legislation in this area does not create unintended consequences. I want to draw members' attention to 2 points for consideration. The first is that, as written, Bill C-275 creates legal risks. Second, there already exist federal and provincial laws that can be used to address trespass on farms. These issues must be carefully taken into account before we consider passing this bill into law. As most of us know, agriculture is a shared constitutional power with provinces. The federal government's role in this area, given that it applies broadly to any building or other enclosed place where animals are kept both on or off farm. As well, the intent appears to be more focused on prohibiting trespass by protesters than on the protection of animals from the spread of disease. So this is something that we would like to bring to committees. Provinces and territories have jurisdiction over property and civil rights, which includes making laws against trespassing. Laws against trespassing on farms and other premises already exist in most provinces. Additionally, in recent years, 5 provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and Prince Edward Island, have enhanced legislation to prohibit trespassing on farms or any location where animals are kept. For example, in 2019, Alberta amended its Petty Trespass Act to prohibit entering a farm or agricultural land without the permission of the owner or occupier. A person found guilty could face a maximum fine of up to $10,000 and or 6 months in prison. A corporation could face up to a $200,000 fine if convicted under this act. This example demonstrates that provinces already have laws that regulate trespass on private property. The wording of Bill C-275 attempts to also regulate trespass on private property. This is clear by the phrase, "No person shall, without lawful authority, enter a building or enclosed space." As such, the current wording of Bill C-275 may be seen as encroaching on the laws that provinces already have put in place. Federally, the Criminal Code of Canada can be used to address criminal activities related to trespass, such as mischief and break and enter. In fact, there have been 2 recent cases where the Criminal Code has been successfully used to charge individuals who have trespassed on farm properties. One was in British Columbia and the other in Quebec. Allow me to elaborate on the case in British Columbia, as it highlights how existing legislation is working to charge individuals who trespass on farms. In 2019, a number of individuals trespassed on the Excelsior Hog Farm in Abbotsford, British Columbia, to raise public awareness of farming practices they alleged as negatively impacting animal welfare. 2 of the individuals who trespassed on the hog farm were convicted and subsequently sentenced under the Criminal Code. When sentencing these individuals, the judge took certain factors into consideration when determining their sentence. This is required under the Criminal Code. For instance, in this particular case, the judge considered the negative impact the act of trespassing had on the farmer and on the farm's operations. And as a result, the individuals were sentenced to 30 days in prison and 12 months of probation. My point is that the existing laws work, plain and simple. As the judge in the British Columbia stressed, this verdict, which included imprisonment, is meant to send a message to deter others from engaging in this type of activity. Another day without you. Just a minute. Yeah.
However, it is important that we find the right balance with the bill and discern the best way forward considering the legal risks. Should Bill C-275 be referred to committee, we will move an amendment to ensure that bill addresses the legal risks that have been identified. The government looks forward to further discussions on this important topic, and we're eager to discuss ways we can amend Bill C-275 to provide supports to farmers and protect the health of their animals. And once again, I want to thank the member from Foothills, as he have heard every issue that's been ongoing over the past few years, and I'd say past decades on farms. This week we're acknowledging that there is a mental health week, and I think this bill will address some of the measures and some of the stresses that farmers face on the farm. And I want to thank again the member from Foothills for putting this bill forward. Thank you so much.
Le débat continue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I'd like to thank the member for Foothills for bringing this bill forward. And I also appreciate the contribution from the parliamentary secretary, who has just said that the government is going to work together with the other parties to ensure that this bill is enforceable. And that's good news, because our duty here as parliamentarians is to support Canadians, and the agricultural sector needs support to deal with the horrible things that have happened in the last few years. Now, this bill seeks to counter a scourge that is spreading, Mr. Speaker, that is trespassing. And I would like every member in this House, I would like them to take the time to think for a few minutes and to ask themselves, what is trespassing? When we think, well, we're thinking about farms. Now, imagine you get home, and we talked about this before, but you come home, you've got 4 or 5 people sitting in the living room, and they say that the way that you are running your house isn't suitable to them in terms of their values. So then you ask them to leave, but they don't leave. They stay there. You're not able to kick them out because you're going to get into trouble and perhaps be subject to criminal charges, but you have to live with this. Taking the most flagrant example of a farm in Saint-Hyacinthe, they went through this for a long time. Even law enforcement authorities calling on the protesters to leave was to no avail. They simply sat there and said that they were trying to protect the animals, and therefore they were compromising the health and safety of this operation, because what was seen afterwards is that the herd got sick because biosecurity was not respected in that regard. And so I think that the term biosecurity is a very important element that we need to keep in mind. It was underscored by the member for Foothills. It was underscored by the parliamentary secretary. And I think that that's the right way to go about it. We have to find a way as federal parliamentarians, and I respect also what was brought forward by the parliamentary secretary in terms of respect for jurisdiction. We in the Bloc like that too. For us, that's very important. But I think that there's a way to work as a team in committee, as we always do, to get to a good bill. And I think you can hear that today, to find a way of improving the protection of our farmers against these unacceptable intrusions. And, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about challenging the values of people, for example, who are vegans, and neither is it a question of limiting freedom of speech or freedom of expression, because freedom stops where the rights and freedoms of others begin. And that is something that we forget very often, but it is important to recall it. So the individual rights are not absolute. And if people claim to exercise individual rights by criminally intruding on other people, well, then that's not a right anymore. It's a crime. And that is something that we need to repress as parliamentarians. So we need to work on this, definitely. And we are calling on our farmers to be extremely vigilant in terms of health standards. Now, something was brought up earlier. For example, African swine flu, which is a scourge worldwide. We are lucky that it hasn't come to Canada yet, and we are taking all measures so that it doesn't happen. We cannot let individuals compromise the biosecurity of farms so that to avoid contamination. What about BSE, mad cow disease? It's the same thing. What about swine fever, where I'm talking about an avian flu as well? You know that right now in Quebec we have a number of cases of avian flu. And the CFIA is telling farmers not to go into the fields where birds are so that they don't contaminate their own farm operations. And so those people are very careful every single day. They are trying to protect their farm operations. They take their shower before they go back in the house. They change their clothes. So we cannot tolerate people who claim to exercise their individual rights or their ideology. We cannot permit them to compromise this. So I think that is our work here. And the bill as such is quite simple. What it says is that it is prohibited for people to trespass on farm property where it may compromise biosecurity. And once again, biosecurity is an important element of this bill. I am prepared to work in conjunction with the parliamentary secretary and with the member for Foothills to get a good bill here. But we need to pass this bill, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. We studied it in detail in the previous Parliament with C-205, and it's part of the excessive number of bills where we've had to start from scratch. So let's work effectively so we don't have to bring this bill back a third time. We need to pass it, and I think that in committee we'll be able to work very efficiently with experts, with analysts to work on the scope of the bill. I think that the matters raised by the parliamentary secretary are legitimate. So, and as I say, we'll have to do very serious, very diligent work in committee to pass a bill that will send a positive message to the agriculture sector and that will send a clear message to people who intend to protest that this bill is enforceable. That is why we are here as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker. So yes, we talked about shared jurisdiction. That's fine. And we're also talking about animal health here and of mental health. This was raised by the two members who stood before me. This is National Mental Health Week. So let's set a good example with this, and let's protect farmers who already have very difficult lives, Mr. Speaker. It is already very difficult for farmers to make a living, to keep their farm operations going. We've had a closure of a food processing facility recently in Quebec that has put people out of work, and a number of farmers are, depend on this. So are we going to add on top of their difficult lives these threats and these possibilities of trespassing? No. So I'm coming back to the example of the farm in 2019 because it is very representative of what could happen. The herd did get sick following that protest, and when we say that it is not always easy in a farmyard.
Ces gens-là doivent porter plainte et suivre le processus judiciaire, donc revivre.
And when people have to take this to the courts, they have to relive what they've experienced, which is also difficult. We need to make the whole process clearer, simpler, and more pleasant. So we need to increase protection, and that will be positive, Mr. Speaker. During the incident at Port Craig, there was a threat to biosecurity. Doors were left open for many hours. It was minus 12 outside, and also water was added to the diesel. And how can they prove that it was them who added water to the diesel, to the gas? So we need significant deterrence measures. We need strong deterrence to tell people, listen, if you do X, it's going to cost you a lot, and it's going to cost your organization. So I'm going to work hard in committee to ensure that this penalties and deterrence measures are not only for individuals who are responsible for incidents, but also for organizations who are behind them, supporting them. The organization responsible for the incident in Port-Craig in 2019 is also responsible for the recent incident in Montreal on the highway. So we need to really increase consequences to foster deterrence. Our agriculture workers deserve it. We need to send the message to them that we appreciate their work, that we're here for them, and that we will protect them.
Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too am pleased to be standing in the House today to give my remarks on Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms. This, of course, was introduced by the member for Foothills. I will add to my colleagues' comments and say that it is a pleasure to work with the member on the Agriculture Committee. Despite what the public sees in question period, we actually do get along with each other, members from all parties, and I find some of our most rewarding work happens at committee, and specifically the Agriculture Committee, which bucks the trend of many committees because, Mr. Speaker, despite what political party you may be a member of, we all represent farmers and we all have their interests at heart. This, of course, Mr. Speaker, is his second attempt. The first was in the previous Parliament with Bill C-205. I last had the opportunity to debate that legislation at second reading in late 2020. So here we are in 2023, and of course, maybe not the most efficient process, but we had the journey of the previous bill interrupted by an unnecessary election at the time. So let's get to the why of the issue, Mr. Speaker, the purported why of this bill, and that, of course, centers on biosecurity. We know that there are many diseases that pose a risk to farm animals. They include African swine fever, they include bovine spongiform encephalopathy, very hard word to say, BSE, foot and mouth disease, and of course avian flu. And many of these diseases do keep our researchers and scientists up at night. I recently had a conversation with the Dean's Council of Agriculture and Veterinary Schools across Canada. They are leading some of the efforts in looking at these diseases, and they are quite concerned particularly with avian influenza. Now, generally speaking, biosecurity at the farm level can be defined as management practices that allow producers to prevent the movement of disease-causing agents onto and off of their operations. Because if one farm does notice an outbreak of disease, you of course want to contain that to prevent its spread to other farms. And generally speaking, Mr. Speaker, there are three key principles: isolation, traffic control, and sanitation. And of course, with C-275, we are namely looking at the principle of traffic control, controlling who is coming into contact with on-farm animals. So we know that visitors to farms can unknowingly bring harmful agents. They can bring it via contaminated clothing and footwear, they can bring it with equipment, and they can bring it with their vehicles. And I'll just talk about some of my personal experiences, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, I've had the pleasure of visiting local farms, Farmer Ben's Eggs, Lockwood Farms, which are both egg-producing operations. And of course, with the dangers of avian influenza, given that I keep a small flock of chickens on my property, I raise my own chickens, I like to eat the eggs from them, I was not allowed to come into contact with my own birds for the space of an entire week before visiting a commercial operation. And of course, I had to take very strict measures with my footwear before I was allowed anywhere near the birds. The same when in a previous life, I used to be a tree planter. In the interior of British Columbia, I was planting trees on the Douglas Lake Cattle Ranch near Merritt, British Columbia. That, of course, is the largest working cattle ranch in BC. And they have such vast properties that many of them are harvested in timber operations. Before our tree planting operation was allowed anywhere onto the property, we had to have all of our vehicles sanitized to make sure that there was no danger of foot and mouth disease being transferred to their operations. So this just gives you a sense of the operations that are currently in place. I know this is replicated in farms across the country, but these are operations that I've personally witnessed and had to partake in. So now let's get to the what, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we have an existing federal statute called the Health of Animals Act. It's primarily responsible for diseases and toxic substances that may affect animals or that may be transmitted by animals to persons, and also looking at their protection. So if you look at existing sections of the statute, you can see that there are provisions that deal with the concealment of the existence of a reportable disease, the keeping of diseased animals, bringing diseased animals to market, selling or disposing of diseased animals. So that's the current state of the federal legislation and some of the existing sections, what they're hoping to achieve. Now, if we look at C275, Mr. Speaker, that's seeking to, of course, amend the existing Health of Animals Act by adding a new Section 9.1. And I'll just read that the key section. Quote, "No person shall, without lawful authority or excuse, enter a building or other enclosed place in which animals are kept, or take any animal or thing, knowing that or being reckless as to whether entering such a place or taking in the animal or thing could result in the exposure of the animals to a disease or toxic substance that is capable of affecting or contaminating them." And of course, Mr. Speaker, further on down the bill, there are a new series of penalties for individuals and groups who violate this new section, again, consistent with existing provisions of the Health of Animals Act. Now, I do want to also take some time during my speech to outline some of the concerns, because we wouldn't be doing our job as parliamentarians if we didn't look at both sides of the argument, and I think what our committee really needs to take into account. Now, there are animal rights groups who do feel that this legislation represents what they call ag-gag legislation, meaning that they feel that they are going to be silenced or prevented from taking actions that they deem are in the best interest of farm animals. And as other speakers have outlined, that if this bill is about stopping trespassing and not shoring up biosecurity, it would in fact be unconstitutional, because we all know that under our current Constitution Act, jurisdiction over property and civil rights belongs firmly within the provincial realm. So we do not want to be interfering with the rights of provincial legislatures to make such laws. And of course, as I referenced in my question, Mr. Speaker, there was an animal justice report from 2021 which found that it listed hundreds of incidents of failures of biosecurity that were all from authorized personnel associated with the afflicted farms. So let me repeat that. All of these incidents came from people who were on the property with lawful authority and excuse. And I just want to quote from that report, Mr. Speaker. Quote, "Despite the risk to farms, animals, and the economy posed by disease outbreaks, biosecurity on farms is not comprehensively regulated at the federal level. The CFIA publishes voluntary biosecurity guidelines for some animal farming sectors developed in cooperation with industry and government. Adherence to these standards is not a legal requirement. Provincial legislation varies and tends to empower officials to respond to existing biosecurity hazards instead of prescribing rules that farmers must follow to prevent disease outbreaks," end quote. So these are some of the items that we have to take into account, Mr. Speaker, when we're examining this bill. I do want to take the last 2 minutes to conclude and say that as New Democrats, we absolutely do support animal welfare. And in fact, I was personally proud to support e-petition 4190, which collected more than 36,000 signatures and is calling for the Liberals to honor their campaign promise of banning the live export of horses for slaughter. So that is something that the Agriculture Minister has still not met in her mandate letter. And of course, we committed through several elections to update the Health of Animals regulations and to make sure that we modernize animal welfare legislation. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I want to very clearly state that I support farmers and I support their rights to be free from trespass. I know from not only from personal experience, but from my 5 years in this role as agriculture critic, that farmers are good people. They want to treat their animals well during their lives, and based on the witness testimony that we've heard at the Agriculture Committee, there is fairly strong support for a measure like in C275. I do want to note that protesters can legally get close to farms, not on the property, and it's in their interest to call for more accountability. And I also want to note that on-farm employees who do witness any instances of abuse to livestock cannot be silenced by provisions of this bill. In fact, we do want to have that measure of internal accountability. So I do want to say to the member for Foothills, though, that while I do support the legislation in principle, more work does need to be done at committee. I do want to make sure that biosecurity measures are in fact applying to everyone and that we are not intruding on provincial jurisdiction over trespass laws. So I'll conclude there, Mr. Speaker, and say that I look forward to sending this bill to committee for further work. Thank you.
Continuing debate, and just to the honourable member, the hard stop is about 3 minutes past the hour, so you'll get about 9 minutes worth of speech. The honourable member for Mission Masquet, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all members of the House of Commons having another wonderful debate on an important piece of legislation, and that's the biosecurity on our farms across Canada. Before I begin, the member's just walking behind me, the member from Foothills. Not only is he a gentleman and scholar and a pretty good hockey player for a dude in his 50s, he's also brought forward some really excellent legislation that directly relates to a problem in my great riding of Mission Masquet, Fraser Canyon. A number of years ago now, the Benedict Farm on Harris Road, which is less than 10 minutes from where I live, received national attention when protesters entered their farm illegally. To put it bluntly, this was very hard on the Benedict family. Another member from the Liberal Party mentioned that it's Mental Health Week. Well, when the illegal protesters came on the farm, that had a lasting negative impact on this family and on the way that Canadians may perceive the work that farmers do on their behalf. Now, I know, like myself and many other members of this House of Commons, we love pork. Pork products are amazing. The pork industry in British Columbia, in the Fraser Valley where I live, has taken a lot of blows. The Benedicts are really only one of the last remaining farms in the most productive agricultural area in all of Canada. So during these past years, activists, not only on their farm, but we heard about the Cheddar Farm in Foothills riding as well, activists have entered farm properties across Canada to denounce the living conditions of animals. In response, farm groups have expressed concerns over these incidents and are calling on the government to find ways to address this problem because food security matters, a safe food supply matters, and this is what we're here to do today. Agricultural biosecurity refers to those practices that prevent or mitigate disease from entering, spreading within, or being released from operations that may contain livestock. At the farm level, biosecurity alludes to perhaps a series of management practices designed to minimize or prevent control of the introduction of infectious diseases, to minimize, infectious diseases onto a farm, spread within a farm production operation, and export of the disease agents beyond the farm that may have an adverse effect on the economy, environment, and human health. A farm environment can significantly affect the spread or prevention of disease on the farm. As such, facility design, layout, and traffic patterns on a farm have significant influence on the effectiveness and the efficiency of a farm-level biosecurity plan. For that reason, farm-level biosecurity plans generally include, among other things, measures to control access to certain areas on a farm. Now, for all of the members in this House like me who have experience spending a lot of time on the farm, my mom was a farmer. When I was a kid, there wasn't biosecurity measures like we have today. But because of diseases that have originated in the Fraser Valley, in some cases, Farmers have had to adapt to agricultural practices in the 21st century, and rightfully so, because Canadians depend on our farmers to create a safe and secure and reliable source of food that is nutritious and keeps us as a population healthy. So the Federal Health of Animals Act and its regulations, the Animal Health Regulations Act, does set out certain provisions, but it doesn't set out all of the biosecurity provisions that we need. So the bill before us today will address that in good faith to keep our farmers safe. Now, going back to the Benedict family, when these protests took place, I was actually texting them when we were having the debate earlier this morning. And they said if I could raise one thing in the House of Commons is that they felt that although some people were convicted, that the organization that allowed Ms. Serrano to undertake her activities should have been held accountable too. And I will note there was no remorse by those convicted in our justice system for the actions that they took. And that's problematic. And that is why we need this bill today. In fact, after those, even during the court proceedings or after, the protesters went to the SPCA because they didn't like the way the SPCA made a decision about the Benedict farm that didn't go according to their narrative. We need laws that protect our farmers. We need to also change, importantly, perceptions about how food production takes place in Canada. And that is why this bill is so important today, Mr. Speaker. So the Benedict family, as your MP, I hear you. We're trying to make sure that what happened to you never happens again on a farm, that there are real penalties for those that willingly enter private property without justification, that put up fake videos about what you're doing on your agricultural property. We want to put an end to that. And frankly, I remember I had one conversation after the incident took place on the farm, was with your cousin, Richard Scuda, and I'm speaking directly to the Benedict family right now. And Richard said to me, MP from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, if the animal activists were ever to pick on a family farm, the Benedict is probably the last one they would want to do. The Benedicts have invested all of their livelihood into producing safe food for Canadian families. They are the last standing hog farm on Matsqui Prairie, to my knowledge. And they work day and night to provide a safe, secure source of food for my constituents and Canadians around this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to hear in this House of Commons that we have unanimity on this bill, so to get it to committee stage, that members of Parliament are going to work in good faith to improve biosecurity, and that as a result, our farmers are going to feel a little more protected and a little more heard. Now, just more broadly, in the Fraser Valley, we've been dealing with other sources of biosecurity issues. There's major concerns about avian influenza, and I see the work that agricultural producers in the poultry sector have to completely manage their operation, access to their farm, the way animals are transported between farms and processing facilities. We need laws like this one, Mr. Speaker. We need bills like this one to become law to provide that extra step of provide that assurances that our producers need to do their job effectively on behalf of all Canadians. One example, in 2004, an avian flu event led to a 30% increase in international poultry prices. If we have another serious incident like that, we could be seeing the price of pork go up 30 or 40%, or beef or chicken. It doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker. We need these protections in place. We need to do more to stop infectious disease outbreaks and make sure that our producers have the tools required to do their job effectively. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill today. Again, when I got elected, I made a promise that I would stand up on this bill, and thank you to the member from Foothills for bringing it forward. This is a concrete measure that agricultural producers in Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon asked for, and across Canada, and I'm pleased to stand in support of it today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. The Honourable... Okay, orders of the day. There you go. So I was skipping off a week. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Natural Resources, that in relation to Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purposes of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll just wait for that motion to come to the table. Okay, the motion is that in relation to Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget table in Parliament on March 28, 2023, not more than one further sitting day be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will be now a 30-minute question period. N'a pas de traduction, n'a pas de traduction.
Interpretation isn't coming through.
In English, j'espère que c'est là. All right. So, pursuant, conformément à l'article 60.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute Q&A.
Wish to ask questions to rise in their places or use their raise hand function so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in the question period. Yep. All right. And then debate. Questions and comments. So we'll go Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the budget claims that the government plans to reduce spending on outside consultants. This at a time where we've seen a massive increase in government spending inside of government, and also a massive increase on spending in outside consultants. But I'd like to ask the government a specific question about their relationship with McKinsey. Can the government confirm that it will be joining BC's class action lawsuit against McKinsey for their role in the opioid crisis? And does the fact that the government of Canada will now be suing McKinsey, is that likely to change their procurement practices with respect to McKinsey?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly the focus of the conversation in this House is on the budget and the Budget Implementation Act. We are very pleased to bring forward a budget that focuses on affordability for Canadians, that focuses on health care and dental care for Canadians, and that focuses on the transition to a prosperous green economy of the future. We certainly want to move forward with the Budget Implementation Act, including the automatic advance for Canada Workers' Benefit and a range of other measures. It's important for us to actually have this conversation, but it's important to move this bill through to committee.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask a question with regards to the implementation of the dental care It's really important that the expansion takes place as soon as possible. A number of seniors and persons with disabilities in my riding have been without this service and supports. So I'd like to ask the government in terms of the prioritization of that, ensuring that we're going to have that as quickly as possible, and also supports for, obviously, cost of living have been added by the NDP in this. But in particular, though, I would like a little more specifics in terms of expectations and deliverables for dental care, because that does affect your overall life, not just your teeth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly, it's an important question. The move forward with respect to dental care is extremely important. I certainly agree it's a health issue, not just a teeth issue. It is a huge priority for us to actually get this to implementation. Of course, the first step is getting the budget and the Budget Implementation Act passed through this House. And certainly, I do want to express our appreciation for the constructive work that's been done on dental care.
All right, so this is where we back up because we missed something in our first form. That was Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Wilkinson, that in relation to Bill C-40...
He's not present, Mr. Chair. You can't
move.
Mr. Holland seconded move that.
No, it's not. It wasn't his fault. He was here when we did it originally. That in relation to Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget table in Parliament on March 28, 2023. Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted in the consideration of second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if... L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé, je pense qu'il n'y a pas de traduction de...
I think that interpretation has been cut off again.
I hope that the translation, maybe if I slow down, maybe that's probably my problem, is that I'm trying to get this done. Okay, that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Mr. Chair, my understanding of the rules is that a member has to be present in the chamber when they're moving a motion. And I understand there may have been some confusion on the, at some point in the process. But the fact is, it's not a question of whose fault it is or isn't. It's a question of whether or not the motion being read in the name of a member is for a member that's present. And I don't feel that a member should be able to move a motion if they're not present in the chamber.
You're correct, and we'll make the change. Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Ms. Jazik. That in relation to Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration and second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes prior to the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order. And in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate and amendment. And that actually resets the clock, so we'll have 30 minutes of questions and comments. So I apologize to the Minister for that. And we'll just continue along where we left off. The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, about the importance of the Atlantic Loop. It was mentioned in the budget. I'd also like to, if he has enough time, to be able to address the opportunities on offshore hydrogen development, particularly on offshore wind. I know that he is working with the province of Nova Scotia and the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Can he speak to those two really important elements that matter to Atlantic Canada and his work in the days ahead on those issues?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you for the questions. Certainly, we are working very hard on the Atlantic Loop. It is an enormously important infrastructure project. We are working collaboratively with New Brunswick and Nova Scotia to advance this, which essentially will allow the phase out of coal in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick and access to clean energy, which can help power a clean economy. Certainly, the hydrogen piece is extremely important. It is a high priority for Premier Houston and for Premier Fury. We have been working collaboratively with both of those folks. I was in Germany just a month ago working with the Germans on how we actually move to export hydrogen as early as 2025, 2026. It is certainly something that offers enormous economic potential for Atlantic Canada.
Is in comments, question or commentaire, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the government is now moving to guillotine debate on their own budget bill. And there's really no reason to do it. The Standing Committee of Finance is already considering the budget bill at committee and has been for many days. The only reason to do this is to completely shut down debate on a bill that many members, both on the Conservative side and also, I'm sure, in the other political parties, wanted to debate to bring forward issues of concern from their ridings. I know people in my riding are extremely concerned with the cost of living crisis, that this inflationary budget will only make worse. It's only going to make things worse as they're pouring more gasoline onto the inflation fire. They have no plans whatsoever to actually balance a budget in any future budget year that's available in the document right now. And there was no reason to do it, Mr. Speaker. There was no reason to do it because the Finance Committee is already seized with the matter. It's already considering C-47. The only reason to do this is to slam shut debate in the House of Commons once again. And I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, this government only passed one government bill to the next stage last week, C-27. Only one. There were more private members' bills passed last week, and I'm sure it'll happen this week. This government has completely mismanaged the clock. They even have evening sittings, and it can't pass government legislation on time.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly my honourable colleague is entitled to his opinions, but he's not entitled to his own facts. This government has focused very much on affordability issues, including the grocery rebate. And certainly from a fiscal perspective, Canada has the lowest deficit in the G7, and S&P just reiterated last week our AAA credit rating. I would invite him to actually look at that document. But certainly the Budget Implementation Act has had a lengthy debate in this House. We have debated for 5 days, including 2 extended sittings, and it's being debated again today. The bill will do a whole range of things that address affordability concerns that my honourable colleague says are important to him. This will make a real difference for Canadian folks, and it is time to end the partisan procedural games and get this bill to committee.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's like Groundhog Day. How many times have I got up in this House for a time allocation? It seems that the Liberals don't want to debate. They don't want to talk about issues. We want to talk about what isn't in this bill. My colleague talked about what is in the bill. Well, you can see that the glass is half full or half empty. In our opinion, it's half empty. I spoke about housing, 3.5 million housing units that are absent from this budget. There's only one page on such an essential part of our society. Nothing for seniors, for example. Billions of dollars are being given to billionaire companies. It's completely illogical. We have to talk about this. Maybe I'm naive, but I thought that we were here in the House to debate, to talk, to discourse, so that we can improve bills. But now, once again, we're being told, no more discussion. I find that unacceptable. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Merci,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague knows that the Budget Implementation Act was a subject of a very long debate in this House, and I know that a number of my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois took part in this debate. This bill will support Quebecers and all Canadians, for example, by increasing RSP withdrawals. I invite the Bloc Québécois to join us by sending this bill to committee for a deeper study.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this place sometimes demonstrates that it has indeed a very, very short memory. And I have to call out a comment that was made by the previous Conservative Speaker talking about a guillotine motion. It was common practice during the days of the Harper government to introduce a motion, a notice of time allocation on the very first day of debate of their government bills. So they didn't even let the House have the courtesy of debating a bill for a few days. It was within the first hour of debate they announced time allocation. So let's just call out rank hypocrisy when we see it. And I invite, I'm no fan of it being used either way, but to ignore our history is most egregious. And if the minister has a comment on that, I would welcome it.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, thank you for the comment and the question. Certainly, I do find the hypocrisy that comes from the Conservative side of the House on some of these issues to be a bit difficult to take. It is not different, though, than the hypocrisy we hear about them talking about a carbon tax when it formed a key part of the platform that they were all elected on. So, perhaps we should not be surprised.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister referred to the number of hours we've had for debate, and something I hear from constituents in the riding of Waterloo is, when will some of these measures that were put forward in the budget that will impact their everyday lives, including the grocery rebate, come into effect? I tried to explain to them the process that is in the House of Commons and that legislation needs to pass before we get it there, and it's unfortunate that tools like this need to be used, but I would like to hear from the minister, if we can keep this legislation moving, how soon can Canadians benefit from the measures within the Implementation Act, and what kind of measures should they be looking forward to so that it can perhaps ease some of just their everyday challenges, because it remains very uncertain times, and our government remains here to try to make life more affordable for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. Clearly, there are a whole range of measures in the budget, some of which will come into effect very quickly if we can actually move the legislation forward, and some of which require more time and consultation. Certainly, the grocery rebate is one that we want to see move forward very quickly. It was debated in the House as a separate piece of legislation a couple of weeks ago. It is clearly a priority on the affordability side, but there are many other things that are extremely important for Canadians. We need to move this proposal through to committee and get it through the House so that Canadians can actually have access to the kinds of supports and the kinds of programming that are going to help them build a prosperous future for their families.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I feel a little sorry for the minister who now has to stand up in this House and defend an indefensible position. The Finance Committee already agreed with the government that it would pre-study the bill. The purpose of time allocation is usually to move a bill through the House so a committee could start to study it, but we already agreed, all parties agreed to pre-study this very large bill to make sure that we could do our due diligence properly. There's actually no reason, I haven't found a reason for which time allocation needs to be moved while we're still debating it in this House. Could the minister please explain to Canadians why, after campaigning on not using time allocation, they are deciding to use it for a purpose for which it is not needed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question. Certainly, we understand that the role in a parliamentary system of opposition can be to oppose, but with this bill, the Conservatives have chosen to obstruct. With only 2 days of debate, the Conservatives have proposed an amendment that would not even allow the BIA to be scrutinized, which is an integral role of the parliamentary process. They have used motions of concurrence in 2 committee reports to delay and obstruct debate in this House. Conservatives are putting more work into the delay tactics that they are exercising than they are to actually scrutinizing this important piece of legislation. On this side of the House, we will do our job as parliamentarians.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very disappointed to be before time allocation yet again. Like my colleague for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert just mentioned, with important questions. There are other questions that haven't been raised. EI, for example. How come is the federal government taking workers' money without truly reforming EI, a promise that was made back in 2015? If they want to move forward so rapidly, is it perhaps to make sure that there aren't too many people that see and that notice that in the budget they've put an acknowledgement of King Charles III? Now, yes, well, I understand that the monarchy is very expensive, but we should have a different debate and a separate bill for this. Is that the reason for which they want to move forward very quickly in order to hide the details in this huge bill? The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Bloc has a lot of questions about this bill and on the support in this bill for Canadians and Quebecers. They will have an excellent opportunity to ask questions to public servants, officials, and others. I invite them to vote with us today for this bill and so that this bill be sent on to a committee so that Canadians can benefit from the support measures therein.
Monsieur Commentaire, the honourable member for Windsor West.
And we know that over 100 MPs have already spoken at this stage of the bill. And, over 50 years ago, Tommy Douglas sought to actually have health care as part of a primary condition of being a Canadian citizen. And dental care was part of that vision. And I just feel that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like the minister to elaborate on people that will not get or will have to wait with root canals, other types of teeth and other issues, seniors, persons with disabilities, the proper service, and how long they have to wait more in pain is a reality that we face. And so I'd like to see that expedited in terms of that service because they've waited long enough and it does affect their overall health.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. He is absolutely right. I'm probably one of the few members of this House who actually knew Tommy Douglas personally. It was part of Tommy Douglas's vision for Medicare more generally to ensure that health issues, dental being a health issue, were addressed. And in fact, Saskatchewan for a long time led the way. Alan Blakeney actually brought out a dental care program that was in every school in the province to ensure that children actually had their teeth treated. It was eliminated by Conservative Premier Grant Devine. This is an important step forward from a health perspective, and we are very much committed to moving forward.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me another opportunity. It's only because that I participate in this debate because the Budget Implementation Act really does impact the backyards of the people who I'm here to represent. And there's a range of things in the Budget Implementation Act, including measures in regards to cryptocurrency. We know that the world is changing. We know the economy is changing. And sometimes we have really reckless advice from the leader of the official opposition. But it's important that we understand these things. So I would like to hear from the member, how is it that Canadians can also participate and have their voices heard? Even though the official opposition is trying to delay legislation from passing, how do we engage more Canadians so that they can have their says and we can actually respond to their needs? And I feel like this Budget Implementation Act actually does do that. And I would like to hear the member's comments also on cryptocurrency. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, we are focused on serious issues that Canadians actually expect their parliamentarians to focus on. We are not making strange and awkward statements with respect to embracing cryptocurrency or trying to fire the Governor of the Bank of Canada. We are focused very much on ensuring that Canadians are part of this process, and definitely on this side of the House, members of Parliament reach out through town halls and a range of things to ensure that they are hearing the voices of their Canadians. That is reflected in this Budget Implementation Act. There is an automatic advance for the Canada Workers Benefit. There is a doubling of the deduction for tradespeople's tools. There is improved registered education savings plans. We are working to strengthen Canada's supply chains. We are supporting our friends in Ukraine. We are building a clean economy. We are putting in place dental care. We are investing in health care, and we are certainly working on affordability to ensure that Canadian families can move forward with confidence.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, I want to reiterate what many of my members on this side of the House have been saying, and that's that constituents in the riding of Provencher are very concerned with the increased cost of living. And we've seen a government put a disproportionate amount of emphasis in their budget on Bill C, this Bill C-47, on environmental spending and on green spending. And that's something I think that needs to be debated more rigorously. Conversely, now we've also known that this government has chosen to take $13 billion of taxpayer money and commit it to Volkswagen for an apparent green initiative. My question is to the Minister of Natural Resource, who tabled this motion, is many of these initiatives are going to require the mining of critical minerals and other minerals in order for them to be successful here in Canada. And is he prepared to move legislation forward that will remove some of the regulations and roadblocks that his government has set up, which make mining in Canada virtually impossible?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I'm always very happy to talk about a clean industrial strategy for Canada. That was a very big part of this budget, as the honourable colleague talked about. It is about ensuring that Canada will prosper and create jobs and economic opportunity in every province and territory in this country as we move through a transition to a lower carbon future, which science tells us we simply must. Certainly, we are very pleased to announce, and we were very pleased to announce the Volkswagen investment in Canada. It is an enormous step forward. It will create jobs. It will create supply chains. It will ensure that we are actually we are driving forward in a manner that actually will ensure Canada's prospers in the future. I'm, to be honest, shocked that the Conservative Party is opposing the Volkswagen agreement. That is really, really appalling, and I think voters in Ontario are going to think very seriously, and voters that are concerned about a strong economy in the future. We are very focused on the critical minerals. My honourable friend, I hope, has read the Critical Minerals Strategy for Canada. Certainly part of that is about making our regulatory and permitting processes more efficient, working with provinces and territories through the regional energy and resource tables to align those processes, to enable good projects to go ahead. We just announced the approval of 2 critical minerals projects in this country, and we expect to see many more.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a valid exercise to discuss the BIA in committee, but the problem is that with the current status of the bill, we won't be able to do this because it's too big. It groups many things that have nothing to do with each other. So, for example, as my colleague said earlier, our subjugation to the King of England, that should not be in a budget. It has nothing to do with financial matters. But the government refuses to split it off from the bill. So instead of having an omnibus bill, if we had a real bills on each specific matter, then we would be able to move it forward in a more efficient manner. May I ask my honourable colleague to suggest to the Prime Minister and the members of his government to come back on this decision and to offer us bills that are workable in committee so that we can do our work properly for which we were elected. Thank you.
Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, I understand that the Bloc has a great many questions on this bill and on the many supports that it will bring to Canadians and Quebecers. They will have an excellent opportunity to put questions to the senior officials in committee. I urge them to vote with us today to ensure that this bill is sent to committee so that Canadians can benefit from these support measures.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard the Minister of Natural Resources reference the just transition, the transition to a renewable economy, and we've heard him reference the VW deal. As a New Democrat and recognizing today as May Day, one of the things that I think is incredibly important in this conversation is the idea of equivalency. That when workers in the oil patches of Alberta are being transitioned, that they're not just being sent to some job retraining center, that they're actually giving prevailing wages, that they're giving equivalency in their work. And yet I haven't quite heard this government tell Canadians, tell working class people, those that are currently in a carbon economy, what their plan is to ensure that when announcements like a $13 billion deal are set for a corporation, that it's the workers that aren't left behind. And Mr. Speaker, I'll say this on May Day, International Labor Day, that it can't just be about talking about jobs. It needs to be talking about good work. Good unionized work with benefits and pensions and the security that a collective agreement provides. So can the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources please enlighten us on the government's plan to make sure that the billions of dollars that they are sending to corporations actually make it to the tables and the bank accounts of working class Canadians?
Honorable Ministre des Ressources Naturelles.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I want to assure my colleague that we are very focused on creating good jobs for Canadians going forward. That was really the focus of the work that was done on the Sustainable Jobs Action Plan. If one reads the document, it is focused on creating good jobs and economic opportunity, again, in every province and territory in this country. If you reflect on the investment tax credits that are part of the economic strategy to create those jobs, there are labor requirements that are baked into the investment tax credits. And certainly we have been working very closely with the labour movement across the country, but in particular the labour movement in Alberta. As we move through this, we are certainly very focused. But I would also say, Mr. Speaker, that my concern about the future with respect to the economy is that this economy and the opportunities that are available to Canada are going to enable us to create so many jobs, if we are to seize those opportunities, that we're actually talking about skill shortages and the need for us to be upgrading and retraining people, ensuring that we are bringing the right skills into Canada. We have enormous economic opportunities in this country. We intend to seize them, and certainly we are going to work with the labour movement and with industry to do so.
Here.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable minister. In a debate on Bill C-47, I confine myself to the contents of C-47, which means that much of the minister's speech and much of the debate in this place, which pertains to the budget itself, I'm not criticizing any rulings or trying to get new rulings from the Speaker in terms of relevance, but C-47 is in fact 429 pages of disparate pieces of legislative changes, and I have to say I find nothing within C-47 with which I disagree, and much within the budget with which I disagree. So I plan to vote for Bill C-47, and I wonder if the minister has any comments on how we are to proceed with fairly skeletal plans for changes to the Canadian Elections Act to protect privacy information.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague, who is a very distinguished parliamentarian in this place. Certainly, we are very focused on ensuring that questions like the ones posed by the honourable member are answered. That is why we want to see this bill move to committee. The Conservative Party continues to obstruct and delay. It is time for us to move forward to ensure that the committee has the time to do the work and answer the kinds of questions that the honourable member is asking.
Comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Mission, Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 84 of the budget, it said projected costs of this agreement in reference to the battery manufacturing plant by Volkswagen have been fully accounted for in budget 2023. Can the minister point to this House, or maybe at a later date table how the Volkswagen announcement has in fact been accounted for in the projections put forward by the government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, as I said, the Volkswagen investment is an enormously important step forward for Canada, as are the investments by Stellantis and by Ford, by Air Products, by Imperial, in biofuels, by a whole range of companies that are helping us to build an economy that is going to prosper in the context of a lower carbon future. And certainly, one of the reasons why we want to see this bill move to committee is so honourable members, like my colleague across the way, can ask the specific questions that he has on his mind.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question. Can my colleague across the way explain to the people who are listening to us today what a gag order is and why this bill has been time allocated, since it's the 2023 budget bill? The honourable minister. As I have said a few times, it is very important for this bill to move forward, to go to committee, to ensure that the members in this House have the opportunity to put questions to the witnesses, to the senior officials, and we cannot wait much more. It is very important that this bill move to committee. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask, building upon my colleague's question earlier to the minister about the resources that have been provided to St. Thomas in terms of that Volkswagen plant. A lot of people in my area are excited about that, for sure. There's a lot of conversation about job creation. However, within this budget, there weren't many announcements about housing and supports for the people that need, that they're excited about in terms of those jobs, to be able to work, to be able to get to the plant. So I wonder if he could expand on that in terms of government resources and allocations into the specific housing that we were required for those people to live in order to work at that Volkswagen plant.
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
As I said earlier, I think the Volkswagen investment is an important step forward for St. Thomas, for Ontario, for Canada, as we move towards building an economy that is going to create prosperity for our children and for our children's children in an environment that is sustainable. We certainly need to continue also to work on other issues, including the housing issue that my honourable colleague talks about. That is why this government has committed almost $90 billion under the Canada Housing Strategy to ensure that we are building the kind of housing that will enable folks to have a place to call home and to ensure that they actually have a good job to go to.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member from Calgary, Shepherd, in his question, he had posed the issue saying, well, the government can't pass legislation. Last week or whatever it was, he made reference one piece of legislation. Yet the Conservative agenda is often to play a destructive force on the floor of the House. What they prefer to do, Mr. Speaker, is to prevent the government from passing legislation. And they do that by bringing in concurrence motions, by giving no indication in terms of how many speakers that would accommodate the passage of a bill. Sometimes they don't even want to sit late in the evening. The question I have to the member is, does the member not agree that if you are criticizing the government for not passing legislation and then going out of your way to prevent the government from passing legislation, that might be somewhat hypocritical?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I think it would not be a big surprise to know that I actually agree exactly with the premise of the question. The hypocrisy that comes from the other side on this issue is quite something at times. It is important that we are able to move forward. Canadians are expecting their parliament to function and to function well. The obstruction and delay has slowed down the ability to make progress on behalf of Canadians. It's time for us to move forward. But I would say that hypocrisy coming from the Conservative members of this House is nothing new. As I said before, the attacks every day on carbon pricing are really, really rich, I find, given that each and every one of them was elected on the basis of putting in place a carbon tax.
Questions and comments. This probably will be the last one. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask the member across the way about critical minerals. We've already heard about this from a previous member. I heard from the Prime Minister that Canada is extraordinarily well positioned to succeed in the decades to come around critical minerals. I recently spoke with the Yukon Chamber of Mines where they said it will be decades before we see critical minerals develop in Yukon, actually 3 decades. They said the Prime Minister talks about getting critical minerals developed within the next 8 years or less. They said that we'd be lucky with the current regulatory burden on miners that it would be developed in 30 years. What does this member actually answer to those miners? How can he reassure the miners after being in government for 8 years? How can he reassure miners in Yukon that it's going to get done? There you go. Great question.
The Honourable Minister in 40 seconds.
Well, I guess I would start by encouraging my honourable colleague to look at Canada's critical minerals strategy, which has been lauded by business organizations and governments across this country. It will enable us to move forward in a thoughtful and strategic way. We, of course, need to be working to ensure that our regulatory and permitting processes are efficient as possible. Certainly what Stephen Harper did by gutting the environmental assessment process set us back a long way, and the Impact Assessment Act enables us to take steps forward, but we are continuing to work internally. We're working with provinces and territories to expedite. And I would just note the Mining Association of Canada in responding to the budget. He noted Canada is a leading mining nation producing some of the lowest carbon materials and metals, and that this budget recognizes the industry's central role in accelerating the transition to a net zero economy and building a strong economic future.
Good job.
Il est mon devoir d'interrompre maintenant les délibérations.
It is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to put the question to the House. The question is as follows.
Ms. Jazik moves that in relation to Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to consideration at second reading of said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day of allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall now be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes for the motion to be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
And Mr. Speaker, I'd request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Ms. Jazik, moved that in relation to Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget table be in Parliament on March 28, 2023, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and que 15 minutes avant.
And that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders, on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient.
All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Scarpaleggia. Back to Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Que tous ceux.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holbach.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lowe.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais voter en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Fergus, yea pour.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to confirm that my vote was accepted as yes.
Was accepted as yes. Thank you. Seeing none, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 148, 148.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act 2023, number 1, and on the amendment of Monsieur Deltel.
I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent, Leamington. There he is over there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And given the results of that vote, I guess this is a more valuable speaking slot now. It's my honor to rise and bring the voices of Chatham-Kent, Leamington, and actually on this issue today, on C-47, all the voices of all Canadians to this chamber on the Budget Implementation Act. Perhaps the most single important task performed each year by this House is the debate and the passing of the allocation of federal funds, or more accurately, or more specifically, should I say, the spending of taxpayer dollars. It's our solemn obligation to responsibly steward the Canadian economy, a responsibility abdicated by this government. Therefore, it falls to my colleagues and I, as His Majesty's loyal opposition, to oppose and protest the adoption of this proposed budget. This legislation, I know it's a shock, This legislation continues this government's war on work. The raising of taxes punishes the hard work of Canadians by taking an ever greater portion of their hard-earned paycheck away from them, which, in conjunction with the inflationary spending of this government, has seen the cost of living dramatically rise. Today, 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, and over a quarter of food banks have seen their use doubled to historical norms. To further insult the hard work of Canadians, the grocery rebate contained within this legislation will not even cover half of the inflationary costs of groceries purchased by the average family of 4. Not that expanding the rebate is the solution. One cannot tax and spend one's way out of an inflationary cycle. It's due to the actions of this government that the Canadians are struggling. And yet, the ill-conceived answer to the problem of runaway spending is to raise taxes. Isn't it the height of irony to give back Canadians money that was ripped away from them by the tax increases? Is it not further insulting to pretend that these proposed rebates will solve the rising cost of living that this government's spending has partially created? These rebates do not and will not return to Canadians the money taken from them, let alone cover the rising cost of living that's already dribbling many struggling Canadians over the edge. Nor will this address the underlying drivers of this inflation, namely the spending itself. There is a well-known adage, you have to spend money to make money. Now, that's straightforward and easy to understand. However, left unspoken in that simple phrase is the understanding that one needs to invest money wisely and to make a profit. Yet while this government loves to spend the hard-earned paychecks of Canadians, it does not know how to invest. The government, at the behest of the Prime Minister, has over his tenure burdened Canadians with more debt than every single one of his predecessors combined. If you want to look at an example of the failure to invest properly, just look at the track record of Canada's infrastructure bank. And despite all that spending, there is no plan in place to balance the budget or control the inflationary deficits that have driven up the cost of goods and now the interest that Canadians must pay. Current projections by the government itself predict nothing but deficits and far into the future. The national debt is likely to reach $1.22 trillion this year. Into breaking it down into something that Canadians can easily understand, that's nearly $81,000 per household in Canada. The cost of paying the interest on Canada's debt has nearly doubled since 2021 to a projected cost of $43.9 billion. And again, despite all that spending, Canadians are worse off today than ever. The dream of home ownership has all but died for young Canadians. 9 in 10 believe they will never own a home. The minimum down payment on the average home has more than doubled across Canada under this government. The average cost of a mortgage has gone from $1,400 to more than $3,100. In 2015, the cost to rent a one-bedroom apartment was on average $973. Today, $1,760. Prior to this Prime Minister taking office, the average Canadian only needed to spend 39% of their paycheck to make monthly payments on their house. Today, that number has risen to 62%. By every objective measurement, things are more expensive, and Canadians are taking home less. And despite that fact, this proposed budget only continues down the path of more spending while taking more and more from hardworking Canadians. Returning to the issue of home ownership, the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation has stated that more than 3.5 million new homes must be constructed before affordability can be restored. Conservatives demanded that the government include a provision in the budget to remove government gatekeepers to free up land and speed up building permits. However, as with every other common sense proposal, this government turned a deaf ear to the plight of Canadians. This government's even ignored their own promises and commitments, with the Minister of Finance having promised that this government was, and now I quote, here from this chamber 1 year ago, quoting, absolutely determined that our debt to GDP ratio must continue to decline. Our deficits must continue to be reduced. This is our fiscal anchor. This is the line we will not cross. It will ensure that our finances remain sustainable. End quote. And here we are a year later. This Prime Minister has crossed that red line. Mr. Speaker, I've got 3 commercial harbors in my riding. People in Chatham, Kent, Leamington understand that an anchor is not supposed to float. It's supposed to hold and remain fast, not float within a year of being uttered. It begs the question, what in this budget will be like that anchor, and we'll be standing here a year from now describing that? What's going to float away over the next 12 months? And all this despite there being ample room to cut back on unnecessary spending. Despite the pandemic being virtually over, government spending is still up $120 billion compared to pre-pandemic levels. In 2019, our program spending was $323 billion. The spending for this year by this government is projected to be $447 billion. Once again, it must be said that this government spends, it does not invest. All the while raising taxes as its unsustainable expenses continue to restrict and deny the well-being and future opportunities to our children and grandchildren. From the work at Ag Committee, we've heard from expert witnesses on how food insecurity is a growing crisis. The typical disposable income spending, I should say, for food in Canada has historically been around 9% of disposable income. It's now upwards closer to 14%. Testifying at committee, Chief Byron Lewis expressed how First Nations communities have been devastated by this rising cost of food. Even First Nations communities that are comparatively close to the Canada-US border are having trouble, with many having to resort to food banks just to feed their families. It's even been more challenging for those who live in remote or northern regions. And as costs continue to rise unabated, these communities will only have a harder time of it. It's an abdication of duty to allow this to continue. The solution is simple. Reckless spending that this government refuses to address, let alone reduce, must stop. How can we continue to allow our children to go hungry in one of the wealthiest nations on the globe? Can we call ourselves a truly democratic nation if we let the most vulnerable go hungry? Where's the accountability? Simply ignoring the financial problems crippling Canadians will not make them go away. and as a farmer, I cannot begin to express how frustrating it is to hear our children going hungry because their parents cannot afford groceries. We produce more than enough food in Canada to feed Canada. It's the actions of government, this government, that have seen the proliferation of food insecurity across our great nation. It's abundantly clear that this food insecurity seen across Canada is a result of rising costs, not an inability of farmers or our food value system to provide. Instead, farmers are raising costs in the form of more taxes, the impact of the carbon tax on transportation, and the rampant inflation affecting every input. Canadians are being priced out of their own grocery stores. It's a travesty, and it must not be allowed to happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be stressed enough that Canadians are living in desperation, skipping meals, living in their parents' basements, unable to drive to work, falling into depression, and even considering suicide because they cannot afford their own bills that have been imposed upon them after 8 long years. This budget makes all those pressures, all those pains, and all those costs even worse. This proposed budget cannot and should not be approved for the sake of every Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamaltar, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's very hard to nail down the Conservatives on actually a substantive policy. The member in his comments says, you know, the rebate, the grocery rebate, is a good idea in parts of his speech, and then in other parts he's saying it's a bad idea. Then we hear members on the other side say, you know, this Volkswagen idea, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. It depends in terms of which member of the Conservative caucus is standing up. The Conservative Party has no plan. There's no depth to their policy. Can the member give a very clear indication? Does he support the grocery rebate? Does he support the investment that's gotten Volkswagen to St. Thomas, Ontario? Yes or no on each?
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, this member very much supports a balanced fiscal approach that reduces and gets rid of the need for a grocery rebate. If you're looking for places where I would bring about $21 billion in consultants, why do we need a grocery rebate? Inflation. Absolutely. Where's the inflation coming from? That's exactly my point, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing the member across, but that is the driver of inflation. Are there good ideas? Yes, but it's every creature on this earth must live under the law of scarcity. Priorities must be made. And I'll let the member ask this question and then address it again, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions, commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Belchamp. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the speech of my colleague, and I have to admit that he really focused on the importance of having a balanced budget. And I'm not against that, and I'm not against a balanced budget. And it's actually simple to have a balanced budget in many circumstances, but where he loses me is when I hear him speak, I have the impression that he's bringing forth a sort of apocalyptic vision where everyone's going to go bankrupt tomorrow. And but when we look at the budget, what we can see is that there is a chart that shows forecasts of Canada's indebtedness, and apparently by 2055 there will be no more debt. But in the meantime, what we know is that the provincial governments and Quebec are crumbling under debt, and so the federal government has a lot of financial leeway, but isn't my colleague more concerned to see that the federal system that we're stuck in is beggaring provincial governments and the province and Quebec as well? The Honourable Member.
Yes, this federal government often touts the fact that its federal debt is in not too bad a shape vis-a-vis other OECD countries or other G7 countries, and the member's absolutely correct. When we take a total of our total sovereign and sub-sovereign debt, we're in trouble. I don't mean to sound apocalyptic, but I did start my adult career in the early 80s, and I remember interest rates that as a result of spiraling inflation got out of control as a result of spending. And so I am concerned. That's why my speech was as it was. You take the total amount of debt. I am concerned. The member is absolutely correct on the combination of debt that Canadians face, and more importantly for our kids and grandkids, what the results of that will be.
Comments? Question Commentaire, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm gobsmacked by Conservatives who talk about economics, they talk about inflation, but yet they never talk about corporate profits. He just said that he believes that there's automatic scarcity. There's not automatic scarcity. That is something that is constructed by capitalism. We have 5 families who run our food. We have a cartel with our telecoms. We have a cartel with our banking. That's by neoliberal capitalist design, to take the value that's created by workers and to siphon it up to the corporate class, and yet they never speak about the profits. This isn't the 80s. This is the result of a failed trickle-down economics that leaves workers at the end of the day with less money to be able to purchase their basic necessities of life. So will the honourable member please find within his spirit a little bit of courage today to stand up and finally talk about the corporate greed that's driving inflation, the corporate greed of the banking class, the corporate greed of the grocers, and the corporate greed of the Bay Street elite in this country who are driving inflation, rather than trying to put it on the backs of working class people.
Now we are out of time, and allow the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington to answer.
I'll keep it short, Mr. Speaker. For a moment there, I thought my honourable colleague from Hamilton Centre was calling for more competition when I heard him talking about and so with that, I can agree. Absolutely. Unregulated capitalism, that's not what we have, and that's not what we're advocating. A market system works, and this is my soapbox, and I wish I had more time, and I'll do 10 minutes on it at some point. A market system works when there's a balance of power across the negotiating table and across the marketplace table. I heard him call for more competition in some sectors. I agree, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise today to debate Bill C-47, Budget Implementation Act 2023. Mr. Speaker, this budget demonstrates our commitment to strong and sustainable economic growth while supporting the most vulnerable and paving the way to a greener, cleaner future for all Canadians. We're investing in our infrastructure, both physical and social, and seizing unprecedented opportunities in clean energy and critical supply chains. That is how Canada will become a world leader in the economy of tomorrow. And that is exactly our vision, Mr. Speaker. It is reflected in our budget.
Delving deeper into the Budget Implementation Act, I want to take a step back, take a stock of where we find ourselves after 3 tumultuous years. 3 years marked by a global pandemic, by war, by global economic instability, by supply chain breakdowns, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. And yet, despite the proclamations of some in this chamber, I would like to speak today about where we are as a country and why we are privileged to be here in Canada despite the tumultuous times that we face. In fact, Canada is one of the best places to be in the world right now. As we sit in this chamber, Canada's inflation rate is the lowest it has been since 2021, despite continued global inflationary pressures. In fact, Canada's inflation rate has decreased consistently over the last 9 months, Mr. Speaker. Our fiscal balance sheet remains by far the best among G7 countries, with both the lowest debt and the lowest deficit. Our AAA credit rating was just recently reaffirmed. Our economic growth was the strongest of all G7 countries over the last year. Nearly 900,000 jobs have been created by Canadians, and the labour force participation of women is at an all-time high in this country. Mr. Speaker, these are facts. What I hear from Canadians in my community and throughout the country is that these tumultuous times are difficult, that the instability the world is seeing is impacting our economy, our political institutions, and our lives, but that we need a responsible government, that we need responsible leadership, and that Canadians are thankful for that leadership in us, Mr. Speaker. À travers les troubles économiques.
Through the global economic and geopolitical turmoil, Our government continues to focus on responsible management of our finances, all while investing in our country's future. That's what Budget 2023 does, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of responsible management, I would like to quickly highlight the tentative agreement in principle that was reached this morning between the government and the Public Service Union. It is a balanced agreement that respects our public service employees and respects the Canadian taxpayers who fund them. We are committed to protecting this collective bargaining process, now and in the future, Mr. Speaker. That's why our budget commits to introducing a ban on the use of replacement workers during a strike or lockout. We will do so this year in order to protect this important right. This is just one of many measures in Budget 2023 to invest in Canada's workforce, because we know that the only way to achieve our ambitions for the economy of tomorrow is to invest in our workers. Whether it's in the auto sector, in construction, in aerospace, in foundries, in fisheries, it's our workers who will lead the green and fair transition that we want. Our budget bets on them.
On the foundations our government has built over the past few years to make life more affordable and create good-paying jobs. I'd like to highlight a few now lesser-known measures in the budget that Canadians may not yet have heard about. Let me begin by one measure that will significantly support our small business owners across the country. For small businesses, Mr. Speaker, we've reduced credit card transaction fees that allow them to reduce their costs and improve their bottom line. This will make a huge difference. For borrowers, Mr. Speaker, Canadians that need to borrow, cracking down on predatory lending by lowering the criminal interest rate by over 25% will make a real difference. For consumers, Mr. Speaker, we are tackling junk fees in this budget. Those are added costs that make our bills higher. From extra roaming fees to excessive baggage fees, tackling these will make a real difference. For workers, Mr. Speaker, imposing fair labor requirements for clean tech workers, extending employment insurance support for seasonal workers, this will make a real difference. For people looking to enter the trades or to enter the job market for the first time, our doubling of the tax credit for tools will make a real difference for those workers. For first-time home buyers, Mr. Speaker, the brand new tax-free home savings account, that will make a real difference to those looking to purchase a home. For consumers, implementing the right to repair. Instead of being forced to buy new products when you don't have to, Mr. Speaker, we're going to ensure that Canadians can repair what they've already bought. That's going to make a real difference. For students, increasing Canada student loans grants by 40%, broadening the waiver of interests on student loans. It's going to make a real difference for young people across the country. And for the third of Canadians that do not have dental insurance, a full third of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, our new Canadian dental plan will make a real difference. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we know that in order to achieve and preserve these gains, we must tackle head-on the climate crisis that threatens us all. That is why we've chosen to make the green transition the pillar of our budget. Our government's recent decision to update the social cost of carbon further underlines our commitment to tackling this issue. This measure quantifies what we all know. Every ton of greenhouse gas emissions causes not only environmental damage, but also economic damage. It is an essential tool for conducting evidence-based cost-benefit analyses. It's evidence-based, Mr. Speaker. While significant progress has been made, there is still much to do to meet Canada's 2030 target. The target to reduce emissions by at least 40% from 2005 levels and becoming carbon neutral by mid-century. That's why our budget is focused on building the green economy of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Our budget recognizes the global shift to clean energy and the need to reduce dependence on dictatorships for critical supply chains. We, on this side of the House, Unlike the Conservative members, we understand the need to tackle climate change head-on. This budget reflects that urgency with historic investments in clean technology, green infrastructure, and renewable energy projects.
Most interesting about the debate around the price on pollution, Mr. Speaker, is that Conservatives used to be advocates for market-driven mechanisms as a means to address economic and social issues. In fact, they were in favor of a price on pollution. But this new Conservative opposition is of a completely different ilk. They have decided that a price on pollution is not the way to go. But we don't know what their plan is, Mr. Speaker. Our price on pollution relies on the power of the market to drive behavioral change and incentives. You would think a Conservative party would be in favor of that. But instead of embracing this market-driven mechanisms, Conservatives have been laser-focused on demonizing pollution pricing while putting nothing else forward. It's not simply about safeguarding our planet for future generations, Mr. Speaker, though it certainly is. This is also about seizing the moment in this global race to attract investments in clean technology. According to the International Energy Agency, the global market for clean tech manufacturing alone will triple by 2030, Mr. Speaker. That's $650 billion per year. This is an immense opportunity for Canada, and this government is seizing that opportunity. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Montreal for her discourse today. In the beginning of her speech, she mentioned the tool tax credit. That is one provision in the budget which I think a lot of people in the trades are happy about. That said, the same time the budget was announced, Statistics Canada outlined that there is a statistical drop in the number of people self-employed and starting businesses in this country. In fact, it's at a 40-year low. What that signals in our economy, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadians don't want to take entrepreneurial risks anymore. They don't feel that the economy is working for them. So how does the member opposite justify all those things in the budget, yet the reality we see in the small business and self-employment sector of our economy, which is dropping off a statistical cliff?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the member opposite began his question by indicating that the budget includes an important measure for entrepreneurs, an important measure for workers, and when he talks about the importance of our small business owners, I could not agree with him more. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy here in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and I would point him to some of the comments made by CFIB, the Canadian Federation for Independent Businesses, which we're extremely pleased to see in our budget a long-standing request that was to reduce credit card transaction fees. This is something that we worked with CFIB and our entrepreneurs across the country on, and Mr. Speaker, we got it done.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as usual, my colleague is very happy about her government's budget. All right, well, let's talk about the housing crisis, though. According to the CMHC and Scotiabank, in Quebec alone, in the next 10 years, 6,000 housing units need to be built in order to solve the affordability and access crisis in housing that we're currently experiencing. But in the budget, there's only one page dedicated to that. One page. It makes no sense. So how does my colleague feel about her government's action and investment? The government is investing $700 million over 5 years for the Anglophones in Quebec, but not solving the housing crisis. How does the member feel about that? The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague that we do need to resolve the housing crisis. That's why we have a plan. Our plan is to invest historic sums in the construction of new housing units. And I would like to remind my colleague that the new tax-free savings account is now available throughout financial institutions in Canada. Quebecers should use that savings account to help them buy property. I hope that my colleague will also talk to provincial governments because, in fact, currently we are in talks with Quebec's government in order to ensure that we can invest even more in Quebec to build new housing units.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech. I'm glad she mentioned the interchange fees on credit card transactions. That's something the NDP has been fighting for decades, I would say. Jack Layton certainly was a champion of that, and I've been pressing for it in my role as small business critic. But I also wanted to mention the fact that this budget, the tax credits for creating a new, clean tech economy, those tax credits have been tied to good union-scale jobs across this country, something, again, the NDP has been really fighting for. And I'm just wondering if she could comment on whether this will finally become standard practice for governments, because so often we've seen financial benefits to companies given to them by the taxpayers of Canada without any strings attached, and that has to change.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Associate Finance Minister.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his advocacy on credit card transaction fees. It's something that I've been working on since 2015, and I'm glad to hear that others in this chamber have been working on it as well. Certainly, we have acted since 2015 on this file, and this most recent budget simply continues the work that we've been doing on this issue since coming into government. With respect to his second point, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is to ensure that many of the investment tax credits that are available to clean tech firms in this country would be more generous should they pay their workers a fair and better wage. And I think that that is something that countries around the world will be inspired by. I certainly hope so.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle with 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will start on the right foot by talking about the riding of Laurentides-Labelle that I have the honour of representing. Mr. Speaker, when I speak to my constituents, there are 3 issues they always bring up. First, housing and how it's inaccessible. Second, support for seniors. And third, and most of all, employment insurance. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, there's nothing that shows us that the Deputy Prime Minister or the government takes these issues seriously. There's nothing to show us that they really care. But what we do find in the budget is a measure to make Charles III King of Canada. If that's not having your priorities in the wrong order, then I don't know what is. In the budget, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing for seniors, nothing for housing. There are no long-term solutions to fix the underfunding of healthcare. There's no measure announcing EI reform. There's nothing for Quebec. There's nothing for the constituents of Laurentides-Labelle. There's nothing to fix the issues that people in our ridings have to deal with every day. Mr. Speaker, in Laurentides-Labelle, tourism is a major economic driver. We have major tourism centers like Mont-Tremblant and Les Sommets in the Saint-Sauveur Valley. We have golf courses, ski centers, outdoor centers, restaurants, theme parks, campgrounds, outfitters. I could go on. All of these businesses work thanks to tourism, and there are so many outdoor activities. I have 30 seconds remaining. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, winter is coming to an end in our riding. The Petit Train du Nord is becoming increasingly beautiful, getting ready to welcome cyclists. Ski centers are doing their cleanups in preparation to be ready for next winter. In the meantime, though, there are thousands, truly thousands of workers who are on EI until the next tourist season, which will start again in June. These seasonal workers, though, the government has abandoned them. The the government is abandoning them because it's not reforming EI. The government has been in power since 2015 and has failed to reform EI. When the Liberal government was elected, it told us that reform was around the corner. Then in 2022, we were promised that there'd be reform in the summer. Then they swore that it would in fact take place in the fall. Here we are at the end of spring 2023. Nothing yet. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle will have another 6 minutes remaining when we return to debate. Statements by members.
Members, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, it's estimated that 1 in 114 Canadians, nearly 1% of our population, are affected by celiac disease, although 90% of cases remain undiagnosed. Celiac is an autoimmune disease with no cure. Unfortunately, it's often misunderstood and misdiagnosed, which can have long-term health consequences. The only treatment is gluten-free diet for life, which can be difficult and expensive. I congratulate Celiac Canada on their 50th anniversary. Founded in 1973 by two concerned women in Waterloo Region, Celiac Canada is a vibrant national charity, providing resources to those who need it the most. To further understand celiac disease, this morning my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Brampton South, and I co-sponsored the first ever gluten-free breakfast on Parliament Hill. To those affected by celiac, like my amazing niece Hazel, know that your voices are heard. And know that organizations like Celiac Canada are here to support, advocate, and educate. Thank you to Celiac Canada for raising awareness, improving diagnosis rates, and ensuring that people living with celiac disease can manage their condition effectively and live full and healthy lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, the Alberta Advantage is back. Alberta's economy has roared back to life, employment numbers are on the rise, and more Canadians are choosing to move their families to Alberta than any other province and confederation. Albertans are confident again. They're in the driver's seat for their future. But it wasn't always like this. Between 2015 and 2019, Alberta's provincial government launched headlong into a series of disastrous economic blunders that saw over 180,000 jobs lost. And small businesses were fleeing the province at unprecedented rates. Government greed led to consecutive credit downgrades, a punishing carbon tax, higher income taxes, more taxes in general, and worse services. Albertans have a choice. Continue down the path that has restored the Alberta Advantage, or go back to the job-killing, taxes-spend ways of Rachel Notley and the provincial NDP. On May 29th, choose bigger citizens over big, greedy government. Vote Conservative.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
I rise today to highlight the important work of yet another powerhouse woman in my riding of Hamilton Mountain, Denise Arkell. Denise joined Neighbour to Neighbour as executive director 30 years ago when she and just one other staff member pulled together an emergency food bank for an underserved community on Hamilton Mountain. Under her leadership, Neighbour to Neighbour has grown from a single service agency to one that addresses food security, literacy, life skills, community programming, and many more critical areas of need. On Hamilton Mountain, Neighbour to Neighbour is the biggest provider of social services thanks to Denise Arkell's leadership. It now counts 24 full-time staff, 350 volunteers, a food bank that serves 1,400 families a month, as well as a separate food bank that serves the trans community. Denise Arkell plans to retire in June, and I'd like to thank her for her outstanding dedication to the residents of Hamilton Mountain. Thank you, Denise. My sincerest congratulations.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, May 1st is International Workers' Day, and every employer will tell you the heart of a company is its workers. The men and women who work every single day to make our society go round. You who work and who give your time and talent for the common good, the Bloc Québécois thanks you. A big thank you to those who work in seasonal employment and who play an important role, essential role, in the local economy. Hotel industry, tourism, arts and cultures, fisheries, agriculture, construction. They are everywhere. In 2023, it is inconceivable that the federal government has not reformed the EI system. Inconceivable that this is still affecting seasonal workers. In front of my office, under the rain, Action Chômage is protesting again. on this 1st of May. I would like to say thank you for your commitment, congratulations for your determination, and you will win.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
On the 28th of April, I took part in the 8th edition of the Saphir Evening, an event organised by the Fondation Franco-Ontarienne to recognise the commitment, excellence and influence of women in the Francophone community. I would like to sincerely congratulate the 6 winners of the evening, as well as all the finalists. In this regard, I would like to recognise 2 finalists from my community for their leadership: Maïssa Zemni in the youth category and Lise Sarrazin in the Professional of the Year category.
Also, this weekend marked the 30th annual Clean Up the Capital, and I want to recognize the Blackburn Community Association and the Cardinal Creek Community Association for their effort and participation. Always a pleasure to join them and their volunteers to help clean up our community of Orléans. Merci.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal economic failures have forced too many Canadians into desperate situations. Some feel like they have no one to turn to. For those that are having to choose between food for the table and fuel for the car, you are not alone. For those having to turn to food banks, charity bins, and community services, you are not alone. For those who have worked their entire lives, now forced out of retirement, you are not alone. For those whose dreams of having a home and a family shattered, you are not alone. For those whose savings have evaporated and debt is piling up, you are not alone. For those who just want better for their children, you are not alone. 38 million of my friends know what that's like. They're worried about the direction Canada has taken under these Liberals. For everyone who has lost hope, know that you are not alone. Know that Conservatives will restore that hope in this country once more.
Yeah. The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I extend my greetings to the Baha'i community in Canada and across the world on the occasion of Ridwan. Ridwan is a festival of great significance to Baha'i community as it marks the birth of Baha'i faith in 1863. Ridwan commemorates the vision of peace, unity and justice that Baha'u'llah, the prophet founder of the Baha'i faith, shared with humanity. He said, "The well-being of mankind, its peace and security are unattainable unless and until its unity is firmly established." Baha'is come together to celebrate Ridwan through various activities such as devotional meetings, artistic and musical presentations, and community gatherings. This festival provides a time for reflection and contemplation on the teachings of Baha'u'llah and offers an opportunity for the Baha'i community to come together in unity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, dating back to 1873, 150 years ago, Mount St. Vincent University was one of the few institutions of higher education for women and girls in Canada, and at a time when women could not vote. Today, the institution prioritizes access and impact for all underserviced groups. That's why I'm proud to see that Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry award the Mount with one of this year's 10 Dimensions recognitions last week. This initiative was led by the 3 federal granting agencies to acknowledge the work done to advance equity, diversity, and inclusion in their quality research environment. The Mount was the only institution in Atlantic Canada to be recognized. I want to applaud the leadership at the Mount, all faculty and staff, and take the opportunity to congratulate all students on their upcoming convocation and Nova Scotia Senator Dr. Wanda Thomas-Bernard on receiving her honorary degree. Merci beaucoup.
Honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, today is Great Lakes Day. We are reminded of this incredible resource that Canada shares with our largest trading partner, the United States of America. These bodies of water have played an incredibly vital role in our shared economy. Roughly 25% of Canada-U.S. trade happens in the Great Lakes region. That amounts to over $270 billion. In fact, according to the Council for the Great Lakes region, if we group together the states and provinces that surround the Great Lakes, we'd have the third largest GDP in the world. Let's join together and celebrate the amazing accomplishments we've had protecting the environment and growing the economy, but let's also recommit to protecting this incredible resource for decades to come.
Here, here. Yeah. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we begin the month of May with all of this rain out there, it's important to recognize that May is Vision Health Month. For over 10 years, it's had that recognition. This is a time to focus on the eye health, which we oftentimes take for granted. Last Friday, I introduced and moved my private member's Bill C-284, calling for a national strategy on eye care in the second reading. This bill will have a direct positive impact on Canadians' vision health now and for generations to come. I'd like to see this piece of legislation move as fast as possible with other members of the House supporting it, so that we all might be able to celebrate it as the law of the land by the end of the year. During this month, I encourage Canadians to schedule an eye exam with an optometrist or an ophthalmologist. Additionally, we can protect our eyes by wearing sunglasses when outdoors, maintaining a healthy diet, and taking breaks from our digital devices. Let us use the month of May as an opportunity to prioritize our eye health and make positive changes towards maintaining good vision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Here, here. Canadians are looking for a government they can trust and a government that respects them. But sadly, they're getting the opposite from these Liberals. And we can all see the results of their failed policies. The cost of living and rate of violent crime in Canada has been on the rise. The Prime Minister isn't going to fix their problem anytime soon, though, because he would rather go on vacation or off to New York to hang out with his celebrity friends. Shame. He is rather tripling the carbon tax and encouraging catch-and-release policies for violent criminals. Because of all of this, it's getting more difficult than ever for farmers to grow the food that we need to eat. It's getting more difficult for families to afford groceries and gas. And in many places, people no longer feel safe in their own communities. But our leader and our Conservative team are focused on solving these terrible problems. Conservatives want to bring home a country that rewards hard work, bring home lower taxes by scrapping the carbon tax, and bring home safety by ending failed Liberal catch-and-release policies. Canadians can count on us to deliver the trust and respect that they deserve. Let's bring it home!
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, Edmonton's violent crime rate has increased 16.5% in just 12 months. And in 2022 alone, it represented the highest number of violent criminal incidents ever reported in a single year. Wow. The even scarier part, Mr. Speaker, this trend has carried into 2023, with violent criminal occurrences increasing by 6% in the first quarter of this year compared to the first quarter of last year. In fact, we're seeing a 68% of violent offenders who were arrested and released become involved with the police again. These are the highest rates of crime in our city's history. This is why organizations across the country are calling for bail reforms to keep violent offenders behind bars. After 8 years of the Liberals' catch-and-release crime policies, Canadians don't feel safe walking down the street or taking transit. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what's even scarier is that these policies are just making it worse.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, today is the start of Mental Health Week under the theme My Story. This campaign aims to focus on the people and communities that are committed to mental health, in order to highlight the services available in our regions and throughout Canada. That is the reason for which I would like to thank the HGH and its staff who work in mental health to deliver services for those concerned about mental health throughout our communities. For those who are looking for help, there are also other community support programs proposed by the Canada Mental Health Association, Champlain S, and the 400-odd community services in our various regions.
Thank every individual who has stepped up and stepped forward and sacrificed their time and effort to provide support for those who need it. Your work is greatly appreciated. Mr. Speaker, mental health is health, and I want to emphasize there's no shame in accessing and asking for help. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Congratulations to the 120,000 PSAC workers who stood strong and fought for better wages and working conditions. New Democrats offer our continued solidarity to the remaining Union of Taxation employees still left out on the picket lines fighting for their fairness. This May Day, may all workers be recognized for their hard work and receive fair compensation for their efforts. So it's only appropriate that I rise in this House of Commons to pay tribute to Carol Wall, a formidable force from the House of Labour. Carol was a lifelong Labour leader and social justice activist, having been elected VP of the Canadian Labour Congress, worked as a national negotiator for the Public Service Alliance of Canada, and was a member of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists. Carol Wall's legacy as a mentor to entire generations of Labour leaders will continue to live on in the heart and soul of the movement. So on behalf of the Green side of the family, I offer her partner Jerry and her children, my cousins, Nicole, Jason, and Jeremy, and all those who are mourning her passing, our deep condolences, solidarity, and love.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Mesquinongé. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all egg-producing families in Berthier-Mesquinongé in Quebec, I would like to congratulate the egg farmers of Canada on their 50th anniversary. I would also like to highlight their commitment to becoming carbon neutral by 2050, which shows that our producers are committed to the fight against climate change. Our supply management system ensures that farmers have the profitability and ability to reinvest in their operations as our market expands. It is also about land use and food resilience. The more family farms there are, the more vibrant villages there will be. For egg farmers of Canada, this 50th anniversary is an opportunity to recognise innovative practices and effective management. Let us celebrate by protecting supply management with the adoption of C282, which would be a great gift to them. Long live the egg farmers and long live supply management.
The honourable member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Today marks the beginning of the Canadian Mental Health Association's Mental Health Week. This year's theme is My Story. The goal is to shift beliefs and perceptions about mental health while shining a spotlight on community mental health programs and stories. Storytelling is a fundamental part of what makes us human. It connects us. It helps us feel less alone. In any given year, 1 in 5 Canadians experience a mental illness or a mental health issue. Mr. Speaker, I urge our colleagues to stop for a moment. Look around. Someone beside you, close to you, is suffering in silence. Talking about what we are feeling or what we have experienced can be difficult. But by sharing our stories, we can promote understanding. We can normalize mental health issues. We can break the stigma. This Mental Health Week, I encourage everyone to begin to have those mental health conversations. Talk to your family. Talk to a friend. Talk to a colleague. Ask them, are you okay? Those 3 words may just save someone's life. Together, we can break the stigma and prioritize mental health all year long.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this year, this government made a $420 million commitment to preserve and protect our Great Lakes. We committed to ensuring future generations have clean water to drink and that they can continue to enjoy the beauty and recreational opportunities along the Great Lakes shores. We committed to addressing toxins and invasive species. We committed to creating the Canada Water Agency, which will pool all our efforts, ensuring not a drop of those efforts are wasted. We committed to years of stable, predictable, and long-term funding for municipal governments to invest in water systems and shoreline protection, alleviating financial pressures on property taxes and water bills. With economic, environmental, and social groups from all 5 Great Lakes in Ottawa today, we are excited to work together alongside our U.S. partners to protect this unique resource to ensure the health, economic prosperity, and enjoyment for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On apprend aujourd'hui.
Today we learned
that Beijing worked to punish a family member of a parliamentarian here in this House for a vote. And the intelligence organization of the government was aware of this for 2 years, but the Prime Minister didn't tell the member in question. It was a diplomat who is still on the website of the Chinese consulate in Toronto. Why? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely unacceptable to see anyone being intimidated, especially a member of Parliament in this House. And we are following up on this matter on the report published today. I asked different security experts to monitor the situation. This is something, obviously, that we need to take seriously, and that's what we're doing. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Can't vote in the interests of Canada while their family members are threatened as consequence of those votes. It is unacceptable, as the Prime Minister said, which is why it's so strange that he accepted it. Right. His government produced a briefing note which exposed these threats to the MP's family 2 years ago. And yet the diplomat that worked to punish a Canadian MP's family is still in Canada when the Prime Minister could have expelled him. Why didn't he expel this diplomat?
Yeah! Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It is absolutely unacceptable for any Canadian to be subject to intimidation via foreign power, particularly threats against family and against families of members of Parliament. That's why, as the reports came out this morning, I immediately asked officials to follow up on these reports and to get to the bottom of this. I also asked for outreach both on the political and the official side to the member in question. We are going to continue to make sure this is taken extremely seriously.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that's just false. He didn't immediately take action. He took action after the media found out about it. That's right. His government has known that a Canadian MP had his family threatened because that MP voted for human rights in the House of Commons. He knew about that for 2 years. He did exactly nothing. Furthermore, the same diplomat that orchestrated these threats against the MP's family still works in the Toronto consulate of Beijing, even though the Prime Minister has the power to expel him. Will he expel him today?
Yeah. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As the reports were made public this morning, we followed up immediately with top officials to get all the information on this file, on what happened, on who was informed and who was not informed, to make sure that we are following up in an appropriate way. This is absolutely unacceptable, and it shouldn't have happened.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And yet he did accept it for 2 years. The same briefing note indicated 2 years ago that Beijing saw Canada as uniquely vulnerable to its interference because we have no foreign interference laws to stop them. The same laws that exist in the United States and Australia to force those paid by foreign dictatorships to register are not in existence here in Canada. Now, the CSIS warned him about this in the summer of 2021. On what date will we get a foreign influence registry to protect Canadians against these abuses?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As a government, we've put in place many mechanisms to ensure that Canadians and our institutions are protected from foreign interference, and we are continuing to step up to add more. We brought in NSICOP, it's an oversight committee of parliamentarians. We brought in NSIRA. We created an elections integrity committee composed of top civil servants, and we are right now looking to establish a foreign agent registry, making sure through consultations with potentially impacted communities that it's done the right way. That's what we will continue to do to keep Canadians safe.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More administrative and bureaucratic mumbo-jumbo to conceal his inaction. It is now required that you register if you lobby for the food bank, but it is not required to register if you do paid work on behalf of a foreign dictatorship to influence Canadian politics. But let's move over to police stations. His public safety minister claimed that all Beijing's police stations have been closed. Today, 2 of those police stations reportedly said, no, they're open, they're operating right here in Canada. Why is the Prime Minister allowing a foreign dictatorship to run police stations on our soil?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. You know, the RCMP is taking action against these foreign police stations. This is something we need to see, and I've tasked the Minister to make sure that it gets done.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, according to Pascal Fournier, the former CEO of the Trudeau Foundation, her predecessor, Mr. Rosenberg, is mixed up in the notorious 140,000 Chinese donation. He discussed directly with the donors through a Chinese regime organization and even issued a receipt to an address in China, and then he claimed publicly that this was a donation from a Canadian company. This is the man tasked by the Prime Minister to inquire into foreign interference, but he was involved, mixed up in it up to his neck. In the end, the Liberal inquiry into foreign interference is just smoke and mirrors. Is that right? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as everyone in this House knows full well, I have not had any contacts with the Trudeau Foundation for 10 years, but as a government, we have taken concrete actions over the past years to fight foreign interference, and we're going to continue to do the work to ensure that all Canadians are safe and that their institutions and democracy are sound. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. So the Prime Minister appointed Mr. Rosenberg, a former member of the Trudeau Foundation, who is mixed up in this Chinese interference case. And then to inquire into Chinese interference, the Prime Minister appointed David Johnston, who's also a former member of the Foundation. So anything to do with the Liberal inquiry into Chinese interference goes through these 2 men. And they are from the Trudeau Foundation, which itself is mixed up in this. Mr. Speaker, how can the Prime Minister ask Quebecers to believe this? When will we get a real public independent inquiry? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our former Governor General, David Johnston, is responsible for determining whether and how such a public inquiry should go forward. And that is why we used an independent expert to reassure Canadians that everything possible is being done to fight interference. And we want to reinstate the trust in our institutions and in our democracy. Thank you. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. New and troubling information has come to light through CSIS, which says that China considers Canada a high priority target and employs incentives and punishment to target this House and Chinese Canadians. This threatens the safety of members of Parliament, Chinese Canadians, and their families in China. It's enough, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals finally launch a public, independent inquiry on foreign interference in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for many years now, we have been putting in place mechanisms and programs to counter foreign interference, to ensure that everything possible is being done to fight Chinese interference. We're going to continue to use those tools. We're going to continue to put in place further tools. We know that this is an issue that Canadians take seriously, and so do we.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, that clearly shows that this Prime Minister does not understand how much this is damaging our democracy. Media reports came out today confirming that Canada is a high priority country for foreign interference from the Chinese government. MPs, their families, and even their staff are being targets of incentives and punishments, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve transparency, and this government has refused to call a fully public inquiry. every step of the way. Why does the government fail to bring forward the one thing that will restore trust in our democracy?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the broad range of experts who've looked into this, there are multiple opinions on whether an open public inquiry is actually the best tool to restore confidence in Canadians. That's why we tasked an independent expert and our former Governor General David Johnston to look at all the tools we have to counter foreign interference, to look at the concerns that Canadians have, and to choose the best path forward. If he chooses a public inquiry, we will absolutely move forward with a public inquiry. We will take the right tools necessary to restore Canadians' confidence.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has to answer these questions. He's known now for 2 years that the family of a Member of Parliament was threatened for harassment and other penalties because of how he voted on human rights in the House of Commons. For 2 years, the Prime Minister did nothing to protect the family or to punish the Canadian-based Beijing diplomat who orchestrated the entire attack against that family. Can the Prime Minister confirm if the responsible diplomat from Beijing will be expelled by the end of business day today?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Speaker, I want to assure every member in this chamber that we take
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I assure every member in this chamber that we take the reports that have surfaced recently very seriously. In fact, I reached out directly to the member for Wellington Halton Hills to share my concerns. I told him that I have instructed CISA to provide him with an update, but this government will continue to take concrete actions to combat foreign interference, including the $49 million that we have allocated in Budget 2023 to protect all Canadians from foreign interference. Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue. We should do this work together to protect all parliamentarians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Prime Minister to stand up and do his job. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up for once.
I just want to remind the Honourable Order. I want to remind the Honourable members to speak through the Speaker and not directly to each other. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Will the Prime Minister finally stand up for this country and its people against a foreign dictatorship that has been interfering in our land for far too long? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, over the heckles of the Conservatives on the other side of the aisle, this Prime Minister and our government has been standing up doing the relentless, tireless work of defense.
Okay. Order. This is not a good start to a Monday, and it started off fairly well. I just want to... Okay, wait a minute. When you start heckling the Speaker, there's a problem there. So, are we going to play nice, or do we start getting tough? I'll let the Honourable Minister for Public Safety start again, and I want to remind the Honourable members how we're going to scramble things or maybe eliminate a few questions as well. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government has been doing the concrete, tireless work that is necessary to combat foreign interference, to protect our democratic institutions by creating new powers, adding more resources for all of the security and intelligence agencies that are there to protect our communities, our institutions, and most importantly, Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the Conservative politicians on the other side of the aisle to get behind what is a nonpartisan cause and protect Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, at least I got a direct answer. I asked if he would stand up, and of course he did not stand up, which is very clear. This Prime Minister knew for 2 years that Beijing thought Canada was uniquely vulnerable to its bullying and interference because we do not have anti-foreign interference laws, unlike the Australians and Americans. And yet, for 2 years after his intelligence bodies warned him of that, he did absolutely nothing. Will he stand up and do his job now?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, at a pretty young age, I personally learned what it was like to be targeted by an authoritarian communist regime. As a Ukrainian Canadian, I have always known that authoritarian communist regimes particularly target diaspora communities here in Canada. That is wrong, Mr. Speaker. And you know what makes it easier to target Canada and Canadian democracy? When we are divided, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has to stop hiding behind his ministers. The vacation is over. He has work to do. He wants to talk about taking partisanship out of it. You know what would have been a nonpartisan thing to do? To recognize that a Conservative MP, or that any MP for any party, had his family threatened because of a vote casted on this floor, and to take immediate action against the diplomats that did those threats. That would have been the nonpartisan thing to do. Why didn't he do it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment, and it's uncharacteristic of me to express my outrage at what has happened to the member for Wellington Halton Hills, and it could be any one of us in this House who is targeted for actions that we have taken. It is an outrage, and we should all express that collectively. This Prime Minister will continue to work for Canadians, for Canadian democracy. We will continue to stand together and make sure that any foreign interference will never be tolerated. If a diplomat has broken the Vienna Convention, he or she will be expelled. You have the
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is running out of ministers to hide behind. While he sits there and smirks, we have a country that is under foreign influence by a dictatorship that has actually opened police stations in this country. Now, according to a report just out today, there are 2 police stations run by Beijing operating in Montreal as we speak. Will the Prime Minister stand up now and tell us how he will close down these police stations?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I assure the Conservative leader and all members in this chamber that the RCMP have taken concrete action to disrupt and shut down police stations, and if more open up, they will remain vigilant and do the work. And Mr. Speaker, they will do that underpinned by the investments which are earmarked in Budget 2023, which, again, the Conservatives have said, without even reading the document, that they will oppose. So if they're really interested in protecting Canadians from foreign interference, and that's something we should all be united behind, then they should support Budget 2023.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the Prime Minister is so afraid to stand up. Maybe it's because he's ashamed that he did absolutely nothing for 2 years after knowing that a Canadian MP was threatened by a foreign dictatorship. He didn't even send the offending diplomat home, and now he's been exposed for it. Then he puts up a whole myriad of ministers to hide behind, one of whom claimed before that the Chinese police stations were closed, and we learned now that they are open. Wow. Given that we can't believe his minister, why doesn't the Prime Minister stand up and speak for himself? When will he close these stations?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, of course, as a leader...
Mr. Speaker, as the Leader of the Opposition well knows, because he was here, the Prime Minister stood in his place and answered 5 times those questions. The ministers of this House also answer questions. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, without equivocation, that the attacks that are taking place on democracy, be it by Russia, be it by China, by any authoritarian regime, are something that we must stand in unison against, Mr. Speaker. That the attack on one member of this Democratic House is an attack on every single one of us. We cannot direct, Mr. Speaker, our security and intelligence, but we can sure stand up for democracy.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The revelations in committee of Pascale Fournier, the former CEO of Trudeau Foundation, are troubling. Her predecessor, Morris Rosenberg, from the foundation, was told by Beijing what the conditions were with regard to the donation. It is Beijing who dictated that Mr. Rosenberg should address the receipt to... I'm going to interrupt because I can't hear the speaker.
Is the Honourable Member done? Is the Honourable Member done? The Honourable Member is going to be done if he keeps that up.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières may restart. Mr. Speaker, the revelations in committee of Pascale Fournier, former CEO of the Trudeau Foundation, are troubling. She revealed that under her predecessor, Morris Rosenberg, the foundation was told by a Chinese association what the conditions would be around the $140,000 donation. It was Beijing that had dictated that Mr. Rosenberg should issue the receipt to China and not include the names of the donors. And this was the same person who was appointed by the Liberals to inquire into foreign interference. He concluded there was no foreign interference. Should we believe him? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Prime Minister confirmed on many occasions, there is no relationship between the Prime Minister and the Trudeau Foundation. There has not been such a relationship for over 10 years. The organization is independent, and it is a nonprofit organization. And, Mr. Speaker, it is important not to undermine independent foundations in the House. If the member has questions of the foundation, that's who he should put it to. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, when Ms. Fournier realized that this donation came from Beijing, she demanded 2 things. First, an inquiry, and second, that the members of the foundation should recuse themselves from the investigation. The foundation refused both requests, and no light was shed on the matter. And yet it is from the Trudeau Foundation that the Liberals recruited their experts who were supposed to shed light on the foreign interference from China. The Liberals can no longer claim that the truth will be found by Mr. Johnston. When will they launch a public inquiry? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Johnson is the former Governor-General of Canada. He is someone that is praised across the country for his independence and his expertise, and he is someone who was appointed at the time of Mr. Harper, and all the options are open for Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Johnson must ensure that our process is rigorous, independent, and fair, and that the best approach should be chosen. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, here's a recap. In 2016, the Trudeau Foundation accepted a donation from China. Then the foundation was told by China about the conditions around this donation, and then the CEO of the foundation misled the media, saying that it came from a Canadian company. Years later, the new CEO of the foundation tried to investigate, and she was pilloried. And when Chinese interference started making the headlines, the Liberals chose two former Trudeau Foundation members, Mr. Rosenberg and Mr. Johnston. What a joke. When are we going to get a real public independent inquiry without any members of the Trudeau Foundation? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the member on the other side is seeking conspiracy theories. He is trying to create a connection that simply does not exist. The foundation in question is independent. The Prime Minister has no relation, direct or indirect, with that foundation and has not for 10 years. And that foundation is responsible for scholarships. And if the member wants to wants to use partisan attacks against an independent foundation, in my opinion, that's irresponsible.
Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, do you know what day it is today? It's tax filing deadline. Yes. And yet thousands of CRA workers are still on strike, and for almost 2 weeks, Canadians have been trying to get through on the phone to have their questions answered, and they have been unable to do so. The government knew when the contract was up, and it also knows when tax filing deadline is. So will the government give Canadians a break and extend the tax filing deadline and prove to the Canadians they can work instead of just hiding behind non-answers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I've spoken on earlier occasions in this House on the respect that I have for the honourable colleague. However, he knows very well that the process of collective bargaining is instrumental in democracy. That's why the negotiations continue. We are positive about their progress. On the extension of deadlines, I wonder if the member would to follow the logic of his argument, because if the deadline is ultimately extended, there is always the possibility, of course, that benefits would be delayed for the Canada Child Benefit, for OAS, for GIS. These are the implications of what the member is bringing up.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
How can benefits be delayed if they don't even know about them? The competent Prime Minister spent 50% more on bureaucracy and still ended up with the biggest federal public service strike in history. Today is the tax filing deadline, and Canada Revenue Agency employees are still on the picket line without a deal. Taxpayers and small business owners in Saskatoon are calling the CRA with questions, but their calls are not answered. Canadians are going to miss out on benefits, be penalized, or miss the tax filing deadline altogether. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister do the right thing and extend the tax filing deadline?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The vast majority of Canadians have been filing their taxes online. That's important to note. On a case-by-case basis, it is possible for Canadians to see interest relief and penalties alleviated. Again, I emphasize that is on a case-by-case basis. And I find it a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, that the member forgets the record of the Harper government, who time and time again disrespected, in particular, CRA employees in a variety of ways by cutting their budget and intervening in their mechanisms when it came to the investigation of charities and the like. They politicized the process. We will not do that on this side.
The Honourable Member from Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, today it is the deadline to file our tax returns. But the CRA is still mixed up in a strike because of the Prime Minister's incompetence. Mr. Speaker, there is such an accumulation of a backlog and that's penalizing Canadians and who work hard. Will the Prime Minister step up and say that he will extend the deadline so that Canadians can file their taxes? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Speaking of Liberal competence, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we signed 4 agreements with the unions, and so this is a fair agreement for the employees, and it's reasonable for Canadians as well. Mr. Speaker, we continue to negotiate, we continue to bargain with the CRA, and I am convinced that it's around the table that we're going to get the best agreement for that too. Thank you.
For Churchill, Kawanook-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, as of today, 35,000 CRA workers are still on strike fighting for a fair deal. The government is showing its true colors, seemingly blaming everyone who let this fester for almost 2 years. With the tax deadline having just passed, the government made the asinine decision to not extend it, putting Canadians at risk of penalties. Instead of going with the obvious solution, which is to offer CRA workers a fair deal, the government has decided to hold Canadians hostage due to their own incompetence. When will the Liberals deliver a fair deal to CRA workers?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, good news. We just landed a deal with the 4 public agreements for the core public service, and we are continuing to work with the CRA to make sure that we have a deal negotiated at the table. We have a reasonable deal for Canadians that is fair for public servants, and we will continue to work very hard at the table to get that next deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadian scientists have walked off the job today. They haven't seen a wage increase in 20 years. Here on Parliament Hill and at universities across the country, thousands of graduate students and postdoctoral fellows are rallying for the wages that they deserve. Rising living costs are forcing young Canadian scientists to abandon their studies, leave the country, or live in poverty. They deserve better, and Canada needs them to stay. So will this government finally increase graduate scholarships and postdoctoral fellowships and index them to the cost of living?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for a very important question. I think everyone in this House realizes that talent is our greatest asset, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank our young scientists, researchers, and students across the nation who are making a lot of difference in science and in studies around the country. Mr. Speaker, no one in this House can question our commitment to science. We've invested $16 billion since 2016, and more recently, on Friday, I made an historic announcement of $1.4 billion in the Canada First Research Excellence. Mr. Speaker, we want to go from world-class to world-leading, and we need our young scientists to do that.
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Speaker, as we beginning of Mental Health Week 2023, we remain committed to promoting positive mental health for everyone, including the 2 LGBTQI+ community, Indigenous people, and people of color, groups who have already faced disproportionate challenges to their mental health due to discrimination and social exclusion. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions please update this House on the recent support provided to community-based projects focused on mental health promotion?
Honourable Minister for Mental Health.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Scarborough Agincourt for not only for her question, but all her important work on this file. This morning, we kicked off Mental Health Week by announcing $2.8 million in funding to the Community-Based Research Centre. With this funding, CBRC investigators are delivering focused community-based programs that foster important resources for good mental health, including mental health literacy, social connection, and problem-solving skills to the 2 LGBTQIA+ community. Today's funding will enable more people with lived and living experience, frontline workers, and experts to support the mental health of this community.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Canada's intelligence agency warned this Liberal government that Beijing was the foremost offender for perpetrating foreign influence on Canadians and that they feared no repercussions from these Liberals. In fact, a Beijing-backed donation of $140,000 to the Trudeau Foundation was designed to influence this Prime Minister. And what did he do in response? He appointed 2 former Trudeau Foundation board members to investigate. $140,000 bought a blind eye from this Prime Minister. How can Canadians believe anything that he says about foreign influence or about the Trudeau Foundation?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in Ontario.
Mr. Speaker, we are in an inflection point in history where liberal democracies are under direct attack. We're seeing it in Europe. We're seeing it all over the world. The objective of those dictatorships, Mr. Speaker, is not to elect a political party. It is to destroy democracy, Mr. Speaker. And history will look back to this hour when we were called to stand up against tyranny, and when we were called to stand shoulder to shoulder against foreign interference, and they will ask who did the hard work of standing up against that foreign interference and who played games with it, Mr. Speaker, who stoked fear and division, and who worked to make sure that we protect our democracy.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Who stoked fear and division? The Prime Minister. Who's been standing but taking no action? The Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely concerned that Beijing is not at all concerned about repercussions for foreign interference in our democracy. Between the intimidation of MPs and Chinese Canadians by the communist regime, and now knowing money was directed by Beijing to the Trudeau Foundation to influence the Prime Minister, and then the appointment of a past director of the Trudeau Foundation as special rapporteur to investigate interference, this whole situation stinks. How does the Prime Minister expect us to believe anything he says about the Trudeau Foundation or about preventing foreign interference in our democracy?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the member opposite through you that whether or not it's Russia or it's China, that our collective response to that threat on our democracy, the democracy that the member opposite has tried to defend and protect her whole life, the democracy that I have worked to try to defend and protect my whole life. The question, Mr. Speaker, is how do we work together to counter that? Instead of trying to score partisan political points or find ways to extract partisan advantage or to imply somehow that anybody is advantaged by autocrats who attempt to destroy democracy, we need to stand shoulder to shoulder, side by side against them.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service reports that China thinks that Canada is a high-priority target for influencing legislators, business leaders, and diaspora communities in the country, and that Beijing is the primary perpetrator of foreign interference in Canada, according to CSIS. It couldn't be even clearer than that, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister knows it because he got the briefing. He also knows that by accepting financial contributions from the communist regime, the Trudeau Foundation facilitated the Chinese government's influence operations. Is why the president of the Trudeau Foundation suddenly resigned? The Honourable Public Safety Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government takes foreign interference very seriously. That's why we have already taken action to give new powers and authorities to our intelligence organizations. That's also why we're investing to protect not only our democratic institutions, but also to protect Canadians themselves. I hope that we will be able to do this work together as a team with the Conservative Party, because this issue is nonpartisan. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister can announce that he wants to work with us in the future. But the issue we have now is that the Prime Minister and his government has been aware of the situation for years. They knew that China was a critical threat. CSIS report says so. They've seen the report. So can the Prime Minister tell us whether he knew that the Trudeau Foundation is influenced through donations received from China and that the goal is to influence Canada? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what China wants is for Canada to be divided. What Russia wants is for Canada to be divided. What dictators want is for democracy to be threatened, targeted. But, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that every single member in this House believes in democracy and how important it is. We all need to work together to fight to protect our democracy. We need to reassure Canadians that our democracy is strong. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, there have not been many occasions in recent history to debate cutting Canada's, and necessarily Quebec's, ties to the British monarchy. The repatriation of the Constitution, the death of Elizabeth II, or Charles III's accession to the throne are rare examples. Mr. Speaker, according to Angus Reid, Canadians, not just Quebecers, but the majority of Canadians, feel that it's time to get rid of this outdated, antiquated institution that is at odds with the very essence of democracy. The democracy, Mr. Speaker, under which we are all equal. What is the government waiting for to bid farewell to the monarchy, finally, once and for all? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, Today, we could be discussing fighting climate change or health, dental care, helping seniors, helping families. Well, the Bloc is showing us what its true priority is: the monarchy, reviewing the Constitution, getting everyone here to spend days, weeks, months debating the Constitution and the monarchy. That may be their priority, but it's not Quebecers' priority, nor is it the priority of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is a defender of the status quo. If the public says we don't want a king, the Prime Minister will answer, oh, there are more important issues to address. Why doesn't the Prime Minister just admit that the Liberals are monarchists, and then we can have a real debate with them, as we do with the Conservatives? But no, the Prime Minister tells those who reject the monarchy that it's not a priority, that he has better things to do. Mr. Speaker, if the monarchy is not a priority, then why is the Prime Minister going to the King of Canada's coronation instead of going to his own party's convention? The Honourable Minister. I thank the member for informing this House of our party's Congress. There will be thousands of Liberals converging in Ottawa to talk about our party's future and the country's future. That's what we're working towards, Mr. Speaker. We want to talk about important issues for our future, for our society, for our children's future. We will meet to talk about important changes. But the Bloc Québécois is obsessed with the Canadian Constitution, while our obsession is improving Canada, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in Neuchâtel, in Quebec, there's the Amélie Frédéric Help Group, which is also a food bank. Needs are growing. The same goes for Frigo Partage in Loretteville, the Boîte à Fagalin in Ancienne Lorette. Those who used to donate food are now going to receive food. Mr. Speaker, we're a G7 country, but Canadians are going without food, who don't have enough to eat. So when will the Prime Minister get down out of his private jet and finally understand what Canadians need? The Honourable Minister for Sport. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we agree that we need to do more to help Canadians, especially at times like these. We are still getting out of the pandemic. Inflation rates are still high. That's why the budget we introduced meets Canadians' needs and their priorities. We're going to improve health care. We are going to improve dental care everywhere in Canada. We are building the economy of tomorrow, of the future. It will be a clean economy, and it will help us reach our net zero goals. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 1,500,000 Canadians, 1.5 million Canadians are using food banks. Mr. Speaker, rents have doubled. They have doubled as compared with 8 years ago. Mortgages are more expensive now than they were 8 years ago when the Liberals took office. Mr. Speaker, something is not right in this country. Meanwhile, what's the Prime Minister doing? He's jet-setting to New York. Now he's jet-setting back. Here's what we want, Mr. Speaker. We want the Prime Minister to get down off his golden throne, to join Canadians on the ground and tell them what he's going to do to help them. The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Louis Saint Laurent, who I respect enormously, but it seems to me that he has missed what has gone on. The Prime Minister is, of course, listening to Canadians. Canadians asked the Prime Minister to help them with the cost of living. In our recent budget that the Conservatives will likely vote against, we have a grocery rebate, Mr. Speaker, which will help 11 million Canadians. It will help the people of Loretteville and Louis Saint Laurent. So if the member wants to help those people in his riding, he should convince his party to vote in favour of our budget. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal government, violent crime has risen 32%, while under a Conservative government, violent crime decreased by 23%. In some neighbourhoods in Montreal, hearing gunshots is now normal. This government, with its lax soft-on-crime policy, is doing nothing. Criminals are on our streets instead of being behind bars. When will the Prime Minister finally support Canadians who are now scared to walk around our streets, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Justice Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been working for a long time with provinces in order to strengthen our conditional release and parole system. we will see the results of that soon, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to mention that provinces themselves are strengthening the way they deliver and administer the system. For example, in British Columbia or in Ontario, which has made investments. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, last week we tabled S12, which will strengthen victims' rights in cases of sexual assault. Mr. Speaker, we are working together to solve these problems in order to improve the lives of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, last week's Bill C-11 on broadcasting was passed by Parliament. It received royal assent. It was a very long and difficult process. The Conservative leader and the Conservatives found it more advantageous to stand up for billionaires and web giants rather than standing up for Canadian artists. Now, Mr. Speaker, C-11 has become law. What impact will the legislation have on our culture? The Honourable Minister. I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his excellent work. This is indeed a great accomplishment. Now web giants will have to contribute to Canadian culture. They will have to showcase it. They will have to pay their fair share. We thank everyone in the culture sector who has been fighting for years. I thank my Liberal colleagues, my Bloc Québécois colleagues, and my NDP colleagues. We also thank the senators. This is a great moment for Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Niagara Falls.
Speaker, Canada's tourism industry and Canadians who enjoy traveling are under attack by this Liberal government's out-of-control spending and taxes. A recent report found that 6 in 10 Canadians are scaling back their summer vacation plans, while a quarter say they cannot even afford one. While Canadians struggle with affordability, this Liberal government continues to raise taxes like the carbon tax, which costs Canadians more than they get back. As the PM jet sets across the globe, hardworking Canadians also deserve a chance to enjoy a vacation. Will the Prime Minister end his punishing carbon tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to talk down the Canadian economy. But on this side of the House, we know that Canada is the best country in the world. That's why I'm glad today to share some good news. According to preliminary data published by StatsCan on Friday, Canada's GDP is on track to grow by 2.5%. Wow. Inflation was down to 4.3% in March, and the Bank of Canada predicts it will fall to 3% in the summer. And last month, S&P reiterated our AAA credit rating.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
The Liberal government's carbon tax continues to drive up the price of food, forcing even more Albertans in my community to go to food banks. In fact, usage of the Airdrie Food Bank is up 40% this year, and almost half of those food bank users are children. So what does the Prime Minister have to say to those children standing in food bank lines with their parents? Is having enough to eat really too much to ask? When will the Prime Minister finally show some compassion and axe his carbon tax?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, since the government took office in 2015, we have lifted over 2.7 million Canadians out of poverty, and that includes 450,000 children. We have worked hard to support Canadians during difficult times, whether through the Canada Child Benefit, our childcare plan, increasing the Canada Workers Benefit, the grocery rebate. Conservatives say, Mr. Speaker, that they are concerned about affordability, but they vote every time against every single one of these measures that will help Canadians. Our government will push through to make sure Canadians get the support they need, with or without Conservative support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These non-answers from these Liberals are getting tiresome. When will the Liberals finally understand that Canadians cannot afford a vacation? They cannot afford the luxuries that these Liberals take for granted. Unfortunately, they can't afford the essentials either, like heating their homes and for food. My question is when will this Liberal Party get a clue and cancel the carbon tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, did you know that last week the Conservative member for Northumberland Peterborough South called the grocery rebate, quote, cheap marketing? Mr. Speaker, the grocery rebate is going to deliver support to 11 million low-income Canadians who need it. That support was supported by all parties in this House. So it was a real shame to see the flip-flopping Conservatives attack a policy Canadians need. But we weren't surprised, Mr. Speaker, because they care more about cheap talking points than they care about Canadians.
Bravo. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadian veterans have served and sacrificed in the name of our country and should never be without a safe and affordable home. As a proud supporter of our veterans, I was pleased to see last week our government launch a new veteran homelessness program to help ensure every veteran can have a place to call home. Could the Honourable Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion please elaborate and tell the House how this program will help veterans get the essential housing and services they need?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question and his important work on this important issue. We know that one homeless veteran is one too many. That is why we announced the new Veteran Homelessness Program. This program will provide much-needed rent supplements and wraparound supports that are geared towards the particular needs of Canadian veterans. Those veteran-serving organizations can apply through the Infrastructure Canada website over the next 8 weeks for this important fund. This is a significant step in ensuring that each and every Canadian veteran has a safe and affordable place to call home. We will remain dedicated to those who have served us with courage and dedication.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Earlier in April, the Trudeau Foundation president and 8 board members resigned due to controversy over a Chinese government-linked donation. And it was alleged last week the donation wasn't even flagged as foreign money because the former Trudeau Foundation president, Morris Rosenberg, allegedly misled the public and qualified it as a Canadian-based donation. So with all these questions around the foundation and its role in foreign interference, when will this government finally clean the air and call an independent public inquiry?
Government House Leader.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, on the question of foreign interference, we are absolutely united in making sure that we have to do everything we can to protect this country. That's why the former Governor General, Mr. Johnson, was appointed to take a look at these issues. With respect to the charitable foundation that the member is attacking, I would ask him to direct his questions to that foundation. I myself was the head of one of the largest health charities in Canada and had to answer tough questions when I was with that charity. But that is an independent organization with no relationship to the Prime Minister, and that has been made clear on many occasions, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are paying more for their patented drugs than anyone else in the world, with the exception of the Americans and the Swiss. Although a reform was adopted in July, the guidelines for implementation have been a source of contention. This has resulted in a string of resignations from the Patented Medicine Prices Review Board and has led to further delays. Meanwhile, in the end, the desired changes have still not taken place, which means that Quebecers and Canadians continue to pay a high price, unlike the rest of the world. Can the Liberal government tell us what is being done to solve this problem once and for all? The Honourable Health Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for raising this important matter. He is right that the price of patented drugs are too high in Canada, especially as compared with similar countries. As he mentioned, on July 1st, 2022, we implemented new guidelines to enable us to compare our prices to the prices of other countries we wish to compare ourselves to, like the United States and Switzerland. This is with a view to ensure that patented medicines prices be brought down over the next few years. This is all the time we have for question period today.
To the presence in the gallery of the Honourable P.J. Akiyaguk, Premier of Nunavut. He is accompanied by several cabinet ministers for Nunavut. The Honourable Pamela Gross, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education. The Honourable John Main, Minister of Health. The Honourable David Akiyaguk, Minister of Justice. The Honourable Joanna Koza, Minister of Environment, the Honourable David Joannissi, Minister of Community and Government Services, and the Honourable Margaret Nakasuk, Minister of Family Services. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, your home, my home, our home, let's bring it home. Direct flights to Amritsar. Petitioners in Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon are calling on the Government of Canada to amend the air transport agreement with India to allow for direct flights to Amritsar to serve the 1 million plus Punjabi Canadians who are looking for this flight. It makes economic sense. It makes cultural sense. Let's get it done, Mr. Speaker.
Pétition, présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Terre.
The member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table a petition with regard to the Saint-Maurice firing range. I've been sponsoring this for 3 months. It has collected over 1,400 signatures in just 2 months. Specifically, the signatories are asking the federal government, the Department of Defense, to turn over the firing range to the Government of Quebec or the town of Terrebonne, to accelerate the assessment process to determine the number of unexploded ordnance on the land, and third, ensure that the site is decontaminated at federal expense as soon as possible. We're talking about 640 hectares. It is a huge area close to Montreal. The town of Terrebonne, the town of Bois-des-Filions, the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Les Moulins, and many others support this petition. It's great. It's high time for the Department of Defense to take this seriously, to decontaminate the land that it itself contaminated, and to ensure that the land becomes ready for development.
The honourable member for Selkirk East, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to be able to present today a petition on behalf of Canadians who are very concerned about the unprovoked and illegal war that Russia is waging against Ukraine, and that all those Ukrainian refugees that have came here and seek asylum are been shut out of the Canada Summer Jobs Program. A lot of the youth that are over here are not eligible to apply for the Canada Summer Jobs Program, and the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to open it up for all those Ukrainians who are authorized for emergency travel to come here to work and to be safe, and that their children should be given the same opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners in this case, many concerned petitioners from Saanich Gulf Islands, have filed this petition and asked the government to consider the following facts. Indigenous people have rights entitled to traditional territories and have been stewards of lands that include old-growth forests across Canada. We know the climate crisis demands of us that we do more to protect old-growth forests, and that particularly valley-bottom, high-productivity old-growth ecosystems in British Columbia are endangered. There are many specifics to this petition, but in summarizing this, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to ban the export of raw logs. The federal government does have control around trade issues. To ban the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production, which is unfortunately funded in the recent budget. The petitioners ask this government to take seriously the critical importance of protecting Indigenous sovereignty and old-growth forests, as well as engaging First Nations leadership in climate action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this petition is signed by people in my riding, many of whom have taken significant steps to support newcomers to Canada from Ukraine, people who have come to Canada for the time of the illegal and unprovoked full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainian newcomers are hardworking, they're committed to contributing to Canadian society while they're here, but petitioners are concerned about how young people people who come here under the emergency authorization for travel are not being able to occupy positions that are associated with the Canada Summer Jobs Program. The Summer Jobs Program funds many positions that young people might apply to, and this exclusion prevents Ukrainian young people in large part from accessing summer jobs that are available to all of their peers and almost everybody else here in Canada. This is unjust and unreasonable according to petitioners. Folks that are here in Canada, they should be able to work and contribute alongside everyone else. Therefore, the undersigned call on the Government of Canada to allow Ukrainian youth under the Canada-Ukraine Authorization for Emergency Travel to apply for jobs under the CSJ program. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last number of years, we have seen great growth in our Indo-Canadian community, and along with that growth, has seen considerable demand in terms of additional international flights. As been expressed earlier, Amritsar, New Delhi, Chandigarh, many international airports in India. There's residents in particular in the Winnipeg, the capital region, and other areas that are looking and hoping that we would see more direct flights, whether it's Air Canada, WestJet, or other international flights, Mr. Speaker, or airlines. The idea is that we try to get more international direct flights. Ideally, for me, it would be Winnipeg, Amritsar. But, Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is whatever the members of Parliament, the House, the Minister, the different airport authorities, the different stakeholders can do to enhance air service to India would be seen as a positive thing with respect to the petitioners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As this House knows, Haiti has experienced a dire political, economic, and humanitarian crisis comparable to Syria, Afghanistan, and Ukraine. According to the United Nations, gangs have taken over Haiti, and cases of sexual violence and terrorism have increased, including kidnapping up by over 105%, homicides up by 35%. And we all know that Canada's compassion is well known as a strength of our nation's fabric. It must continue to be shown to all people facing humanitarian challenges. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition here calling upon the Government of Canada to create a Canada-Haiti humanitarian visa program, allowing citizens and permanent residents of Canada to help their Haitian family members to find temporary safe residence in Canada in dignity, and grant them the ability to work and study while in Canada, and provide Haitians who are already in Canada a temporary residency status option to acquire or extend their work and study permit so they can continue to live, work, and study in Canada temporarily. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition here that is signed that recognizes that the risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant, and that currently the injury or the death of a preborn child or a victim of a crime is not considered aggravating. It also recognizes that Canada has no abortion law, and that this creates a void in our legal system that doesn't recognize the preborn child as a victim of violent crime. Justice requires that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn child be sentenced accordingly. The sentence should match the crime. And so the petitioners are asking that the House of Commons legislate that the abuse of a pregnant woman and the infliction of harm on her preborn child be considered an aggravating circumstance for the sentence of for the purpose of sentencing under the Criminal Code.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm tabling in the House 3 similar petitions in which the petitioners firstly note that the risk of violence against women increases when they are pregnant. It's very important to note. Currently, an injury to or the death of a preborn child as a victim of crime is not considered an aggravating factor. And so justice calls out that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn child be sentenced accordingly. Really, the sentence should match the crime. So these petitioners are calling upon the House to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and or the infliction of harm on a preborn child as an aggravating factor in sentencing under the Criminal Code. So there are 3 petitions that all ask for the same thing. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I too am rising today to present a petition signed by Canadians from across the country. They are concerned about the lack of protections for the preborn human. They're pointing out that the risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant. Currently, there is no protection for the preborn in Canada at all. So justice requires that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn child be sentenced accordingly, and the sentence should match the crime. They are calling on the House of Commons to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and or the inflicting of harm on a preborn child as an aggravating circumstance for sentencing in the criminal code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, I rise once again to table a petition which highlights the ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. The petitioners state that Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline that consists of meditation exercises and moral teaching based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. They note that they are the victims of various forms of persecution in China, including forced organ harvesting and trafficking. And they call on this government once again to pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, amend the Canadian legislations to combat forced organ harvesting, and publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre d'éminence du gouvernement, projet de loi éminent du gouvernement commune. Reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-47, loi numéro 1 d'exécution du budget de 2023 et sur l'amendement de M. Deltel.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle, who has 7 minutes and 45 seconds left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, after a question period, I can say that what I was going to say is very timely, because earlier we were talking about EI, and we are very disappointed that it is not in the budget. In Quebec, it is only the Bloc Québécois that can really defend Quebecers. I often wonder what Quebec Liberals are doing, and I hope that they're going to draw the government's attention to what stands to reason, but we don't see that in this budget. As I was saying, EI is an economic stabilization tool, and that's not just something that I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, the Governor of the Bank of Canada said so on April 16, 2020. When the pandemic was first arriving, at a time when I was on the Standing Committee for Finance. Stephen Polo said in answer to one of my questions, a question that was about the fact that we should extend EI to more workers than it currently affects, he answered, absolutely. We've known for some time that automatic stabilizers are not very sensitive to the economy. A study showed that automatic stabilization was equivalent to a change of less than 1% in the interest rate. Recently, we spoke about renewing our target and our agreement with the government on inflation targets. We live in a world where interest rates are already lower than usual. That was in 2020, by the way. Going back to his answer, the fiscal authority does not have many powers for stabilization, and it would perhaps be better then to have more of these automatic mechanisms in the system, or at least something more sensible. So, Madam Speaker, welcome. It is now May 1st, 2023, 3 years after Mr. Polo's visit to the Standing Committee on Finance. I still remember what he said. And what bothers me the most is that the government still hasn't acted. It has not started the reform. It has not listened to experts. I am discouraged, Madam Speaker. Now I will turn to the topic of seniors. The Liberal government loves to say over and over that it is so generous and that it cares about our seniors.
But once again in the budget, we see that there's nothing for our seniors. Hundreds and hundreds of times, my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois have been asking the government to invest significantly to increase old age security starting at 65. This winter, Madam Speaker, my colleague, the member for Shefford, organized a consultation on the needs of seniors. There were representatives from the HoC, from community organizations, and other groups, and everyone said that this government has to eliminate the two-tier system for seniors. And yet, once again, the government is dragging its feet and is not taking action. I, Madam Speaker, would have liked to be able to tell my constituents in Laurentides-Labelle that the government cares about them. I hoped that the government would hear what we've been telling them about our concerns about seniors' income. We also had recommendations, but once again, the government chose to ignore Quebecers' demands. And the Department of Finance, they decided to maintain the discrimination that started in Budget 2022, which created an increase in old age security only for people 75 and older. Madam Speaker, according to the OECD, the Canadian program is one of the worst in regard to protecting seniors' income. We need to put an end to making seniors' living situations precarious. They are the ones who built our society, but this government is only thanking them by marginalizing them. Inflation affects everyone. Mortgage rates are going up. The cost of groceries and gas is going up. Everything is going up. But old age security is not going up for people from 65 to 74. It's unthinkable, Madam Speaker. Now I will turn to the topic of housing. According to a March 8th report published by the Social and Community Housing Committee for the Laurentides area, the Laurentides RCM is among the worst when it comes to housing health. And I will give some numbers here. And I'll just say here that I've worked for a long time in the community sector, and yet I will say that I've never seen this before. The vacancy rate in the area is at nearly 0%, and the increase in rental prices has had one of the greatest increases in Quebec. As I was saying earlier, in a region where nearly 50% of the economy has to do with tourism, there is a lot of pressure placed on people who want to find somewhere to live because the prices are going up because the region is just so attractive to tourism. It's a great place to live. So just in conclusion, I would say that in the same report, it says that nearly 25% of people use more than 30% of their income for housing. And 30% of those are single-parent households. In conclusion, then, no one will be surprised that I'll be voting no. As I've explained, the needs of Laurentides-Labelle are being ignored by the Liberals and the Deputy Prime Minister. We are a strong, dynamic, and proud region. We cannot be treated like doormats. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is unfortunate that the member doesn't recognize in terms of to the degree in which the government has been listening to seniors. Not only have we been listening to seniors, Madam Speaker, we have been supporting seniors. Whether it's right from the huge increase back in 2016 for the GIS, to the one-time payments during the pandemic, to budgetary measures that are seeing an election platform commitment of increasing those 75 and over by 10%, to, in fact, Madam Speaker, the grocery rebate, to the idea of the dental now for seniors. These are all supports that this government is providing to seniors. Contrast that to the previous 10 years of the Harper regime. It's incredibly different, yet the Bloc don't recognize the benefits and continue to vote against initiatives that are supporting seniors. The question is,
Why don't you respect the seniors? You say you do, but your actions say otherwise.
Parliamentary Secretary knows full well he's to address all questions and comments through the chair, and I'm sure he wasn't. When he was making his speech, I don't think he was actually doing that. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, let me say that when nothing is said about the recommendations, nothing about the specific needs that seniors have, well, then what do you say to a 66-year-old worker who wants to go back to work, who wants to contribute, but there is no tax measure to help them? They're told they'll get a little bit of help to pay for their groceries, but at the same time, because you haven't reached 75, you're far too young to get more assistance. You'll get the same amount as everyone else in the critical mass of the population. This age 65 to 74 is being abandoned, and that's just an example.
For Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, one of the really important things for Canada to position ourselves right now in response to the climate crisis, but also to the massive investments that Joe Biden's putting into the Inflation Reduction Act. We see the American president has said that within 9 years, 67% of all vehicles are going to be EV, which is going to lead to a lot of stranded assets for those who are still betting on oil and gas. We do have this TMX pipeline that has cost us over $30 billion. The toll charges on that will go to the taxpayer having to pay 78% of every barrel of unrefined bitumen. I want to ask my honourable colleague, given the fact that the U.S., China, Europe is moving so dramatically far in advance on digital and clean technology, why this government continues to pay for TMX, leaving the threat of serious stranded assets in the oil and gas sector.
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Moi, ce qui me choque le plus, c'est...
What shocks me the most is when I speak to my constituents and they say that we should be doing the energy transition and that we're already doing it, and yet I tell them that actually the government is helping things like Muskrat Falls, and that we in Quebec, with all of our taxes and everything we've done, we have Hydro-Quebec, and yet we're still being hindered in trying to help oil companies to transition. It's very hard to explain that to people. It's shocking because people in Quebec are ready. People are completely ready to make the transition, but the government is not ready. A brief question, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Laurentides-Labelle talked about better protecting seniors. Not only has the Canada Disability Benefit not been included in Budget 2023, but the party in power wrote the legislation in such a way as to remove this benefit when they reach 65. A disability does not disappear when you turn 65, and the Canada Disability Benefit also shouldn't. What does my colleague for Laurentides-Labelle think? The Honourable Member, a brief answer, please. Madam Speaker, I would say, are we really surprised by this? No. 2 tiers of seniors? Well, it's the same thing here. Once again, people are being isolated into groups instead of supporting the entire community. Of course, the Bloc Québécois is very sensitive to this.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to stand up and speak on Bill C-47, the Liberals' budget bill. And certainly I've had an opportunity to speak with my constituents on the concerns that they have for this Liberal legislation. And I would say that the thing that's been raised the most is, going into this budget, they were told by the Liberal finance minister that there would be some fiscal restraint. There would be a renewed, or for maybe the first time in their 8 years in power, a commitment to fiscal common sense. But that certainly didn't happen in this budget, as we see now a $43 billion deficit. Now, if that's the Liberals' definition of fiscal restraint, I'd hate to see what happens when they turn on the taps and say we're going to spend unreservedly. But when it comes to Canadians, They are now asking every single Canadian family to contribute an additional $4,300 to the Liberal government coffers to pay for their spending. Now, I want Canadians across the country to have a different perspective on what the Liberals are asking them to do. I'm asking Canadians to, consider themselves a shareholder in the Corporation of Canada. Every single Canadian is a shareholder in this country. When the Liberals say, we're taking on this debt so Canadians don't have to, it's extremely misleading. The main funder of this Corporation of Canada is the Canadian taxpayer. So if I'm the Liberal Minister of Finance and I'm asking Canadians to fund our $43 billion deficit spending with an additional $4,300 per family, as the shareholder of that company, the first question I'm going to ask is, what is my return on investment? What is my ROI on an additional call out for cash from the Liberal government? If the Liberal government has to explain to Canadians what their ROI is on that additional tax grab, it's a pretty tough sell. Well, Canadians, we have a $30+ billion infrastructure bank. It hasn't built a single project. We have chaos at the airports. Well, you can't get a passport if you want one. You might not be able to get your questions asked on your tax return from the CRA. Well, the carbon tax is going up, and we're going to have skyrocketing inflation and food prices. We've lost the respect of our most trusted trading partners. We can't fund our own military and defend ourselves or respond to crises around the world. So other than that, your investment is well spent with the Liberal government in the Corporation of Canada. How would any common sense Canadian feel that this has been a good return on their investment? I would say there isn't a single Canadian that would say that the current Liberal government has been a good steward of Canadian tax dollars. I would say there's no government in Canadian history that has spent so much to achieve so little. I don't think there's a Canadian government in history that has spent so much on the bureaucracy and the public service to see it come to the state of such dysfunction. And I don't think there's a Canadian government in history that is so committed to taxing Canadians into submission. And Madam Speaker, I don't think there's any better example than the Liberals' carbon tax. In a time of 40-year record high inflation, a struggling economy coming out of COVID and the pandemic, no other government in the world was increasing taxes through a carbon tax. Our number one trading partner in the United States does not have a carbon tax, putting us and our farmers and our ranchers and our food producers, our manufacturers, Canadian industry at a stark competitive disadvantage. What makes it more frustrating for those Canadians who are being asked to contribute more to the Liberals' out-of-control spending, the Liberal carbon tax has been proven to be a sham. The latest reports confirm that they haven't met a single environmental target and emissions target they've set for themselves. And now the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed what we've pretty much known all along, that the carbon tax costs Canadians more than they get back from the Liberal sham of a rebate. In fact, it's going to cost every Canadian family, certainly every Alberta family, about $1,500 a year. Surprise, surprise. Canadians aren't more better off paying a higher tax. I would ask the Liberal government to show me any tax that has made Canadians better off. But we kind of knew this when the Liberals brought in their C8, the carbon tax rebate for farmers. It was supposed to make farmers whole. It was going to be revenue neutral. But now we've seen the numbers, and farmers get about 15% back in the carbon tax rebate from C8. So this is nothing new. The Liberals have been telling Canadians for years that you get more money back than you pay in the carbon tax through rebates, but the Parliamentary Budget Office have made that glaringly clear. That is not the case. It is costing Canadians money, and rather than admit their mistake that the carbon tax is a scam, the Liberals are doubling down. They increased the carbon tax again on April 1st, and on July 1st it will be imposed on Atlantic Canadians. Happy Canada Day. But what this government doesn't understand, and the NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition doesn't understand, is there are very real consequences to these types of decisions. For example, when the carbon taxes tripled by 2030, it will cost an average Canadian farm $150,000 a year in carbon taxes alone. It is going to put the financial viability of Canadian agriculture and agri-food in jeopardy. It makes us uncompetitive. But we already had the most expensive harvest in Canadian history last year, and this is only going to add to those input costs. But for the average Canadian, the consequences are very simple. Higher carbon taxes, higher production costs, higher grocery prices at the grocery store. Every single Canadian is paying the price for the carbon tax coalition, and they are paying for it at the grocery store shelf. When they buy bread, when they buy pasta, fruit, vegetables, meat, milk, eggs, they are paying for it over and over and over again. I had one family, a constituent, tell me their grocery bill, they've got 4 kids, their grocery bill went up $700 a month. $700 a month. I don't know very many Canadian families who can afford that. And again, we're seeing the consequences of that. When 1 out of 5 Canadian families is skipping meals because they can't afford groceries. They can't afford to put food on the table for their families. They're having to make that decision. Do I pay my mortgage? Do I pay my heat and power bill? Or am I going to have to skip a meal? And we had the director of the Daily Food Bank in Toronto come to the Agriculture Committee a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about food security. And his comment was that our numbers in March quadrupled from what we have normally seen in visitors to the food bank. And I quote, "We are in a crisis. The Daily Food Bank and food banks in Toronto are at a breaking point. The numbers we are seeing are startling and horrific." There are very real consequences, Madam Speaker, when we increase costs and we increase taxes on Canadians and food production. And the numbers we are seeing at the food bank are a direct consequence of that. And Canada's Food Price Index is showing that groceries for a family of 4 are going to go up another $1,000 in 2023. But unfortunately, it's only going to get worse if the Liberal government continues with the policies that they are imposing. A recent study that came out last week from Dalhousie University is bracing Canadians for even higher food prices. By 2030, the average food price is going to go up 35%. Bread up 35%, dairy 40%, fruit and vegetables 29%, meat 45%. That is what will happen if the Liberals continue on this ideological policy drive that they are on. Increasing carbon taxes is increasing production costs, increasing regulation and red tape on transportation and supply chain means direct costs to Canadians. The solution to higher food prices and higher food costs is simple. And one of the steps they can take is eliminating the carbon tax. It's not meeting any environmental targets that they're setting themselves, and it is certainly causing more pain than anything else. And when the carbon tax is tripled, it will cost an average Alberta family $2,200 a year. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I ask the NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition to reflect on the hurt and the pain that they're putting on Canadians. You know, in fact, the NDP party used to be the party of Canadian farmers. Exactly. I kind of wonder why they've lost that support over the years. Exactly. Maybe they should take some time and reflect on what that happened. Yeah. Madam Speaker, we cannot support this budget. We're going to stand up as Conservatives for Canadian families and affordability and not ideological policy that's hurting Canadians.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much. Question to the member. Putting a price on pollution is there to ensure at the end of the day that we keep this country clean. My question to the member, based on the fact that at the previous Conservative convention, they actually voted against a resolution and denied that climate change is real. I'd just like to know, does his party actually believe in climate change today?
The honourable member, I'm sorry, I hear somebody else trying to answer, but I didn't recognize that gentleman. The honourable member Foothills.
Well, I think my colleague from Calgary Rocky Ridge had a fantastic answer, but I'll do my best to reiterate his point. Climate change is real. Climate change is impacting, every aspect. I live in a rural riding. I know our farmers and ranchers talk about it on a regular basis. They see what it's doing. But as Conservatives, we want to have real solutions to those problems that Canadians are facing. we're not going to have a carbon tax that is not meeting any emissions targets. All it is doing is adding additional costs and food prices on Canadians. We're going to solve this issue through not through taxes, but innovation and technology.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear my colleague talk about the importance of agriculture. My committee is the International Trade Committee. Why is it that I've seen a lot of filibusters and obstruction over a bill that promotes and defends the way we farm? If agriculture is so important to them, how is it that we've had so many weeks of committee time lost?
Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not too sure what the question has to do with my presentation on the budget. I think the bill he is talking about doesn't impact how we farm. It is a trade issue. But I think the importance of what he's addressing, what we have learned through COVID and some of the issues that the Liberal government are causing is we're losing that trust that we have with our most important trading partners. And I would, as an example, when we have Germany and Japan come to Canada asking for help with LNG so they could cut their cord from Russia, our Prime Minister turns his back and said there's no business case for that. That is an embarrassment for our country and an embarrassment for us on the global stage. Canada must use our agriculture and our energy as the geopolitical tools that they can and should be.
And comments, the other member South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Foothills for his speech. He's a real champion for agriculture, and agriculture is very important in my riding. And I know the farmers and orchardists and vineyard owners in my riding, you know, they saw their gas prices go up 3 cents a litre this year due to the carbon tax. It's a provincial carbon tax in BC. They saw the price of gas go up 80 cents a litre because of the greedflation around the world. And I'm just wondering if he would support the NDP's call for a tax on that excess profits, just like the President of Shell Canada has asked for, the government of the UK has implemented, so that we can raise billions of dollars to help farmers and others that need it across the country.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I have a lot of respect for my colleague, but the fallacy is in his question. Adding taxes, whether it's a windfall tax or a higher tax on the highest earner, does not reduce the costs. If I increase a tax on a company, does that company all of a sudden going to reduce their prices? No. The fastest solution, how about this? Eliminate the carbon tax. Exactly. And that will eliminate those 3 cents that he is saying his producers are worried about. Imagine the NDP is supporting the Liberals in increasing that carbon tax, and in BC they pay the carbon tax on any natural gas and propane imported from Alberta, so they do pay it, and they pay the GST on top of that. There's your solution. You want to make life more affordable for the producers and farmers in your riding? Scrap the carbon tax.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well,
thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad I was able to catch your eye and participate in the debate today and follow my good friend, the member for Foothills. You know, there's a disconnection between everything that this government has said about fiscal restraint and the numbers contained in the budget that this bill promises to implement. Some might call it the pants on fire budget. This budget puts the lie to everything the Liberals have said from the 2015 election to last year's budget. Just last year, the minister said, quote, "We are absolutely determined that our debt to GDP ratio must continue to decline. This is our fiscal anchor, a line that we shall not cross, and that will ensure that our finances remain sustainable for as long as it remains unbreached." Well, they didn't waste any time in breaching that line. This bill implements a budget with an increased debt to GDP ratio. They blew through that sacred line that quickly. This budget is the culmination of what is now approaching a decade of lies contained in 3 election campaigns, numerous past budgets, past fiscal updates, and in countless statements in this House and in communities across Canada. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker,
I give you the solemn commitment that the Liberals made during the 2015 election. Quote, we will run modest short-term deficits of less than $10 billion in each of the next 2 fiscal years to fund historic investments in infrastructure and our middle class. After the next 2 fiscal years, the deficit will decline and our investment plan will return Canada to a balanced budget in 2019, unquote. Madam Speaker, that wasn't a casual throwaway line. That was a critical point that they made carefully to differentiate themselves from both the Conservatives and the NDP. They were going to be the only party, or they were the only party, promising deficit spending, but they knew, Madam Speaker, that there was political consensus at that time that budgets ultimately had to be balanced. They knew that Canadian voters wouldn't vote for unrestrained, reckless, and out-of-control spending without a clear, credible plan for a balanced budget within the mandate that they're seeking. So they made that pitch to Canadians. Even the NDP then knew that there was cross-political, cross-partisan support, consensus even, that budgets had to balance. And that's why the Liberals did it. They had this promise, solemn promise, to run modest deficits for a very short period of time in order to fund unprecedented infrastructure construction that would lead to economic growth that would allow the budget to balance itself. Well, Madam Speaker, every part of that election promise, that critical election-winning promise, turned out to be untrue. They did not run modest $10 billion deficit. They did not build unprecedented new infrastructure. The budget did not balance itself. Every single word in that promise was untrue, Madam Speaker. Since winning the election in 2015, not one member of this government or its party's caucus has ever acknowledged even having made that promise. This was a promise that they made to differentiate themselves, and they broke it. And this government treats its own election promises like things that can be just tossed into an Orwellian memory hole to be forgotten forever as if they were never spoken or never said. I was present, Madam Speaker. The leader of the opposition repeatedly asked Bill Morneau, what year is the budget going to be balanced? And he just acted like they never made the promise, that it was all just something that could be ignored. It was the promise they made to win the election, Madam Speaker. Now this became the thing they would do. They would talk about the ever-declining debt-to-GDP ratios. In the fall 2017 economic statement, they said, quote, the government will maintain this downward deficit and debt ratio track, preserving Canada's low debt advantage for current and future generations. So, nothing about balanced budgets, no apology for the fraudulent way they campaigned in 2015. 2018, quote, anchored by a low and consistently declining debt to GDP. From the fall 18 economic statement, quote, the government continues to deliver on its commitment to strengthen and grow the middle class while at the same time carefully managing deficits. Well, what nonsense, Madam Speaker. Careful management of the deficit would be to not run one during a time of relatively stable and strong international economic expansion. They might have also thought about better managing Canada's debt and not being addicted to issuing short-term debt, which would protect Canadians from higher interest rates that are now upon us. 2019, quote, continuing to reduce the federal debt relative to the size of our economy. So early 2020, Madam Speaker, I'm talking pre-COVID. I'm talking about February 2020, weeks before any world jurisdiction had taken economy slowing COVID measures. Canada was on the brink of recession. Private sector economists had forecast Canada's debt-to-GDP ratio was going to rise for the first time since the 08-09 banking crisis. This was before COVID. So they ditched their lines about declining debt to GDP for a while. The opposition warned them, though, Madam Speaker. We warned this government that during a time of relative global prosperity and growth, it was reckless to run uncontrolled structural deficits resulting from undisciplined spending growth and lowering growth through job-killing tax increases and terrible regulations like C-69. We told them that they were spending the cupboards bare and that they would leave Canada less capable of coping with a global catastrophe, like, say, a pandemic or a war in Europe.
Of course, the opposition didn't predict these things. Nobody could. But the point is that unforeseeable events like pandemics, like natural disasters, like war, like financial crises, like global political crises, they always happen. There's never been a multi-decade period in human history where these events haven't happened. Yet the Liberals spent their entire pre-COVID tenure pretending that times would always be good, and the entire post-COVID period assuming that things will just simply always naturally get better. Well, look where we are today. They've blown through their sacred promise of continual decline in our debt to GDP ratio. The government has presided over a 53% bloat in the cost of the federal public service and record spending on outside private contractors at a time when service delivery has never been worse, and the state of labor relations between workers and management, this means the Liberal cabinet, have never been worse. We're in the midst, still not finished, with the worst public sector strike in Canadian history. So, how do you do that, Madam Speaker? How do you spend more than any government in history and have the worst record on service delivery and the worst strike? It's astonishing, Madam Speaker. And I wonder how much time I might have left. If you could give me the signal. Thank you. Just a couple of minutes. And there's a number of things that I'd want to go. It's tough to do in 10 minutes. But they are now asking us to approve a bill with $70 billion in new spending, an increase of the deficit of $40.1 billion, an increase to $40.1 billion. Debt service charges now at $44 billion, shortly going to $50 billion a year, with an increasing debt to GDP ratio, something they said could never happen, with billions in losses projected at the Bank of Canada, the possibility of which they also dismissed out of hand when the opposition leader and I both raised it at the Finance Committee in 2020. This bill has a host of tax increases on everything from air travelers to beer, wine, and spirits, and of course the carbon tax, which is a tax on everything, and something they also promised would never exceed $50 a megaton, and it's going to triple that amount. So they've done all of this with absolutely no tangible path to fiscal reckoning other than just hoping for the best, having blown through their last promise in a long litany of broken promises going back to 2015. So I'm not buying it, Madam Speaker. I oppose this bill as I've opposed this government since I was elected. I'll vote against the implementing this budget, and I urge my NDP and Bloc colleagues to join me. They ran in opposition to this government. They were elected in opposition to this government, and if they agree with me that this government is deceitful, arrogant, untrustworthy, and incompetent, then I beg them, in fact, I double dog dare them to vote down this Budget Implementation Act, bring down this government, and let Canadians decide who will support this.
And I have a point of order for the honourable member from the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I want to know, Madam Speaker, if you can ask the clerk whether double dog dare represents an attempted intimidation of the opposition.
I would say, the honourable member, it's
I want
it's
ruling.
a point of discussion and not a point of order. The questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to say thank you to the member opposite for his speech. Somewhat disappointing, I would say, to many of us on this side. But
I would triple.
Election promises to get elected. And I recall a time when former Prime Minister Stephen Harper sat in front of the cameras at NTV News and St. John's and promised to remove the funds that come from resource development in our province from the equalisation formula. As soon as he got elected, he said he didn't say it. It's still on film in at NTV News if anybody wants to take a look at it. So how can he kind of square that circle and condemn this government for not meeting its total obligations that it may have said in the campaign? Because the Conservatives wrote the book on it.
Good question.
The honourable member Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I love it when when the members on the government side have got nothing, they turn the clock back as far as they possibly can. I mean, we're talking about this government elected in 2015 on a pack of lies, and I will take, absolutely no lessons from this member on equalization or on any talk of how resources are developed and resource revenue.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this day, May 1st, International Workers' Day, I have a question for my colleague with regard to workers or those who have lost their jobs since the 2021-22 budget. Nearly $17 billion were taken out of taxpayers' pockets or will be taken out of taxpayers' pockets by the government by 2030. So there's no EI reform. Is my colleague upset about what the government is doing because it is ignoring those who are losing their jobs? 70% of people who lose their jobs don't have access to EI. It especially affects women and young people because they mostly have atypical jobs.
Rocky Ridge.
Well, I'm terribly upset by the competence of this government and the backlog and growing backlog of cases at Service Canada. And I again challenge this member, if she is as upset with this government's incompetence, this government's deception, and the terrible job this government is doing, will she vote against this Budget Implementation Act?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague way down the way there for his remarks. He paints what I think is intended to be a very bleak picture of Canada's economic prospects. And yet, if we look at the G7 and how different countries in the G7 have fared coming out of the pandemic, by most conventional metrics, Canada's recovery has been above average. I'm wondering why he chose to paint such a bleak picture when, on some counts, Canada is doing quite well coming out of the greatest healthcare and economic crisis that we've seen in several generations.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Wow, it's now we're at that point where members from the NDP benches are coming out and cheerleading the government. No, it's not enough to just be a part of this coalition agreement where they support them. They're even bailing them out in questions and comments and speeches. I wish this member and his caucus would find their opposition roots and think of whether they were elected to support this government or not. On his question, if you listen to my speech dealt with, and it's only 10 minutes, you can only say so much, but I focused on the deception of this government. And I certainly think that its track record and its numbers are nothing to be proud of. They promised that the debt to GDP would never increase. It's increasing. They can't be trusted on anything they say. They should be opposed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House on behalf of my constituents of Victoria, and in particular today to talk about Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act. But I want to start by sharing a local concern. Organizations in my riding are reeling from this government's cuts to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. This program is vital not only for local organizations, nonprofits, charities, small businesses, but also for young people who get valuable skills and economic opportunities. But this year, the government has cut the program, and it's a cut of, not only from our pandemic times, but actually $60 million from pre-pandemic levels. These cuts are having a huge impact on the ground in Victoria. Local organizations received over $1.5 million in 2022, and this year's funding have gone down to $950,000. Last year, 113 organizations received funding, and this year only 66 will receive funding. That's 50 fewer community organizations benefiting from the program, 50 fewer opportunities for employment for young people across the country, and organizations who have received funding, like Capital Bike, are seeing cuts in the hours and the number of jobs they've been awarded. They are reeling and uncertain what they are going to do when they can't offer students the hours they need in order to accept placements. Madam Speaker, this government talks a good game when it comes to supporting young people and local organizations, but their actions don't match their words. They need to reverse these cuts to community organizations and to young people across the country. Canadians right now are living through an affordability crisis. Inflation is still too high, and it's getting harder and harder for people in my community to afford groceries, to find an affordable place to call home. One good job should be enough to pay the bills, to raise a family. Yes. But while the cost of living goes up, rich CEOs and the ultra-wealthy are getting ahead, and families, seniors, and young people are falling behind. For the past 8 years, this Liberal government has not been working for people in Canada. Under their watch, Canada has become more unaffordable. This year's budget includes concrete, tangible affordability measures that the NDP have fought hard for, measures that the Liberals have consistently voted against, but we were able to push them to deliver now. One example of this, Madam Speaker, is the NDP's dental care program. For the past year, I have had seniors visiting my office asking when they will be eligible for dental care. For far too long, financial barriers have prevented millions of people in our country, especially seniors, but people with disabilities, young people, from accessing the oral health care they need. And thanks to the first phase of the Canadian Dental Care Plan, close to 250,000 children have been able to get to the dentist because of this interim measure. But now, this coming year, seniors, people living with a disability, and children under 18 will be able to access this critical care. It brings us one step closer to Tommy Douglas's dream of truly universal health care, where every Canadian would have access to the health care they need when they need it. Additionally, Madam Speaker, New Democrats have used our power in this Parliament to double the GST rebate. Again, it means over $400 for a family with 2 children. Last fall, the NDP forced the government to double the GST rebate for millions of Canadians, putting hundreds of dollars back into Canadians' pockets at a time of high inflation. And I'm very pleased that earlier this month, this House fast-tracked that new rebate. I also want to highlight the important measures we have fought to make life more affordable for students. And I am proud to represent thousands of students who attend the University of Victoria and Camosun College. And this budget increases Canada student grants by 40%, providing up to $4,200 for full-time students. And it raises the interest-free Canada student loan limit from $210 to $300 per week. This means students will have more financial support during and after their studies. But we must do more for graduate students. Today is May 1st, and graduate students have organized a walkout. They are calling on this government to invest in the next generation of leaders who are doing research, who are the people who are doing science in our country, and they have had the same wage for the past 20 years. Tri-agency awards and grants have not increased, and yet the cost of almost everything has gone through the roof. And unfortunately, for anyone struggling with the housing crisis right now, Madam Speaker, this budget fails when it comes to building more affordable housing faster for Canadians. It fails for people who want to own a home. It fails for renters. Victoria has some of the highest rents in the country. Under this Liberal government, the cost of both renting and owning has increased to unimaginable levels. The cost of owning a home in Victoria has ballooned. It would take a family earning over $150,000 almost 30 years to save to buy a home in my community. And for renters, well, in 2015, when the Liberals took charge, the median cost of a one-bedroom rental was around $850 a month. Today, it's more than doubled. The average one-bedroom rent is a whopping $2,000 a month, $2,500 for a two-bedroom, and $3,200 for a three-bedroom. How is anyone supposed to get by never mind get ahead, when rent is eating so much of their monthly income. Every day, countless people in my community are unhoused, underhoused, afraid they won't be able to afford rent next month. And most of the families I speak to have given up on ever even owning a home or on the dream of such a thing. Earlier this month, I met with housing experts, leaders in Victoria, who told me that the federal government needs to get back to playing an active role in delivering housing. This government needs to stop corporate landlords from treating the housing market like a stock market. Housing is a right. Unfortunately, this bill, when it comes to addressing this crisis, fails. The Liberals are out of touch on this issue, and people are struggling to find an affordable place to live. But I do want to mention the tireless work of my colleagues, the Honourable Member from Nunavut and the Honourable Member from Vancouver East, who have fought to ensure there was $4 billion in this budget for rural, urban, and northern housing. While we know more is needed, without their fierce advocacy, we wouldn't have this important first step for Indigenous by Indigenous housing. Madam Speaker, people in Victoria are also deeply concerned about the devastating impacts of the climate crisis here at home and around the world. Tackling the climate crisis is an economic and moral imperative. My colleagues and I have fought for investments in this bill that represent just the first steps in creating a clean energy economy and in ensuring we are creating good-paying union jobs. This bill includes $83 billion for the clean energy economy, including for clean hydrogen and clean tech, as well as $3 billion to support clean electricity. And I'm proud that the NDP has forced the Liberals to invest in a green future, that we were able to ensure that these investments have strings attached for workers. We are forcing the Liberals to incentivize companies to raise wages, provide better working conditions for their workers, and we're ensuring that labour groups have a seat at the table when it comes to the Canada Growth Fund. However, Madam Speaker, we also know the government has to do much, much more. One of these handouts that they are giving to oil and gas companies is billions of dollars in carbon capture, utilization, and storage. It's a technology that the IPCC has said is one of the most expensive, unproven at scale, and yet the Liberals continue to make it a central part of their climate plan, listening to oil and gas lobbyists instead of listening to the science. I'm disappointed the government continues to show no interest in tackling corporate greed, in taxing the excess profits of big oil and gas. And unfortunately, we continue to see the Liberals hand out billions of dollars each year in tax and non-tax subsidies. Madam Speaker, as parliamentarians, we owe it to future generations not only to believe in climate change, not only to talk about the climate crisis, but we actually have to act like we are in a climate emergency, because that is what we're in, and invest in climate solutions. And so, to conclude, Madam Speaker, we will continue to use our power in this minority parliament to put money back in the pockets of Canadians, to make life more affordable, to fight the climate crisis like we actually want to win. And Madam Speaker, my NDP colleagues and I will continue to work hard every day for families, seniors, young people, and to create a country that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to go back to the early 90s, in which all political parties inside the House ultimately advocated that the national government shouldn't be playing any role in housing. For the first time in generations, we have a government that has committed literally billions of dollars, developed a national housing strategy that's investing in things such as housing co-ops, nonprofit housing, helping municipalities, supporting organizations like Habitat, is going out of its way to ensure that Canadians are able to get that home, to have that first home. But my question to the member is, would she not recognize that the federal government can only do so much
It's important that we demonstrate leadership, in which we have, but we need the other stakeholders, in particular our municipalities and our provinces and other stakeholders, to come and step up to the table so that we can provide the type of housing that Canadians have expectations. We need to all be working together. Would you not agree?
Member for Victoria.
Thank you. I want to thank the member for his question. And I agree that all levels of government need to tackle this crisis. And I'm very proud of the work that the City of Victoria has done, that the Province of Victoria has done on housing. But this Liberal government has had 8 years in power. And my community is seeing skyrocketing rents. And when I sat down with nonprofit housing providers, they told me CMHC is where projects go to die. This is unacceptable. We need a government that takes the housing crisis seriously, that acknowledges that we have people who are living on the street, people who are struggling just to make ends meet, who are afraid of losing the roof over their head, and that so many people have given up on the idea of ever owning a home. This is unacceptable. In a country as wealthy as ours, we need our federal government to do better.
In comments, the Honourable Member Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her intervention today. I think what's so frustrating for people at home and for everyone watching, this is an opportunity to change the government of the country. By voting no to this budget, you can change the trajectory we're on. What we've witnessed in this House even today, the arrogance of this Liberal government, the cost of living crisis, it's unbelievable. And my colleague has said everything is unacceptable, yet her party continues to prop them up. Her party continues to keep them in power. Why?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her question. And absolutely, I am frustrated with the failings of this government. I am proud of the work New Democrats have done to deliver for people when it comes to dental care, when it comes to investments in rural, urban, northern Indigenous housing, in making sure that we're doubling the rebate for GST. But Canadians do not want another election right now. They just went through one. They sent us back here to deliver for Canadians, and that's what we're doing, is we're getting down to the hard work, working across party lines, and pushing this government to do the things they would never do on their own.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for
Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague for Victoria's speech, and now today we can really see that the NDP is a party of hypocrisy. In fact, I would say it's the party of gag orders. Once again, this government is imposing a gag order for the 13th time, and yet the NDP is supporting that, even though it's anti-democratic and preventing parliamentarians from having their democratic right to speech. So, Madam Speaker, we will not take any lessons from this NDP. We won't take any lessons about social justice from the NDP. Madam Speaker, today is the 1st of May, the day that commemorates workers. And if that's really so important, then why didn't they include EI reform?
Brief answer from the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. Since it is May 1st, I want to speak my support for all workers, and just that we will continue fighting for workers in no matter what. And I'm confused a little bit about the member's question, since the NDP has voted in favor of EI reform again and again, has tabled legislation. We cannot make the government do what they are completely unwilling to do, but we were able to push them on some important issues that will actually make a difference for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, before I start, I'd like to thank the constituents of Brampton East for their support. It was a pleasure seeing so many constituents out in downtown Toronto yesterday for the Nagar Kirtan and to celebrate Vaisakhi alongside colleagues and, of course, the Prime Minister of Canada. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to rise in the House today to talk about how Budget 2023 is going to benefit both the residents in my riding of Brampton East, but also all Canadians across the country. Budget 2023 brought forth by Deputy Prime Minister and of course our Finance Minister reassures Canadians that our federal government is delivering on its promises. We are making decisions that are smart, sustainable, and innovative, which in turn will propel our economy towards a greener and more resilient future. We have recovered from the pandemic stronger than before, with record low unemployment rates and one of the fastest recoveries versus other comparable G7 countries. Canadian youth unemployment rate is down by 22%, and 830,000 more Canadians are employed compared to when the pandemic first hit 3 years ago. Our recovery efforts worked because we listened to Canadians and acted in their best interest so that families could put food on the table and keep a roof over their heads. We acted quickly and provided the help Canadians needed when much of the world was in a state of unknowing. While pandemic supports have ended, our commitment to helping Canadians succeed has not. Budget 2023 proves this statement. Our federal government is making record investments into healthcare, childcare, dental care, and a clean, green economy, amongst many others. The health of Canadians is what creates the foundation for a healthy economy. Universal, high-quality, and accessible healthcare is how we keep that foundation strong from coast to coast to coast. The pandemic put an unprecedented strain on an already overworked healthcare system, from healthcare workers feeling burnt out to emergency rooms constantly being overrun to elective surgeries being delayed or canceled. That level of care that Canadians deserve and rely on is not being delivered and can be greatly improved. What is being delivered is an urgent and much-needed investment of $195 billion over the next 10 years from our federal government. This funding will accompany the tailored bilateral agreements with each province and territory to provide targeted supports throughout the healthcare sector, and also includes accountability measures that Canadians expect and deserve from their provinces and territories. Healthcare also extends into dental care, and going to a dentist can be expensive and out of reach for many Canadians and their family. It is concerning to say that 1 in 5 Canadians reported that they avoid going to a dentist because of costs. The new Canadian Dental Care Plan, outlined in Budget 2023, plans to eliminate the difficult decision to taking care of your teeth or being able to pay the bills at the end of the month. Another record investment of $13 billion over the next 5 years, starting in 2023, with $4 billion ongoing to Health Canada, is being put forward in this budget to help uninsured Canadian families receive dental care. Programs like the Canada Dental Benefit have helped more than 240,000 children receive the dental care they need. Madam Speaker, this includes close to 3,000 children in my riding alone in Brampton East, and I have heard firsthand from parents who are over the moon so they can provide important dental care to their children for healthier teeth and bigger smiles. Here in Canada and around the world, the cost of living has gone up, and inflation is a top-of-mind issue. The rising cost of food affects Canadians, small businesses, and families who are trying to put a nutritious meal on the table. That is why, through Budget 2023, our government is introducing the new grocery rebate, which is targeted to help provide relief to Canadians who need it the most. $2.5 billion in relief will help eligible families with 2 children receive up to an extra $467, and single Canadians without children can receive up to $234. This support will assist close to 11 million Canadians with the cost of food. This is yet another way in which our federal government is helping Canadians live their lives in a way that benefits them, so they do not have to choose between food, paying rent, or other expenses. Young Canadians, specifically students, have faced immense pressures trying to navigate their way through the consistent changes, cancellations, and delays caused by the pandemic. Our government stepped in to help. When we invest in the success of students and young Canadians, we all prosper, Madam Speaker. Their research and training achievements strengthen our workforce and economy. When we help more students train in the career of their choosing, this helps fill the gaps in labor shortages that many industries are experiencing across the country. This is a consistent message that I hear from my Brampton East Youth Council. Many aspire going to college or university, but they are also worried about being able to afford tuition, books, meal plans, and other needed expenses. The stakes are high, and for many, they are the first of their families to go to university or college. I would assume many of my honourable colleagues in this House believe that students' education should not be cut short because of financial hardship, and this is where our government is stepping in. Over 750,000 post-secondary students across Canada rely on federal assistance each year, and that money is the difference between starting a career with good-paying jobs versus not knowing what your next steps may be. It is clear that during the pandemic, our government should not be making money off the already strained purse of post-secondary students. That is why we acted, and we eliminated interest on Canada student loans and Canada Apprentice loans by increasing Canada student grants by 40%, raising the interest-free Canada student loan limit, and waiving the requirement for mature students to undergo a credit check for a loan. Our government has created access to an additional $14,400 in Canadian financial student assistance. Students can now spend less time worrying about how they're going to pay for tuition, rent, food, and other expenses, and spend more time focusing on their studies. Budget 2023 is investing over $800 million to enhance student financial assistance for the school year starting in August 2023. But our commitment to helping students does not stop there, Madam Speaker. For Budget 2024, we have pledged to work with students directly and create a long-term approach to develop financial assistance plan that is tailored to their needs for the years to come. As I mentioned previously, Canada's economic recovery from the pandemic has been steady and climbing, with record low unemployment rates and more than 800,000 more Canadians employed than when the pandemic first hit. We are building back stronger than ever. Historic investments in early learning and childcare are helping more women enter or re-enter back into the workforce. Budget 2023 is also helping students gain the necessary training to be able to transition straight into the workforce once their work placement training is complete. Our government is making it easier for students to work in their desired fields, and we are also encouraging partnerships and increased learning opportunities between post-secondary institutions and businesses across Canada. It is crucial that we help bridge the gap between schooling and employment so that young Canadians entering the workforce can earn a good wage in addition to businesses gaining valuable skilled workers. Canada is proud to be home to one of the smartest and most skilled labor forces in the world, and my riding of Brampton East is proof to that. Brampton East is home to the MDA plant, which is currently designing the Canada Arm 3, a robotic arm that will maintain, repair, and inspect the Gateway, which is a lunar outpost that will enable sustainable human exploration on the moon. Due to the contributions of Canada Arm 3 space technology, a Canadian Space Agency astronaut will be part of the first crewed mission to the moon since 1972 with Artemis 2. This was something that President Joe Biden had touched upon when he addressed this very House during his official visit. Canada and the United States share an incredibly strong partnership, which is something that will be of value to the Artemis 2 mission. It is a friendship unlike any other in the world. Through our cooperation, we can improve economic prosperity and productivity, benefit from secure sharing of resources that will help citizens of both our countries. While we are reaching for the stars in terms of innovation and technology, or more precisely, the moon, we are also moving towards a greener future with clean, green economic growth. Canada is on the right path forward towards electrification and green energy. A significant portion of our electricity already comes from non-emitting sources such as hydroelectricity, wind, solar, and nuclear. But more can be done, Madam Speaker. We know that Canada's electricity demand will double by 2050, and our government, through Budget 2023, has proposed to make significant investments to accelerate the expansion of Canada's electricity grid, which will supply and transmit clean electricity across Canada. We are seeing this progress happen in our local communities. In Brampton, we are taking the necessary steps to become a green city by transitioning our transit fleet with fully electric buses made possible through our federal infrastructure bank. With those buses comes a new maintenance facility of over 600,000 square feet of indoor bus storage and maintenance units that will help ensure our electric transit fleet is running smoothly. In Brampton East, this new maintenance facility is set to bring in over 1,000 good-paying jobs in my riding. I'm proud to say that we are on track to establishing Brampton as the newly electrified economic hub. In 2 years, Brampton will also be home to the newly revitalized Stellantis plant, Chrysler, made possible by federal investment made by our government. This plant will be a flexible, multi-energy vehicle facility properly equipped to produce new electric vehicles and batteries. This plant will help fuel the green economic growth that Budget 2023 is moving forward. It will change how we manufacture electric vehicles and bring good-paying jobs to our city. This was all possible by the hard work of many of my federal colleagues from Brampton that are here in this House. It will help to fight climate change while growing our economy. Madam Speaker, as I end today, I want to talk about parents that I met recently, Matthew and Jennifer, who live in my riding where they are raising their son Sebastian. They want to be close to family and close to the hospitals where they work as full-time nurses. And they can rest assured knowing that we'll be there to continue to support their young child with our new child care program. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened with interest as the honourable member, like all of the Liberal members of Parliament, talked about more and more and more spending, adding to record levels of spending and record levels of debt undertaken by this government already. But one of the things that he didn't touch on is it's Mental Health Week. And reading from the Canadian Mental Health Association's website, it says here, headline, Budget 2023, out of touch with mental health crisis. The Canadian Mental Health Association is profoundly concerned that Budget 2023 did not include the promised Canada mental health transfer. So, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the honourable member will be going to any of the Mental Health Week events this week, and when he does, how he will explain to mental health experts and advocates from across the country that his government has once again failed to deliver on its $4.5 billion promise that it made to get elected, that he made to get elected in the 2021 election campaign.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for that very important question on mental health. I know it's very important to those of my constituents. I sat down with my youth council recently and we spoke about the importance of mental health, the Kids Health phone line that we've invested in continuously, $198 billion in healthcare in this budget. I sat down with colleges and university associations to speak about why mental health is important, especially considering the circumstances coming out of the pandemic and the many pressures on so many of our youth. And so I think that's a conversation that we need to continue to have, as we know there's a lot more work to be done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was fascinated to hear the member in his speech mention seemingly sincerely, that a one-time check could help people with groceries in a context where there's inflation, and that this measure would really help people like seniors who are in a precarious financial situation. That it would really help them both to deal with the increase in rent prices and the increase in grocery prices. And to say that that would really help them get out of this difficult situation. A one-time grocery check to help seniors, to help them deal with all of these inflationary expenses. I think very sincerely that there's a bit of rose-colored thinking here.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that very important question. I'd like to answer in English. I'm still working on my French. But Madam Speaker, since we mentioned seniors, I think it's important to know that our government, we raised the OAS for those that are 75 and over. This is the largest increase since 1973 that needs to be recognized. We've also increased the GIS. We've lowered the retirement age from 67 to 65 for seniors. I think it's very important that we continue to stand with seniors, and that's what this government is doing from the very beginning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
The Conservative leader came to Timmins. He's come a number of times. He's never been willing to meet with Indigenous leaders, but during his meeting, he was making jokes about electric vehicle cars. Now, I find this hilarious that a guy who's never actually had a job would come to a mining town where critical minerals are really important and make fun of electric vehicles. But I want to ask my honourable colleague, I see the Conservatives undermining and attacking the investments that Volkswagen's making in EV batteries. We see what Biden is doing. We see that the United States is moving to 67% for EV cars within 9 years. Why is it that the Conservatives want to sit at the side of the road with their dead-end 1970s beaters?
That's where they belong. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, through you, very important question on electric vehicles, on our economy, on Volkswagen, and what our government is doing to be there. We just announced, our Prime Minister just announced with our Minister of Innovation, one of the largest investments in our country's history. It's going to be the largest industrial plant in our history. It's going to bring over 30,000 good-paying jobs across Canada, 3,000 jobs in St. Thomas. That's only an hour and a half away from Brampton. So we do know that when that plant comes up, there will be indirect jobs that will be coming up in Brampton. I know many of my constituents are looking forward to that. In addition to that, we have the Stellantis plant in Brampton East that will be soon producing electric vehicles, which I know many of my constituents are excited about. And so I think it's imperative that all of us in this House play a collective role in reducing emissions and fighting climate change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the great people of Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame, who saw fit to send me to this, the House of the Common People, and also my capacity as Shadow Minister for the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard. As such, my speech will focus on aspects of this budget that pertain to my fisheries critic role and aspects which affect the lives of those living in my riding and, in fact, all of the people in Newfoundland and Labrador. This budget is a special piece of work, let me tell you, Madam Speaker. And in 6 out of the 7 ridings in my province, the people have no one to speak out against what this Liberal government is doing to their standard of living. The Finance Minister is getting a free ride from my fellow MPs back home, but not from me. And speaking of home, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance took full advantage of being able to work from home, even though she didn't want to afford the same luxury to those government workers who provide services to us, while our government continues to fail us. Sure, my goodness, the Minister was working from home so much that when she came back and stood to deliver the budget, I couldn't remember what she looked like. I looked across the way and I said to my colleague from Cumberland, Colchester, "Blessed Saviour, Doc, who's that over there next to the Prime Minister? She looks unfamiliar, but I just can't quite place her." Was she at home working on this budget, or was she using up some of the Prime Minister's frequent flyer hotel points, jet-setting around the world, trying to save the planet from the common people? Whatever the case may be, Madam Speaker, she could have put a little more elbow grease into this one, well, at least from the perspective of those that rely on the ocean to make a living. In an industry that I'm sure she's heard of by now, we call it the fishing industry. I did some analysis of the budget document, looking for mention of several topics, and I'll reveal how many times these topics were mentioned. The first one I thought of, as you know, Madam Speaker, very near and dear to my heart, is pinnipeds. Guess how many times it was mentioned? 0. Next, it was pinniped predation. How many times was that scourge of our 3 oceans mentioned in this budget? 0. As I kept on gandering through it, I thought I might find the word salmon, or be extra lucky and find reference to the rollout of the much-awaited and highly esteemed Wild Atlantic Salmon Conservation Strategy. How many times do you think it was mentioned, Madam Speaker? 0. Now, the folks of our Pacific coast didn't fare much better. I searched and searched for reference to Pacific salmon. Of special interest to me was the Pacific Salmon Strategy Initiative. This long-awaited and much-needed program to help restore West Coast salmon got mentioned 0 times. Madam Speaker, you may think, well, some of these things aren't high enough in priority to get mentioned in this honourable document, which the Minister of Finance burned the midnight oil to produce, but hang on a minute here. And let's see if some other things that fall under Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard were mentioned. The Atlantic Fisheries Fund, a program that supports fisheries innovation, surely should get mentioned. You'd think so, but the list of 0 continues. There's more. Marine protected areas, small craft harbours, Canadian Coast Guard, National Shipbuilding Strategy, all mentioned 0 times. Now, we've heard a lot of talk about the promise and a great expansion coming to a blue economy. Is it a pipe dream? Will this Liberal government do a bang-up job, as it did with the green economy? And I heard my honourable colleague across the way mentioning the green economy and how well we're doing with it. Well, last night I was sitting in the airport awaiting my connection to almighty Ottawa. I was feeling curious about all things green. So I Googled lithium production in Canada. I found that Canada has large, hard rock spodumene deposits and brine-based lithium resources. But Canada's lithium production? 0. This Liberal government, with its lofty targets to have all light vehicles sold in Canada by 2035 to be powered by electricity, and the fact we don't mine any lithium at the moment, and mines that take 10 years to build in this country, is making a mockery of the green economy. We have almost as much lithium as we have red tape. So, Madam Speaker, that little bit right there was to tamper people's expectations and their hunger for electric vehicles. You know, the only thing worse than a banana republic is no bananas in a green banana republic with no lithium to store its coal-generated electricity in. So we don't have to look far to see what a pipe dream with green economy has been. Now, for those who are wondering about the blue economy, here in Canada, and especially in Atlantic Canada, this budget is nothing but a disappointment. If you go through the budget document, guess how many times the blue economy is mentioned? Hold on to your chair, Madam Speaker. You're in for a shocker. The blue economy is mentioned 0 times. The Fisheries Council of Canada and the Canadian Aquaculture Industry Alliance has identified the opportunity to double the value of our seafood production by 2040. 30 years ago, Canada was the #1 seafood producer in the world. We now sit at number 8. To double our current production from 8.5 billion to 17 billion by 2040 is no small feat, and it's a growth opportunity available to few other industries in Canada, but it needs attention now. 2040 is not far away, and every budget, like this one, that neglects this growth opportunity, that reduces our chance in supplying the 7 to 9% yearly increase in demand for seafood in this world is a failure. Can you imagine? Increased spending in this budget of $59.5 billion over the next 5 years, with expectations to grow revenues without even mentioning an industry that can double its contribution to the Canadian economy. This budget lacks in addressing economic growth opportunities in our coastal region through the blue economy, but it doesn't lose pace in what this Liberal government is really good at. Madam Speaker, you know what I'm talking about. That's increased spending with decreased results. Last year, the promise was made to balance the budget in the next 5 years. Now the projection is to have a $14 billion deficit by 2028. And this government has doubled our nation's debt since 2015. The cost to Canadians since then, get this, has been $3,000 each. Now, residents of my province, of Newfoundland and Labrador, they're going to pay almost $1,000 a year over the next several years to cover the interest alone on this federal debt. And due to the inflationary spending, the average family of 4 in our province is going to pay an extra $1,065 this year alone for food. Now, the grocery credit that's being offered in this budget is simply a joke compared to what the people of Newfoundland and Labrador pay for groceries, and they know it. They also know that the federal carbon tax is going to cost them way more than they'll get in the form of rebates. Madam Speaker, do I have much more time left? Because I've got like 15 pages here. Thanks, Madam Speaker. No, hang on. Okay, all right, okay, here we go. So Liberals have constantly refuted the fact that carbon tax is going to cost Canadians more than they're going to receive in rebates. But their own Environment Minister finally let the cat out of the bag, and he agreed with the PPO. Households in my province will each pay an extra $1,650 per year in carbon tax by the time it's said and done. The Finance Minister could have taken real measures like scrapping the carbon tax and reining in spending to save our people money, but she didn't. Madam Speaker, the people of Newfoundland and Labrador are hurting. This budget will cause them to hurt more. Therefore, I can't support this NDP Liberal coalition's budget. It's not worth the paper it's written on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, order, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Democratic Institution. L'Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, Housing.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, Carbon Pricing. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech, and I know he cares about Newfoundlanders and Labradorians almost as much as I do. But he mentioned a couple of things in his speech, but before I get to the real question, I want to say sorry to hear that he had a fire in his library recently, and he lost a number of books, one of which he hadn't finished colouring. But he mentioned the shipbuilding strategy, It was this government who established the shipbuilding strategy to make sure ships were built at home in Canada. Can the member recall from the Conservative government when they cancelled the shipbuilding strategy altogether? They let our men and women in the Coast Guard work in rusty buckets. It's this government that straightened that out and continue to do so today.
The honourable member Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I admire my colleague. Yeah, he's an awesome colleague, and I work with him on the Fisheries Committee. And one thing we've heard time and time and time again at the Fisheries Committee is about the failure of the shipbuilding strategy, because we haven't had a trawl survey of cod or capelin or many other species because the program failed. We haven't had a survey of the northern cod since 2019, and that says lots about the shipbuilding strategy.
De commentaire, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for a speech. May 1st, International Workers' Day. And of those who are losing their jobs, those are the people I'm thinking of today, because the budget has no major reform of EI before 2030. It had been put off for summer 2022 and then fall 2022, and now it's been pushed off to 2030. The government is going to force everyone to increase their contributions to the program. And that will basically generate a false surplus by 2030. What does my colleague think of that today on May 1st?
Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what to think of that. That's unbelievable. Disgusting. And I'm glad that, once in a while we can agree with the bloc a little bit. And I thank them for one particular time when they did agree with us and they voted for my bill C-251. I really, really appreciate that. Another point, Madam Speaker, they always disagree with me on Bay du Nord, but respectfully, we all try to get along, and I thank my honourable colleague for a question. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre, the honourable member for Victoria. Sorry, I didn't spot her there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to ask the member about dental care in particular. People in my riding, seniors, young families with kids, people with disabilities have been struggling. We know that the most frequent surgery in pediatric hospitals on children is oral surgeries. And so I'm curious how the member can justify voting against providing this essential service, this essential health care to Canadians who are in pain and struggling right now.
Good question. The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, that National Dental Program is nothing but washed out election bait. Less than 10% of Canadians are going to be able to take advantage of that program. And if you got an air toot in your head and you got nothing to eat, you're going to starve to death anyways. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last year alone, the top 5 oil and gas companies in the country made record-breaking profits of over $38 billion a year, in part because they gouged Canadians at the pump, increasing their profits by 18 cents a litre. The carbon tax went up by 2 cents a litre. If the member for Coastal Bay Centre Notre Dame claims to be so enraged by the carbon tax, why does he never talk about these excess profits or doing anything about them?
Answer from the honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I'll be brief. Experts say that if it wasn't for our oil production and our gas production in Canada, our dollar would be about 35 cents. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, how much would a head of lettuce cost if your dollar was 35 cents? It's bad enough now when it's 75 cents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And before I go to the next speaker, I do have to put a little personal note out there and wish my husband a happy 41st wedding anniversary today. Yes. If I can't be there, I have to at least do that. Resuming debate. No, he's not here. He's not here.
So is it your 41st as well?
As many of you know, often we are not able to be with our loved ones for special anniversary or birthdays, and today is one of those days for me. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As someone who gets married in the summer, I hope you'll pass on those tips on how to have a happy, long marriage beyond just yes, dear. Madam Speaker, Budget 2023 has some positive aspects, but they're achieved by abandoning the now politically inconvenient fiscal anchor that was the Liberals' long boasted about measure of fiscal responsibility. They're also jettisoning the people who helped them first come to power in 2015. Young people and the middle class, their electorally convenient but quickly forgotten voter base. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the budget threw Toronto under the bus. The same people who they relied on to cling to power but now continue to ignore now that they're back in government. Madam Speaker, Budget 2023 does not do enough to offset the challenges facing Canadians, especially the failure to combat the most pressing housing and cost of living crises in Canadian history. We are in a crisis, Madam Speaker. In a recent report on housing affordability from the National Bank of Canada, it now takes 311 months, or just about 26 years, for a Toronto household on a median income to save enough for a down payment for a home. Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate that point. The unit of measure that Torontonians are using to project when, if ever, that they can own a home is a century, fractions of a century. That's wrong. What the government is doing is clearly not working, and they should be consulting experts. Yet they ignored the National Housing Council, the advisory body that they themselves set up in 2019, who called for $6.3 billion over 2 years, beginning in 2022-23. This call, I guess, was no longer politically useful, so it went by the wayside. But as did the hopes and dreams of Canadians wanting to get their first home, and those who have no home at all. The failures of Budget 2023 also point to an urgent need to rethink the National Housing Strategy. The government has sunk $82 billion into the strategy, but still has little to show for it. Adequate and affordable housing has become a dream. The state of housing in Canada is in crisis. So, Madam Speaker, with housing the way it is, it's no surprise that homelessness is getting worse in Canada. And yet the homeless crisis in our country was mentioned all of 3 times. Not of any substance or real policy, but hey, 3 buzzwords. And sadly, Madam Speaker, if we examine the National Housing Strategy from the perspective of homelessness, even an Auditor General has found that the strategy, and I quote, is not resulting in measurable decreases in chronic homelessness, end quote. The strategy is failing to meet its goal of cutting in half core housing needs and eliminating homelessness by 2030. Yet despite having this independently researched and confirmed analysis of the government's failure to address homelessness by the Auditor General, Budget 2023 does not include measures to improve homelessness and a national housing strategy. Homelessness in Canada is in crisis. Madam Speaker, Canadians are facing some tough challenges, and it's not getting any better. In fact, they've gotten worse. Canadians have been hit with inflation, especially in food, increasing interest rates and an economy sputtering along towards potentially a mild recession. I heard from Amy from my riding, who lives with celiac disease, who shared how this time of rising inflation and food costs is especially hard for her and everyone in Canada living with this lifelong condition. We have new records, all of the wrong records, being set on seemingly a monthly basis by food banks. You know, in March, Madam Speaker, 270,000 people. That's the equivalent of more than 4 Skydomes, Rogers Centers, or over 13 full Scotiabank arenas, visiting a food bank just to ensure that they don't go hungry. Worse still, the Daily Bread Food Bank has warned that One of the fastest growing food bank user groups are people with full-time jobs. Madam Speaker, I want to zero on in Toronto, where all of these three crises of housing, homelessness, and inflation have come together to present Torontonians with some of the most challenging barriers right now to their prosperity and the future of our city. On March 29, 2023, the Deputy Mayor of Canada's largest city and the engine of our Canadian economy bluntly stated that the federal government shut the city out of the federal budget. Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey further stated that the government ignored a direct financial commitment it had made to Toronto during the last federal election to assist the city with ongoing COVID costs largely associated with transit and shelter. Madam Speaker, at a time when the government wants to tout this budget as one focused on growth, it's unwilling to acknowledge that Toronto is in a state of recovery. The city is facing a budget shortfall in 2023 of $933 million. There is a lot at stake, Madam Speaker. To touch on a few major things, the city's ability to provide social services and to operate the largest transit system in Canada comes to mind. The transit system is facing line cuts and decreased TTC ridership. Combating homelessness and provision of social and mental health services are stretched to the brink. Our city is also facing policing reductions, even with increases in violent crime. Moreover, Madam Speaker, Toronto did receive federal assistance for a refugee shelter in 2022, but heard nothing for this year. What does the federal government think happened to the refugees? Did they just go home? No other municipality in Canada operates its transit and social services at the same levels as Toronto and with 3 million residents. Madam Speaker, let's discuss in our election promise. After almost a year and a half after getting re-elected, the government will finally remove the interest on Canada student loans and apprenticeship loans. There is no better investment that a country can make than in our youth. And I'm grateful that the Liberals will finally and actually honor an election promise. Sure, it took me holding them accountable for my question to the minister responsible on February 17, 2022, to calling it out on September 23, 2022, when they quietly tried to sneak into the Canada Gazette the expiration of the loan interest waiver for students. I was more than happy to do the heavy lifting for this government with my private member's bill, C-301, which mapped out exactly what needed to be done. And I'm sure it was just a coincidence that after the National Post featured my bill on November 2nd and how the Liberals would have to potentially be forced to vote against their own election promise, that the very next day, on November 3rd, the Liberals finally declared to the nation in the fall economic statement that they would do what they had promised. Now, if only the government could also move on creating a national pharmacare program. It would also help if it removed the tax it applied to all of the other taxes on gasoline. Surely the government would agree with me that taxing taxes is wrong. Madam Speaker, I also want to highlight that where the government proudly boasts about childcare, which I support, it does not contain a workforce strategy or advance higher wages for childcare and personal support workers, as promised by the Liberal Party in the 2021 election. Affordable childcare is great, Madam Speaker, but only if you have the spots and the childcare workers to actually, care for the child. Madam Speaker, Budget 2023 could be viewed as a stopgap document, one that gives the government time to prepare for its next election platform. However, Torontonians and Canadians should not have their needs held in abeyance to the Liberal Party's re-election hopes down the road. Canadians want action now, not later. Many Canadians are facing tough times and are having to make tough choices. With higher interest rates and the ensuing rising costs associated with inflation, Canadians are seeing higher food prices, higher housing costs, increased energy costs, and higher rent and mortgage payments. Canadians are feeling the pinch, not just the low-income Canadians. Some of the government's much discussed middle class are now visiting food banks. If they were looking for the government to help them, Budget 2023 does not look like it's the answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's many aspects of what the member has indicated I would suggest to you is somewhat misleading in the sense that if you take a look in terms of all the accomplishments that the government has been able to be successful in by working with the City of Toronto and the whole 905, 416 area, I think that you would find, Madam Speaker, that it is overwhelmingly successful on the issue of infrastructure. Compare that to the Conservative years. We've accomplished so much more in a far shorter period of time on a wide spectrum of things. And I'm wondering if the member could indicate, does he believe that the Conservative Party would be doing a better job?
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I feel like I need to remind my colleague that the Conservative government has been in power for 8 years. Moreover, Again, I almost want to reiterate, because I had this discussion with my colleague during a late show, where there's a difference between capital expenditures and operating expenditures. He loves to talk about the infrastructure that the federal government has helped Toronto to invest in. It's like the bus that they've thrown our city under. Now, operating expenditures is having the gas and the money with which for them to be able to ride over us and in reverse and run over us again. There's a vital difference. What we're missing is money for operating expenses. So my question back to the government really is, which TTC bus routes would they like canceled? Which homeless shelters should we close? Which ambulances, police cars, and fire trucks should we have mothballed?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way for his intervention. It was enjoyable to hear him speak, and I guess with his experience, knowing what he does know, and right off the top, he talked about the Liberals lost their way in that fiscal anchor, and we have a debt so high right now that people are using the food bank, as he mentioned. But the point I want to hone in on is childcare. As the critic for childcare, he brought up a very interesting point that we are trying to do in committee right now, which is access. And according to this budget, it does not address the fact that thousands of families cannot access affordable childcare. In fact, it is hurting women everywhere. They cannot go back to work because they cannot find childcare. What are his thoughts on the budget and how they are allocating money to childcare? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my Conservative colleague for her question and her intervention. 40% of my constituents actually work in the financial district, so matters in terms of this nation's fiscal responsibility, or perhaps this government's lack thereof, is something that actually matters to people in Spadina Fort York. I actually get the question from expecting mothers and new mothers quite frequently around daycare spots and when they can expect it to really permeate through our community. It's something where, unfortunately, I think reflects on this government's ability to really have the great headlines, but the lack of follow-through. And I think that's something that many Canadians, myself included, are very concerned about.
For a brief question, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, today is International Workers' Day. My colleague spoke to issues affecting women. We're talking about daycare, but there's another issue which affects them, the EI system. So again, May Day is today, and does my colleague not recognize that more money should have been invested to completely overhaul the EI system, because right now it penalizes women?
Anna Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my Bloc colleague for her question. I think one of the challenges that I see with this government is a willingness to spend money but not get good value for money. And so whether it is EI, like my colleague brought up, or heck, any number of other investments that they love to tout, there's the lack of a plan and there's lack of a follow-through, and I can't help but ask, why?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to my honourable and esteemed colleagues. And through you, Madam Speaker, I wish all my colleagues a productive and healthy week, and I hope their families are all doing individually well. It is with great pleasure that I rise today and speak on Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act, which contains many measures that will continue to strengthen and grow the middle class, and yes, help those working hard to join it. It is a bill that contains many measures that were brought forward in Budget 2023, and it is great to be able to speak to them. Madame la Présidente, is this bill C-47 is about putting Canadians and their families first, building an economy that works for all Canadians, all the while that we ensure a sustainable and strong fiscal path that allows us to meet the challenges of today and, as important, the unknowns of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, one thing is clear, and it is abundantly clear, that Canada and Canadians are ready to meet the challenges of the world we live in today, head on and with our head up. Our talented and entrepreneurial citizenry, abundance of natural resources, trade agreements including CUSMA, CETA, CPTPP, and our strong fiscal positions us in a favorable moment relative to our global peers and a seminal moment in the world's economic and political history. Madame la Présidente, C-47 contains a number of measures that I know will assist the most vulnerable Canadians and provide assistance they need with the elevated everyday expenses we all face. Madame la Présidente, in a challenging time period that we are in, we will always have the backs of Canadians in a period when the cost of living is high. In Bill C-47, we'll see the grocery rebate, which is contained in the bill, and will begin arriving shortly to literally millions of Canadians, who are those impacted most by the elevated cost of everyday essentials. 11 million Canadians and their families, who need it most again, will receive up to $467 for eligible couples with 2 children, for example, up to an extra $234 for single Canadians without children, and an extra $225 for seniors on average who will receive these payments. These funds can be used to pay for groceries, for everyday essential items, and again, Madam Speaker, we have the backs of Canadians, and this is a prudent and fiscally sensible measure, and at this current juncture, the right thing to do. Secondly, NC-47 contains an important change to the Canada Workers Benefit. It will use the term, I'll use the term, automatic advance, which will see automatic advance payments of the benefit to people who qualify for the benefit in the previous year, starting this July 2023 for the 2023 taxation year. This $4 billion investment over the next 5 years will ensure that advance payments based on income reported in the prior year's tax return and any additional entitlement for the year would be provided when filing their tax return for the year. This measure would provide, for example, split between 3 advance payments, up to $714 for single workers and $1,231 for a family. Madam Speaker, the CWB assists literally millions of low-income Canadians on an annual basis. It is one of the most powerful policy instruments to lift families and individuals out of poverty, and this is the 3rd enhancement to the Canada Workers Benefit that our government has put into place since we came into power in 2015. It is very, very important fiscal policy, a very important taxation instrument where we assist those Canadians, low-income Canadians working, encouraging them to increase their hours of availability, increase their incomes, and move them, obviously, because they are working so hard to join the middle class. Now on dental care, Madam Speaker. One thing that all parliamentarians quickly realize is that dental care, especially for our seniors, is a precious item, and that particularly those seniors and all seniors that need assistance with the cost of dental care. Now, in my riding, Madame la Présidente, I enjoy a wonderful relationship with my seniors. I know in a few weeks I'll be attending many, many barbecues and outings with the seniors. And I know, for instance, that when a senior goes to a dentist, most of them do not have insurance. And the price that they incur, the bill that they'll get, that could set them back for the entire month, Madame la Présidente. And we know as seniors are generally on fixed incomes, particularly the vulnerable ones, are so susceptible to one-off expenses, such as an expensive trip to the dentist. Many going into retirement don't have insurance coverage, Madam Speaker. And we know we need to change that. We know seniors should not have to worry about going to the dentist, paying their energy, or versus paying their energy bills and buying food. And they won't have to worry about that starting this year, Madam Speaker. Bill C-47 contains the enabling legislation that will provide dental coverage for up to 9 million Canadians once fully implemented by 2025. This year, our government plans to start coverage for uninsured Canadians under 18 persons with disabilities, and seniors who have annual family incomes of less than $90,000. Notably, there will be no co-pays for those with an annual family income under $70,000. Mr. Speaker, this measure on dental care for seniors is a game changer for Canadians, a game changer for their families, and a game changer, I know, for the over 20,000 seniors that reside in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, and the many more thousands of seniors that reside in the City of Vaughan, and of course, the many millions that reside across Canada. Madam Speaker, we all know that small businesses are the backbone of our community. There are over 13,000 small and medium-sized businesses in the City of Vaughan, and I am their biggest champion and will always be so. And Madame la Presidente, the City of Vaughan, actually New York Region, is the largest economic engine in the region, generating over 40% of GDP and employing hundreds of thousands of workers. With that, Madam Speaker, we must, as a government, cut red tape small businesses face, reduce their costs, and we are doing that as we've secured commitments from both Visa and MasterCard to lower fees for small businesses, while also protecting reward points for millions of Canadian consumers. More than 90% of credit card accepting businesses will see their interchange fees reduced by up to 27% from the existing average rate. These reductions are anticipated to save eligible small businesses in Canada approximately $1 billion over the next 5 years. For example, a small business charging using credit cards with interchange fees, say of $300,000, potentially could save over $1,000 to almost $1,500, and that's money, real money, back in their pockets. Secondly, to continue to grow the Canadian economy, we will introduce a new suite of new investment tax credits designed to attract and accelerate investments in clean electricity, clean technology manufacturing, clean hydrogen, nuclear, and ensure foreign direct investment comes to Canada and that domestic companies are investing in Canada and Canadian workers. Fundamentally, Madame la Presidente, I believe, and I've said this before in this House, that when we look back in a few years to today and the decisions that parliamentarians take today, that we are at a critical juncture in the ongoing transition in the world economy, that we will need to make sure that we made the right choices today to continue to grow our economy, continue to raise the standard of living for all Canadians, and to ensure that all Canadians, including my kids, have a bright future. And that's exactly what we're doing, Madame la Presidente. Madam Speaker, we know that young Canadians and newcomers will turn their attention at a point in their lives to purchase a new home, their first home. And we know a home is not just an investment. A home is where you create memories, your family, your loved ones, your friends. A home is where you create futures. And a measure that I've talked about within my community, and I encourage all individuals that are eligible, is to open a tax-free home savings account, which opened as of April 1st, 2023. This account takes the best features of the TSFA and RRSP and combines them into one. Let me explain, Madam Speaker. First off, the contributions that you make into the tax-free home savings account are tax deductible, so you lower your taxes payable today. Secondly, the contributions that are in the tax-free home savings account grow tax-free. Wonderful. And even more important, much like a TSFA, the contributions when you remove them to go and purchase your first home are made on a tax-free basis. This is a powerful tool and a powerful account for many Canadians going forward in the years to come when you are purchasing your first home, condo, townhouse, detached dwelling in the GTA or across the country. You can put a maximum of $40,000 into this account, maximum yearly contribution of $8,000. This is a powerful instrument to help those Canadians going to purchase their first home. Madam Speaker, in my remaining time, I just wanted to add a few comments about where I think Canada is and Canada is going. Fundamentally, we as parliamentarians have a duty. We have a duty to represent the interests and advocate for our constituents. I like to say I'm a strong local voice here in Ottawa for my residents of Vaughan Woodbridge. And we have to make choices, and that's what governing is about. And at this moment in time, we are making the right choices for our economy. We're making the right choices for Canadians. We're making the right choices to grow and strengthen our middle class and help those working hard to join the middle class. I'll leave you with this last thought, Madam Speaker. I was at the Council of Europe last week leading the Canadian delegation with a number of MPs and senators. And in speaking to the Ukrainian delegation, which we've met several times, I asked them, I said, well, you're going back home now, and what is that going to look like? I'll finish up,
have to stop the honourable member. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. But there are consequences to this government spending the cupboards bare. And I was wondering if the member could speak to the fact that he's as disappointed as I am. When you reviewed Budget 2023, there was no mention of the wine replacement program. This government identified in last year's budget that it would be generating $390 million because of the excise tax now being applied to 100% Canadian wine. That 166 two-year replacement program ended last year, and this government has refused to provide details on whether or not it's going to be extended. Can the member speak to that?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member from Niagara, the area of Niagara, for their very, very diligent and informed question. As chair of the Wine Caucus, I will continue to advocate for a replacement, the program to continue on. We advocated, myself and many other members of Parliament across all aisles, for the wine replacement program. In the initial one that was put in place will ensure that our voice carries on to ensure the industry continues to grow. I know many of the winery owners down in that area, the people that have invested a lot of money to grow tourism, create jobs, culture, arts, everything, and I'll be there to support it.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, after 2021 election, we got a real clear message from Canadians. They wanted us to come back and actually make this Parliament work, not just stand in the corners and light our hair on fire, jump up and down and scream. I wanted to focus on the climate crisis, but the climate crisis through the need to invest in good paying jobs to build a clean energy economy. And we spent the last year negotiating with the Minister of Natural Resources, the Minister of Labour. I want to ask my honourable colleague about the importance of finally getting the tax credit incentives that are tied to good paying union jobs and apprenticeships so that we have $85 billion to kickstart a clean tech economy, a revolution that Calgary Economic Development says will create 170,000 jobs in Alberta alone, and why the Conservatives continue to oppose anything that has to do with a clean tech economy.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank the honourable member from Northern Ontario, who I know quite well and work closely with and have traveled with as well. I will say this, you can only strengthen and grow the middle class and help those joining the middle class with jobs that pay good salaries and good benefits, and those jobs are, for a large extent, union jobs here in Canada. I do have the two largest private sector construction unions located in my riding. Their training facilities are in my riding, their headquarters in my riding. I know the type of training that they provide to their members, the type of jobs in the futures, and I'll always be there to support them. I was pleased to join the Prime Minister in St. Thomas, Ontario, for the announcement by Volkswagen AG and their Power affiliate for a $7 billion investment right here in the province of Ontario. All levels of government collaborating together, working together to create jobs, to create those bright futures that all Canadians deserve from coast to coast to coast.
Honourable Député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I'm listening to the Liberals use the grocery rebate as a way of saying that they're going to help people get out of the precarious financial situation they're currently in. But wouldn't my colleague rather agree with all the seniors groups in Quebec that have said, of course, no one can be against the grocery rebate in itself, but that the real need here is to increase old age security for all seniors as of 65 years of age. In order to put an end to the inequality between these two classes of seniors that were unjustly created by the Liberals, and also offering this 10% increase to people between 65 and 74 years of age. There's also the guaranteed income supplement. They could also have offered a tax credit for experienced workers. There are other ideas that could have helped seniors much more. Thank you. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's very important to help everyone who is retired. All benefits are indexed to inflation.
6%, along with the other benefits, because they are automatically indexed with inflation. And also, we obviously raised the old age security benefit by 10% for those seniors above 75. If you look at the statistics, we know most seniors that are living, or most vulnerable seniors living in poverty, are those above age 75. And we're there to help all seniors, of course, and our record speaks for itself over the last, since 2015. And we must continue to help all seniors. Madame la Présidente. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hope. It is the glue that holds you together and allows you to go on when you think you can't. It is a powerful force that has carried humans through the worst of times. But in order to have hope, you must face reality. You must acknowledge the truth. I ask everyone at home, are you happy with the cost of living? Are you happy with the rise of crime? Are you happy with the homelessness crisis? Are you happy with the addiction crisis? Are you happy with our country? The truth is, the government, which currently is the Liberal NDP coalition, cannot give you anything they have not taken away from you. This government does not have any money. They have your hard-earned money, and every dollar they spend is your dollar earned. The most important piece of legislation that is voted on in this House is the budget, which we are debating today, Madam Speaker. The budget tells Canadians where the priorities of the government are. The budget determines the future of our children and our grandchildren. This Liberal NDP coalition has doubled government spending, and yet nothing in this country is twice as good. In fact, it is twice as bad. Housing prices have doubled, rent has doubled, and healthcare wait times for treatment have doubled. The overdose rate in this country is 300% higher than when this Prime Minister took office. 22 people a day are dying in this country from overdoses. Do you know how much money is allocated in this Liberal budget for treatment and recovery? None. This Liberal Prime Minister continues to fund people to stay stuck where they are in their disease of addiction, rather than funding off-ramps to help them break free. Remember that 2021 election promise of $4.5 billion in a mental health transfer? Well, they must have forgotten about it, because it's nowhere to be found in this Liberal NDP budget. The truth is, Canadians are suffering. There are many Canadians who make good money, almost $100,000 a year, and yet it is these same people, full-time jobs, that are relying on food banks. Food banks across this country are reporting record high usage, the highest in history. We are a G7 country, and middle-class Canadians are relying on food banks. So you can imagine how awful life must be for our most vulnerable, including seniors on fixed incomes. Albert from my riding is a widowed senior on a fixed income. His gas bill tripled with the carbon tax, and he is angry and scared. How does this Prime Minister expect Albert to pay his bills? People are suffering in a way that many have never experienced. Innocent people are being stabbed in broad daylight while onlookers video it. Because under this Prime Minister, there are no consequences in this country. Our bail system is broken, and there is nothing in this budget to fix it. In a cost of living crisis, we have forced women out of choice. The choice to go back to work because they cannot access childcare. Ah, yes, the Liberals will tell you their $10 a day childcare has saved the nation. Well, I can tell you with certainty the detail the Liberals left out is only a select few can access it. This is another classic winner and losers Liberal bill. There are thousands of families left out because there are no spaces and no labour strategy to help with the labour shortage. Women can't go to work because they cannot access childcare, and the wait lists are years long. One female childcare operator wrote on a public forum just this morning, and I quote, "Why are so many childcare providers closing? Well, I just filed my taxes. 56% of incoming funds went directly back into my program. They are closing because they can't afford to stay open." Another anti-feminism Liberal bill. 9 out of 10 young people have given up the dream of ever owning a home. Many young people say they will never start a family because they don't think they can afford to bring a child into this world. People are applying for medical assistance and dying because they can't afford rent
or food. Seniors are freezing because they can't afford to turn on the heat. There is no accountability, there is no transparency, and it has eroded trust in our government and leaders. What is happening? How did we get here? And more importantly, how do we get out of this? We need hope, but we need to face the facts to change the facts, Madam Speaker. And it's time to acknowledge that what the Liberals are doing, what the Liberals have been doing, is not working. This Liberal government is so far down a rabbit hole they don't know how to get out. Instead of acknowledging the suffering they have created, they double down on their failed policies. Every day in this House of Commons during question period, a Liberal MP or minister tells Canadians how great things are, what a great job they're doing, and it is simply insulting to Canadians who are barely getting by. And the NDP are just as guilty. They too have failed to acknowledge their coalition is not helping Canadians, it is hurting them. Social programs rely on a healthy economy in order to secure sustainable funding. When a government runs up the highest ever debt, yes, this Prime Minister has accumulated more debt than all other Prime Ministers combined. Canada's debt is $1.18 trillion. That's a pretty tough number to imagine, Madam Speaker. $44 billion is spent on interest. So just for comparison, the government spends $24 billion on EI and $25 billion on the Canada Child Benefit. That means, and listen to this point, the Liberal government spends almost double the amount servicing their debt than supporting social programs to support Canadians. This Liberal government is hurting Canadians, and they have no intention of stopping. It is important to try different approaches, but it is also important to recognize when those approaches are not working. We tried safe drug supply, and more people are dying and living on the street. We tried spending more, and now life is unaffordable. We tried to be soft on crime, and now violent crime is almost up 40% under this Trudeau government. We tried...
The honourable member knows that the honourable member can't use names of current members of parliament.
Speaker, under this Prime Minister, it took me a minute. I was thinking of you, Mister. Thank you. No. We tried to decriminalize drugs, and addiction has skyrocketed, and there is zero money allocated in the 2023 budget for treatment and recovery. But there is more money allocated for more hard drugs. We tried to tax carbon, and it is costing Canadians thousands of dollars and crippling our food makers, our farmers. We tried to save everyone by saying nice things and not following through, and the results are catastrophic. It is not working, Madam Speaker. Enough is enough. We need to stop doing the same thing and expecting different results. We must stop telling people what they want to hear and tell them the facts. We must give people hope. Everything has an expiration date, and this Liberal government has far exceeded theirs. We need to change course, and we can. We need honest, accountable leadership that puts people and fiscal responsibility first. We need to show Canada that everyone is important. We need to show Canada that we don't need divisive labels to separate people. It doesn't matter your gender, your age, your ethnicity, or religion. We are all Canadian, and we all deserve to be free from a government that believes they know best. Canadians are smart, and they do not need a government telling them how or where to spend their money or what media to watch. They don't need a government clawing back their hard-earned paychecks with nonsensical taxes. It is time for a government that evolves with the people, but more importantly, works for the people, and working for the people means listening to the people, and the people have spoken. They are hungry, afraid, and in need of housing. Conservatives can fix this. It will take time and patience, but we have the facts, which brings us a plan, and a plan brings hope. We are here for you, and that means fighting every day to reveal the hard facts of what is not working and putting forth solutions to bring the people together. And the first solution is to ask the members in this House to face the facts and vote this terrible budget down. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker.
I have a quote for the member opposite. As she knows, I've spent considerable time in her riding of Peterborough-Kawartha. And this quote is as follows. Safer supply is what's giving us hope. This is a quote from Peterborough Currents, an organization that provides harm reduction for many of her constituents who suffer from addiction. Participants in this Safer Supply pilot program in downtown Peterborough continue to receive prescription opioids for as long as they need them because of investments that we've made to support people through the process of ending their addiction and saving their lives. Now, I know that there are many different ways and many different opinions in this House of Commons, but there is only one evidence-based approach, and I'd like to hear comments from the member opposite on, what would she say to her constituents in Peterborough, this life-saving remedy.
Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I've been very vocal in my community of Peterborough-Kawartha. Safe Supply and our consumption treatment service has been very helpful, and I've advocated for them and worked with the Minister of Health through our MSORT funding. The problem with this budget, as I said in my speech, is there is no off-ramp. So the member opposite actually misled this House by saying that the Safe Supply has stopped their addiction. That's untrue. It is life-saving. It is important to build relationships. What the problem is in this budget, there is no off-ramp for treatment and recovery. There's no money for transitional housing with wraparound supports. There's no money allocated to help people break free from the disease, only to keep them stuck in the merry-go-round that is actually hurting our ERs as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In her speech, my colleague said at a certain point that everything has stopped working here in Canada. Here in the Bloc Québécois, we also find that this government isn't making any progress. It could do a lot better to help people. Let me give an example. This government launched 2 consultations on agriculture, even though there are already 2 bills that have recently come out of committee. So why more consultations? And then another consultation, the other one that I mentioned, it says it wants to consult provincial and territorial governments to help agricultural producers who have urgent financial needs. So then why yet another consultation when the government just negotiated the strategic agricultural partnership? What would my colleague say about this? The fact that it seems like it's 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. I let her tell us what she thinks about this kind of attitude from the government.
Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the bloc for that question. She hit the nail on the head. This place is extremely frustrating. Let's have a meeting about a meeting and make a subcommittee about a subcommittee about facts we already have. And, these reports and these consultations just reinforce what needs to be done. And it is just infuriating to waste taxpayers' money on inaction when there are things we know what need to be fixed, and they're not doing anything about it. They just continue to have more meetings, more consultations, and wasting more taxpayers' money. We need more action and less talk. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. I wanted to ask about the idea of an excess profit tax, because the member spoke about some of the struggles that Canadians are facing, about the high cost of living. We also know that, grocery store chains, big oil and gas companies have been gouging Canadians. And one way to address that is to put in place an excess profits tax that would disincentivize that kind of price gouging. The Liberals have been unwilling to tackle corporate greed. The Conservatives don't seem to be talking about corporate greed and the role it has in inflation and the rising cost of living. So I'm curious about the member's opinion on this.
Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you so much to my colleague for that question. And I'm just searching here because I was actually going to put this in my speech because it's a really interesting meeting that I had recently with the not-for-profits and charities across the country. They are a critical industry, and they serve 1 in 10 jobs. And it's an alternative minimum tax that's actually been raised in this budget, and it's going to have catastrophic consequences because what it's doing is it's de-incentivizing. So many of the not-for-profits and charities rely on corporations and private donors to meet their fundraising goals, and this alternative minimum tax is actually, the way that it's written in the budget, it's going to de-incentivize them, which is going to cripple these not-for-profits and charities, which are primarily, I believe it's 70% women in that business. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to take part on this debate of Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023. Madam Speaker, over the past number of years, I have heard from my constituents of how difficult life is getting to sustain for them to take care of their families, to ensure that they are doing well, that they are living comfortably, that they are continuing to be part of the middle class, and those that are working really hard are able to join the middle class. And Madam Speaker, we have worked so hard over the past 7 and some years to ensure that those Canadians are able to sustain themselves, whether it's through reducing taxes on the middle class and increasing them for the wealthiest, or it's including early learning and childcare within our Canadian system, or it's enhancing our health care, or it's providing supports for small businesses or students. We've been really working hard to ensure that that middle class thrives. And I know, because I hear from my constituents, that middle class has had trouble, has really been struggling over the past year to thrive. And that's not just a Canadian problem, it is a global catastrophe that economies across the world are dealing with. But we're really lucky that here in Canada, we are doing well in comparison to the rest of the world. We are doing better than most G7 nations. We are doing better by our middle class. We are doing better by our students, by our single mothers, by our children, to ensure that they are really thriving given the challenges that they're faced with, not just here in Canada, but across the world. So Budget 2023, then, is really significant. It is really important that we make sure that those that are working hard to join the middle class, those that are part of the middle class, are well supported as we just buckle down and ensure that we get through this, that we weather this storm. So Budget 2023, Madam Speaker, what I really appreciate about it, what I hear from my constituents, is what I'd really like to highlight today in my remarks. And that includes our grocery rebate, which is really going to impact that middle class in my community, Madam Speaker, that is going to be able to continue to keep the lights on, to be able to work, to be able to take care of everybody in the family on a regular basis. It also means cracking down on junk fees to ensure that businesses are transparent with their prices. That is another way to ensure that access to economy, access to capital is fair, is equitable, and those that need the support are able to get the support without having to be gouged for it. It means securing commitments from Visa and MasterCard to lower fees for small businesses and to crack down on predatory lending. Madam Speaker, what that means to my community, to my riding of Mississauga Erin Mills, which is a significant small business community, is that small business owners who hire, say, 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 people in my riding are able to save, are able to make their overhead costs balance out because of reduction of these credit card fees. It is a big deal. It is something that I have been hearing from my constituents on a very regular basis. And I am so happy that Budget 2023 is ensuring that we are going to be able to tackle this issue. This is a really important issue that businesses in my community deal with and across Canada deal with, Madam Speaker. Since 2015, our government's focus has been on investing in that middle class. It's been about growing the economy. It's been about strengthening Canada's social safety net and making life more affordable for Canadians. Madam Speaker, we know that investments in our economy are basically investments in Canadians. Canadians don't need handouts, Madam Speaker. They need a leg up because Canadians have the capacity to take care of themselves. They just want to be able to have that foundation, that equality of opportunity. And when they're down, to know that their government looks out for them. And that is exactly what this government represents, Madam Speaker. These important budget measures that I've outlined, they really provide that additional support for inflation relief. And it will help put money in the pockets of people that need it the most, that need the help to make life affordable. I've advocated for these measures, Madam Speaker, whether in my role as the previous chair for the Women's Caucus or in my community, hearing directly from my constituents to ensure that their voice is carried here in this chamber. In Budget 2023, the government's outlined how these targeted inflation relief is going to support Canadians, including the proposed grocery rebate, to support the many Canadians and families who are struggling to put food on the table due to the rising cost of groceries. For 11 million low and modest income Canadians and families, the one-time rebate will provide eligible couples with 2 children with up to an extra $467. Single Canadians without children with an extra $234, and seniors with an extra of $225 on average. And this will be delivered through the GST credit system. By targeting the grocery rebate to Canadians who need it the most, the government will be able to provide important relief without making inflation worse. And let me be clear, Madam Speaker, it is going to get better for Canadians. As I mentioned, we also know that inflation is still too high, and the steep increase in interest rates has caused economic pain for a lot of Canadians, including small businesses who need to pay for their lines of credit to keep their business rolling, to keep the capital circulating. We saw the pandemic led to an increase in people using credit cards when they shop. Canadian small businesses pay significant fees to provide Canadians with that ability to process these credit card transactions, with the largest component being the interchange fee paid to the credit card issuers. To support hardworking small business owners, Budget 2023 has outlined the government's efforts to work closely with small businesses and the payment card industry to lower these fees, Madam Speaker. This includes the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, who represent over 97,000 small and medium-sized enterprises. And I've had the pleasure to sit down with them and to learn more about the challenges the small businesses, these mom-and-pop shops across our country go through on a regular basis, and how we can help. And this issue has been a #1 issue, not just for this year, Madam Speaker, but for many years. And I was really happy to see that Budget 2023 addresses this concrete measure that is going to make small businesses more and more sustainable in just doing their daily transactions as the consumer base changes in how transactions happen. In Budget 2023, the government has announced that it has secured commitments from Visa and MasterCard to lower fees for small businesses, while also protecting reward points for Canadian consumers, because, Madam Speaker, Canadians love their reward points. Over 90% of credit card accepting businesses in Canada will benefit from these small reductions. Small businesses will see their interchange fees reduced by up to 27% from the existing weighted average rate. And Madam Speaker, I know I got a little bit passionate there in my remarks so far, and there's so much more that I want to talk about, but in my conclusion, I just want to say how important it is as a government for us to support the little guy. Whether it is students who are getting out of school that now no longer have to pay interest on their student loans, whether it's a small business person who now has lower interest fees on their credit cards, whether it is the small family that is having difficulty putting food on their table, being able to access the grocery rebate. Madam Speaker, this budget is about the Canadians, and I'm so happy to support it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Oh. Sorry. The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for their speech today and the recognition, quite frankly, that people are as frustrated as they are financially at this moment in time. And I can honestly say, even my riding, elected since 2019, the amount of calls and emails that I've had from blue collar, middle class has went up drastically. But I think part of the blame needs to be on the government's shoulder. Everyone, we've heard again that it's a global issue. Well, at some point in time, I think the government needs to reflect. Does the member not agree that lowering the carbon tax, less spending in the budget, in the end, would lower interest rates and make life better for Canadians? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as much as that member would disagree, the government supports during the most difficult time for Canadians in our history, which was COVID-19, helped them keep their lights on, helped them put food on the table. If it means that Canadians can live and sustain themselves as the economy improves, as the global economy improves, our government should definitely be there for Canadians to make sure that we are their safety net while the global world...
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech and take that with maybe a violin soundtrack. It's pretty much the same thing, except the violin is striking a bit of a false note. Today, students are outside Parliament as part of the day to support science because the federal government hasn't increased scholarships for 20 years. In the last 20 years, students haven't seen their scholarships indexed to the cost of living. And now my colleague is saying that they're supporting students. What's even more shameful is her party, which wasn't even present at the multi-partisan press conference this morning. Can she name one thing that she knows which hasn't been indexed to the cost of living, such as scholarships for higher level studies?
Very much, Madam Speaker. I think the only thing that's shameful is that we don't highlight the good work that the government does, regardless of which government it is. Over the past 7 years, not only have we increased the Canada Student Grants, not only have we increased our investment in Canada Summer Jobs, just now, through Budget 2023, we have ensured that there is no interest that is paid on student loans. I think that this is a collaboration that needs to happen between provincial governments that are responsible for the education sector and the federal government. And I encourage the member to encourage his own government at the provincial level to get on board and to ensure that students across the country are well taken care of.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for her speech. I want to raise the issue of pharmacare because so many people in my riding are struggling with the cost of living, but when they also have to struggle with the cost of essential medication, it makes life so hard. No one should have to choose between putting food on the table and buying the medication that they need. I've talked to people who are cutting their pills in half, who are skipping doses. I know cases of people who have ended up in the hospital because they are not able to afford their essential medication. The Liberals have been promising pharmacare for over 2 decades, And, there was no mention of it in this budget. And I, along with my NDP colleagues, are going to be pushing this government very hard this year to table legislation for universal single-payer pharmacare. It's a solution that would actually save Canadians money. Billions of dollars each year would be saved. And so why, in this year's budget...
I have to give the honourable member the opportunity to answer. The honourable member for Mississauga Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her very important question. Madam Speaker, she's absolutely right. Canadians do struggle with affordable pharmacare. And I think that is something that we need to work with our provincial and territorial partners to ensure that Canadians are well taken care of. I know that seniors have the ability to access affordable pharmacare at this time. I know that young people do so also. But I think that we do need to come together and make sure that we have a robust system that is supportive of everybody, especially those that are looking really hard to join the middle class.
Coming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is a pleasure and a privilege to rise in this House and contribute to the debate at second reading on Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act, Part 1. Now, Madam Speaker, I said it's a pleasure and a privilege to rise because it is always a pleasure and a privilege to rise and express the concerns of the people of Perth Wellington. But while it's a pleasure and a privilege to rise, I am nonetheless disappointed and frustrated with this budget. Like many in this House, frankly, I feel like a case of deja vu, because once again, Canadians were looking to this government for a budget that addressed their needs, and yet again, all we've seen from this government was another failed budget. Now, Madam Speaker, Bill C-47 is the first step in implementing parts of the flawed 2023 budget that the Minister of Finance presented on March 28th of this year. That budget, as presented, would produce a $43 billion deficit. And recently, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that could balloon even higher to $45.1 billion. This from a government that has already driven up the national debt to nearly $1.5 trillion. So, Madam Speaker, let's take a walk down the deficit memory lane. Because what we see with this government is continuous overspending, spending more, and achieving less. March 31st, 2017, 1 year after the Liberals introduced their first budget, the national debt had already at that point climbed to $631 billion. A year later, it jumped up by $40 billion to $671 billion. By 2019, the year before the COVID pandemic, the national debt spiked to $685 billion. And then a year ago, the deficit had jumped to $1.13 trillion. And now in Budget 2023, the Minister of Finance is telling us that the national debt will reach $1.22 trillion by the end of this fiscal year. Now, Madam Speaker, this debt is a direct result of poor decision-making by this Liberal government. Only last November, the Minister of Finance rose in this place and told us the deficit for this year would actually be $30.6 billion. 5 months later, $40.1 billion. And in this budget, the cost of servicing the national debt is projected to nearly double to $43.9 billion. $43.9 billion just to pay the interest on servicing the national debt. That is $43.9 billion that is not going to the Canada Health Transfer. That is $43.9 billion that is not going to build better roads and bridges and wastewater treatment plants in Perth Wellington or in Simcoe Grey or in any riding across this country. That is $43.9 billion that is not going to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces have the equipment they need to do the important job that's asked of them. That is $43.9 billion that is not helping Canadians afford their rent or preventing poverty. And it's $43.9 billion that isn't going to fully implement the Canada Disability Benefit. All that $43.9 billion is going towards is the interest to wealthy bondholders on the national debt. Now, we've been told in the past that we just need to look at the debt to GDP ratio and that will continue to go down. But yet for this year and next year at least, it is once again going to be going in the opposite direction. In Budget 2022, the Minister of Finance promised that there would be a fiscal anchor. Well, that anchor has been dropped. For 8 years, we were told that this would be good, that we would see results from this deficit spending. But once again, we are seeing Canadians struggling to make ends meet. Now, Madam Speaker, if there's one topic that I hear time and time again in Perth Wellington, it's housing. In every community in Perth Wellington, where just a few years ago housing was affordable, they are now out of reach for what this government likes to call the middle class and those working hard to join it. My generation and younger, those under 40, are not seeing the hope that there once was of owning their own home. This government has created large, expensive programs without success. The National Housing Strategy has been a failure. The Housing Accelerator Fund has been a failure. The Canada Housing Benefit has been a failure. When it comes to affordable housing, the Liberal government has been a failure. And unfortunately, Bill C-47 will not address the growing problem of housing unaffordability. They promise one thing and deliver nothing. Now, Madam Speaker, like many members, we hear often from young families, from seniors, from folks who are trying to make ends meet. And they're telling us they can't afford their groceries. They're cutting back. They're making alternatives. They're skipping meals. But yet, what we see in this Liberal government is a failure to address the root causes of rising prices. Their ineffective and inefficient carbon tax is forcing Canadian families to pay more for less. Canada's Food Price Report predicts that a family of 4 will spend up to $1,065 more this year than just last year. That's after last year there was an increase of nearly $1,100. And if the Minister of Finance was serious about reducing the cost of food for struggling Canadian families, there's an easy way to fix it, and that's to remove the carbon tax from all elements of food production. The carbon tax is served to make life more expensive, especially for lower income and working class Canadians. While higher income Canadians like the Prime Minister and others simply pay the tax and absolve themselves of any guilt for their excessive emissions, average Canadians cannot afford that. And every time Conservatives have proposed measures to reduce costs, Liberals have voted against it. Now, Madam Speaker, if we are looking at the roots of our food production system, we are looking at the agriculture and agri-food industry. And unfortunately, these Liberals fail to acknowledge that the high cost of groceries is their fault. From the rising costs on fertilizer, $34.1 million collected in tariffs, but none of that rebated to the farmers who paid those tariffs. The rising cost of fertilizer is making it more and more expensive for the farmers and farm families to grow the crops that quite literally feed our families, our country, and the world. But C-47 doesn't address that. It doesn't address a rebate for those farmers and farm families who paid those $34.1 million in tariffs. And it does not remove the cost of the carbon tax. Farmers need fuel to heat their barns. They need it to transport their crops. They need it to dry their grains. There are not alternatives for these measures. But sadly, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food continues to side with the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister over the farmers and every other person along the food supply chain. From this, I can only conclude that either the Agriculture Minister isn't listening to farmers, or the Prime Minister and Finance Minister are not listening to this Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. So, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I want to reiterate that Budget 2023 has failed to address the real concerns of families in Perth Wellington and across Canada. After 8 years in office, this Liberal government and this Prime Minister have made life more and more unaffordable for Canadians. Now, with this budget, the Finance Minister expects to be congratulated for the benefits the government promises, despite the fact that those benefits don't even come close to matching the massive increases in prices caused by their inflation crisis. Madam Speaker, I will be voting no. I will be saying no more. Canadians can't afford any more of this Liberal government. I encourage all members to stand up for their constituents and vote against this failed Liberal budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the member opposite in his speech spoke about helping Canadians, and what I heard time and time again coming out of the pandemic was the need for supports in our hospital system, supports for nurses and doctors, and those healthcare heroes that supported Canadians across this country during the pandemic. In addition to that, families in my community talked about the need for dental care for young children and for people who can't afford to take their family members to the dentist. So the member opposite spoke about supporting families. Perhaps he'd like to tell constituents why he doesn't think they deserve investments in health care in their communities, investments in dental care. Could the member opposite explain how he's going to tell constituents why they don't need to take their children to the dentist?
For Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Perhaps that honourable member would like to tell her constituents why her government's actions are driving up the cost of living by astronomical proportions. Why won't she tell her constituents why costs of groceries for an average family of four are increasing by nearly $1,100 per year? She talked about healthcare heroes. My wife is a nurse. She works in long-term care. Why doesn't she talk about the complete lack of respect she has for the hard-working families who are working hard, but because they have to drive an hour to work, the carbon tax is costing them more and more each time to drive that 1 hour to work, to serve that shift as an RPN, as a PSW, as an RN. The fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, this Liberal government is driving up the costs for everyday Canadians, the common people who have the common sense of how to run this government, and unfortunately these Liberals are ignoring them.
The member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In his speech, he raised the carbon tax, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but the real way and what farmers have asked is the bill on supply management. Our farmers have asked for it. A little earlier, my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot asked why work has dragged on in committee, why there was a filibuster. It's such an important bill. So would the time not be now to help farmers and producers? Let's work together and help this bill be passed so we can protect supply management as quickly as possible.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Shefford for her question, because it's an opportunity for me to talk about farmers and farm families in Perth Wellington, where there is the highest number of dairy farmers in the country. Perth Wellington has the highest number of poultry farmers in the country. So for me, as the member for Perth Wellington, supply management is very important, and was very happy to support the bill. C281. Thank you to the member of both. So that's very important. But let's be clear. It's a bill which is only a small piece in a large puzzle for farmers and farm families in Perth, Wellington, and across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, too, want to thank the honourable member for his contribution in his speech here today. He spoke at the very beginning of his speech about the housing crisis, and New Democrats couldn't be more in agreement with him on that problem. However, I think the solutions are where we differ most. Madam Speaker, it's a fact that there's a housing crisis in Canada. It's also a fact that we're seeing houses being built, but, Madam Speaker, they're only being built for those who can afford them. The market is guiding housing towards a direction for increased housing prices, creating a bubble. We know New Democrats have tabled a solution to ensure that there's non-market housing available. Social housing, for example, Madam Speaker. Can the member be so kind as to offer this House and his colleagues who would like to see some clear dialogue on this, a solution from the Conservatives, a solution as to what they would do, rather than and absent of cutting the carbon tax, the 3 cents that they're going to talk about there. What is the real solution Conservatives are proposing here?
Member for Perth Wellington, 25 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 25 seconds. First of all, we would get rid of the carbon tax. But what's more, we will incentivize municipalities. We will incentivize municipalities to remove the gatekeepers, get permits approved quickly, densify population building around major transit hubs in larger urban centres. And in smaller communities like mine and like other rural communities, we will incentivize municipalities to broaden their definitions of affordable housing and ensure that all Canadians have a place to call home. We need to bring it home for all Canadians.
Resuming debate, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, that's my fan club. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good evening. As usual, it's always a pleasure to rise to speak in this House. However, you'll understand quickly that my speech on C-47, the Budget Implementation Bill, will be mixed because there is not much good news in the bill. On top of that, this morning, we were told that we would not be able to debate the bill at length. Well, we're always unhappy when debate is cut, when it's curtailed. There's so much to talk about here. Why are we not happy with this bill, with the budget? I think we cannot repeat it often enough. The increase in healthcare transfers. The amount is not acceptable. It's not acceptable that the government is not meeting the needs and responding to the demands of Quebec and the other provinces. Right now, in emergency wards, and people are waiting, and they're also on waiting lists for surgeries, old age security, age 65. Everyone's talking about the cost of living, the cost of groceries. Everyone's saying that life is hard right now, but people between the ages of 64 and 75 have fixed incomes, but they're being completely ignored by the government. A little earlier, a government representative said that the government is being very generous towards these seniors, but that's not true. We have two classes of seniors right now, and we'll keep on repeating it until the message gets through. The reform of the EI system, well, since 2015, they've been making promises to reform it. It's 2023. We can't take what they're saying seriously. When you promise to do something, you have to do it. Further, in this budget, if I understand correctly, there is $17 billion which the government is going to take out of the EI fund, the Consolidated Revenue Fund. They're going to use that money to balance the budget. Now, it's extremely important that 1% of the budget is invested in social housing. We don't want to hear nice speeches on building social housing, public housing. We recently had an event with the MP for Saint-Hubert-Longueuil about this issue. People on the ground are telling us that they need affordable housing. They cannot pay their rent anymore. So we have to do something about social housing to help low-income people. Let's do something. It's time. Action was taken. Now, of course, I'll talk about agriculture. I always talk about agriculture at one point or another in my speeches. Now, the first thing that disappointed me was the tax on fertilizers. Now, $34 million were taken and invested into a farm fund. Now, I understand that it's a compensation measure because the government cannot make reimbursements to cover the tax. Again, that doesn't make sense. But if you agreed to that measure, it was very complex. People couldn't pay back. The money went into the fund. Can we just get rid of those tariffs? Because right now, a program is being financed, and I hope the government doesn't feel it's actually being generous. So we really need to improve farm support programs in our requests with regard to the budget. We'd also made a request. Now, we were asking for lower interest rate loans over 40 years so new farmers, young farmers, could get started. It's really hard for young farmers to turn a profit because the original investment costs are too high. Let's help our young farmers. In the last few weeks, the organization representing farmers in Quebec said that the sector is not doing well. 1 out of 10 farms in a survey said that they were thinking of giving up within the next year. Why? Because interest rates have gone up significantly, and because farmers are carrying so much debt, and there's no one coming behind to want to enter the farming industry. We need to encourage young people to take over their parents' farms. This is a brave choice, given that there are so many other career options out there. There is a labor shortage everywhere. So it's really important for kids who see their parents, who are farmers, when they see their parents are killing themselves working the land, well, we need to encourage those kids to take over the farm, and we need to help them. And we ultimately need people to feed us. So let's meet that need. I asked the minister a question a while ago. The question seemed positive, but now we're waiting for concrete measures. It seems that we're in waiting mode with this government. Go the anticipated payment program, which was going to go from $250 to $350 million. Yes, that's great. I hope that the member for Winnipeg North will see that I'm happy that I'm pointing out the good in this budget. However, let's make that measure permanent. It costs something like $13 million. I think that's a drop in the bucket, and it would allow our companies to turn around during tough times. Something to think about. So I'm asking the government to think about that. Madam Speaker, I saw that you were going to call me to order. How about the vaccine bank? I think it's a good initiative. It was high time we had this. Will 50 million be enough? We'll see. But it is important to prevent diseases or illnesses from emerging. That's why this morning we talked about biosecurity. It's a related issue, which is an important one. What about the modernization of the processing sector? There's nothing in the budget about that, but it is important. When you talk about farming, you tend to use the word farm or agriculture a lot, but we're talking about agriculture and processing. What we eat are often processed foods, and the companies which process our food are in trouble. There are not enough workers, and not enough investments are being made in modernizing their equipment. I don't think the government should wait for a multinational which has a processing plant in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada, that they would shutter that plant and build it elsewhere. It's really important to keep that capacity here. Another positive thing in the budget, now they're making it easier for family farms to stay in the family. That's good, but it was high time. It took far too long to get here. It looks like representatives from the government are listening. However, they have to act more quickly. We have been after the government for over a year on this issue, and as a result, a lot of farms in Canada, especially in Quebec, did not go to the next generation in the same family. Now, what about local slaughterhouses, processing plants. We need to help these plants. During COVID, we've seen that our processing industry and the meatpacking plants that whole sector is far too concentrated, so we need alternative sites to absorb anything that happens, anything unforeseen in that sector. What about reciprocity of standards? It's another thing we hear from the agricultural sector. There's nothing here in the budget to increase inspections. Let's bring about DNA tests for poultry producers and vegetables that come from abroad. They have to meet the same quality standards as do our local producers. So I'm repeating myself, Madam Speaker, we have to act quickly, and we have to act in a concrete manner. I'm offering the collaboration of the Bloc to work for the benefit of all farmers. We'll be there to present government measures to that effect. But a lot is missing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government.
Kind of enjoyed the member's comments. I kind of wish he wasn't a separatist. And his contributions to the debate, I like the idea of being constructive critique. There's always room for improvement. The member highlights some areas in which no doubt that we can improve upon. But I want to emphasize that we have a Minister of Agriculture that virtually lives and breathes agriculture, very sensitive to the farmer, a very strong advocate for things like supply management, making sure that there is supports that is out there for agriculture, or farming, producers, and so forth. I've had the opportunity on a couple of occasions to host her in the province of Manitoba, and the passion and knowledge that she exemplifies, I think, speaks volumes in terms of moving forward as a government in terms of getting things done. My question to the member is that would he possibly look at the taking some of those critiques and continue to advocate, maybe even on the side with the Minister of Agriculture, because he does have some good ideas, and I look forward to that.
And let's give the honourable member the opportunity to answer. Honorable député.
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I didn't think I'd make him so happy, which makes me happy. He said, it's too bad I'm a separatist, but listen, we can work together. And after Quebec's political independence, we'll work together even better because we'll be equals. So we will maintain our connection. Now, as for speaking with the minister, obviously, I was going to say every day. Well, maybe not every day, but every week I speak with her. However, she needs to listen. We're happy with the government's support for supply management, and I hope we can move farther along in that process. So I would invite the government to support the Bloc bill, which is nonpartisan, which will bring together and defend our farmers. Thank you.
And the honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for his remarks. I have a question for him about the alternative minimum tax. This is something that's in the budget, came up earlier in debate. This budget proposes to increase it from 15% to 20.5%. And of course, this is a measure that prevents the wealthiest Canadians from using various tax measures to drive down the amount of tax that they pay and ensure that the wealthiest among us pay their fair share. Now, we heard earlier from the member from Peterborough-Kawartha that her concern is that if we tax the wealthiest Canadians, they're going to give less to charity, and that's why we shouldn't be supporting these measures. I wonder if that's a view that he shares when it comes to the alternative minimum tax.
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, at the Bloc Québécois and in Quebec generally, we've always believed in revenue sharing, so we've always supported that kind of measure, which will help to share revenues up to a certain point, of course, but it's important for the government to redistribute wealth. Now, the member said if you tax the wealthy too much, they'll cut their contributions to charity. Well, We can look into that more. Some media might say that Quebecers are less charitable than other Canadians. Well, Quebecers pay much higher taxes because collectively they've made the choice to invest in a social security net much more than in the rest of the country. And other Canadians are realizing this now. So they are bringing about more social services like universal daycare. So again, I think it's important to have concrete actions so people can come together around common views.
Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his speech there as well. One thing I did commend the Liberals on is that they finally recognized that they've been part of the problem in getting major projects built across the country. We haven't seen any 14 LNG projects have been shelved since they came to power. No pipelines have been built. And I know that in northern British Columbia, a number of mills, forestry mills, have been closed down. Does the member think that this budget will be the thing that restarts getting major projects built in this country? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member has 15 seconds. Well, that's not very long to answer that question, Madam Speaker, but I think that the key is that we need to transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy as quickly as possible and start investing. That's what the member for Berthier-Masquinongé thinks, Madam Speaker.
J'aimerais ça que tout le monde le comprenne. Merci.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I know that I did a brief video with the member from Cumberland Colchester, who is a physician in his previous career, recognizing National Physicians Day, but my sister told me it is also National Principals Day. So I'm going to give her a shout out. My sister Rosie Caputo gets a shout out for being an elementary school principal. Happy National Principals Day to all those out there as well. Madam Speaker, when I'm looking at the budget, one of the things that stood out to me, and this was actually referenced in question period by the Minister for Public Safety, and what that is it was a discussion about foreign interference, and this is really, it's really appropriate today to discuss. And the reason I bring that up is because of the news story that was broken by the Globe and Mail in respect of the member for Wellington Halton Hills. So I do feel as though it is relevant to what we are discussing because we're talking about the budget and what will be invested, and also about foreign interference. So the question I've got is this, is why now? Why is this coming up now? From what I can see, Madam Speaker, the government was aware of some degree of foreign interference some time ago. That seems almost trite at this point. It's not even debated. So I do see that the government has committed some money. It may not be enough, given what we heard today, when it comes to a national foreign interference office. Now, that money's been budgeted, but one of the concerns I have, Madam Speaker, is, if I recall correctly, the Minister for Public Safety hasn't spoken about when this office, this registry, if you will be operational. From what I can see, this is something that's time has come. Its time has come on a number of different fronts. So one thing that I would like to speak about, and something I talk about frequently, is what it's like to be a member of Parliament. It's something I'll never forget, walking on this green carpet, sitting in the green chair, addressing you, Madam Speaker, the decorum here, the scepter. This is an honor and a privilege, and when I say it's always an honor and always a privilege to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, I'm mindful of the fact that every time we walk in here, you never know when there could be an election, and there are 338 of us. And we sometimes forget that out of the 36, 37, 38 million people, we are entrusted with captaining the ship, if you will, of democracy. And a lot of members give a lot up. A lot of people in here have heard me speak about my children, one of whom has special needs, and they're relatively young. The sacrifices my wife undertakes and my family undertakes in order that I can be here and not only fulfill a dream, but also do what I think is really the right thing to do in being here. And we all may disagree on different things, but I think most people here think they're doing the right thing. And we may agree on where we're going, but not necessarily how to get there. And that's why I was so troubled by today's news. We give up a lot to be here. And not only do we give up a lot is expected of us. So when the Globe and Mail story broke and it spoke about the member from Wellington Halton Hills, and in his press release, and I think we can all agree he is of the highest caliber of integrity and knowledge that this House has seen in some time, I was very troubled by the fact that his statement said he had not heard about this. So here we are in the federal legislature of a G7 country, and a member of parliament is not even advised about the impact on their family in relation to a foreign government. For me, I find that very difficult. I remember on election day, for instance, I had a situation where somebody came up aggressively when I was with one of my children. They were very inappropriate. My Liberal colleague who ran came up and expressed his dismay. Why? Because we are here colleagues, and we may not agree, but at the end of the day, we are colleagues. In my prior profession as a lawyer, sometimes you duke it out in the courtroom, but at the end of the day, you still took the same oath. We all still took the same oath to be here. Some of us may not believe in the strength of that oath, I'm mindful of that, but we all did. So it really shouldn't matter what side of the House that you're on, and yet here we have a situation where the member's family, perhaps for the last 2 years, has been targeted, and there wasn't even the courtesy from the Prime Minister's office to let him know. Now, this is a Prime Minister who we're told from his Chief of Staff reads everything. I am puzzled as to how that's acceptable. And I'm sure that there are people on all sides. I know that not everybody can speak out, but I'm sure there are people on all sides that really take issue with the fact that somebody who is actively participating in Canadian democracy had their family allegedly targeted, and that person wasn't informed.
James Bay on a point of order.
Speaker, this is a very important issue. It may be very important for an opposition day motion. It may be an issue of privilege, but it has nothing to do with the budget, and we're debating the budget.
We are very generous in the leeway we give in debate, but the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay has a point, so I'm sure the Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou will bring us to the discussion on the bill C-47.
Well, the reason I'm tying it in, Madam Speaker, and from my colleague in Timmins James Bay, this is very important. And the way I opened up my speech was to discuss the $13.5 million that was budgeted, and perhaps that wasn't enough. Or why are we actually here dealing with this today? So with all due respect, when the budget does talk about $50 million at foreign interference, everything that is encompassed in that, including what happens to individual members in this House, is germane. Now, I've said what I have to say. I was coming to the end of those comments anyways. Now to the budget itself. We have cumulative spending, and I'm quoting here from one of my Nova Scotia colleagues who did a great deal of work. We're looking here at the national debt rising in the next 5 years to, in my view, an untenable level. The interest on the national debt will rise from $44 billion today to $50 billion in 5 years, if the interest rates of calculation are actually correct from this Liberal government. Now, I did a quick search on how much the federal government puts forward to the provinces in healthcare transfers, and according to a CBC article I reviewed briefly, $49.1 billion going to be put in healthcare transfers. So we are at the point now where we are putting forward the same amount in federal health care transfers that we are in servicing our debt. So I think about that and I think, okay, that's problematic on so many different levels. But one of the other reasons that it's problematic is because the debt has doubled under this government. Doubled. So when we're talking about how much interest we're paying, so much of it really does lie at the feet of the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister has done so much when it comes to our debt. This is something I'm concerned about. I'm also concerned about inflation, obviously. I was reading here, the piece of paper unfortunately just dropped. Heartbreaking situations, people talking to me through newsletters, and they write back saying, I'm a senior, I can't afford groceries. Somebody here who I believe in, he was somebody who wrote to me, I believe he's in his early 50s. I can't afford a condo. Inflation is a reality. I know the government has finally acknowledged that. But what took a long time was to acknowledge their role in the inflationary fire. I'm not sure that the government has fully acknowledged that to this day. And the government will say, well, we're going to give, this or give that. The problem is that price of housing has gone up so high. The price of rent has gone up so quickly. The price of groceries has gone up so substantially that government assistance is meaningless. You think about people who are paying in my riding of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, probably $2,000 for a one-bedroom suite. That's what a whole house used to go for. That's what inflation has led to, and that's part of why we have a problem. The doubling of the national debt, it's something that we cannot overlook, and this is also a confidence issue that gives me pause as to why I will not be supporting this government, because I don't have confidence in the government. I don't have confidence in the government's numbers. I don't have confidence that food will be more affordable. One of my colleagues just spoke not long ago about the carbon tax and the impact that is having on affordability. The reason why that is so contentious, Madam Speaker, is not just because its impact on affordability, it's also because of the fact that this government has missed every single target. I obviously have much more to say, but I see my time is up, and I'll answer any questions from my colleagues at this time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague spoke a lot about foreign interference and election integrity and breaking news. In fact, I wonder if you'd like to respond here in this place to the breaking news that actually a Conservative candidate's campaign manager was just charged with violating Canada's Election Act and 2 criminal code charges also. And I'm wondering if the member opposite, since he spoke so much about his oath in this office, if he would like to be the first to champion a full investigation within their party to determine who in the Conservative Party knew, and if there will be further sanctions made within decisions made within the Conservative Party to make sure that these criminal acts don't happen again.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Well, the reality is this. When you talk about standards and you talk about something that is foreign interference, that strikes at the heart of democracy in this place, the fact of the matter is that if somebody has committed an offense, somebody has laid a charge, due process will allow it to happen. So if you want to talk about due process, let's talk about due process. Let's talk about a public inquiry. These members are so passionate about due process and a public inquiry. I'm going to look right at them, and we're going to talk about due process. You know how you get to due process? You get to it by shining a light on the truth, not by filibustering at the procedure.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, there's been a lot of action in tonight's debate, but what really strikes me is the point of order for Timmins James Bay, who is asking us to get back to the budget debate. Well, that same colleague earlier with his party participated in a gag order to prevent parliamentarians from speaking. Well, we really don't need to go to the NDP for democracy lessons and lessons about getting to the topic of debate. And once again, I can hear him heckling. Perhaps he could say something.
Madame la Présidente.
Or rather, I wish they would let me speak. Madam Speaker, thank you. Excellent.
Please, the honourable member is asking a question. No, he's making a comment and asking a question to the honourable member of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Allez-y.
Please go ahead. The honourable member for Rimouski, Neige-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, considering it's called the New Democratic Party, it's not very democratic to talk while other members have the floor. So, again, this is the party of gag orders. A point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I want to apologize to you, Speaker. You're an excellent speaker, and I misunderstood. I thought he was asking me a question, and I'm more than ready. But I want to apologize to you, and I trust your leadership in the chair.
Very much for the apology.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neige-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Madam Speaker, we hope to be able to exercise our democratic rights in this House and not to have to submit to a gag order and not just try to score points like the member was doing moments ago. And now it starts again.
It is a question of politeness, actually, more than even order, to let someone finish a question. So please, can we remain silent? Honorable député de Thierry.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neige-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Madam Speaker, I have the greatest respect for you and your role, but the behavior of my colleague is unacceptable. I hope that you're taking good note of it, and colleagues in this House as well, including myself. Now, my question for my colleague. We currently have a housing crisis, and in the last federal budget, Madam Speaker, there is no new investment about this crisis. In my riding, in Rimouski, there is only a 0.4 vacancy rate. So I'd like to hear from my colleague about why the inaction and the absence of investment from the government on this.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci pour la question. I apologize that I can't answer fully en français, but I do appreciate my colleague's question. When it comes to housing, this is what I'd say. I've done a fair amount of digging when it comes to my home riding of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And within my home riding, I've talked to people, even developers, who will tell you that one of the biggest impediments to developing land are municipal issues, and there are provincial regulations and federal regulations. So when our leader talks about gatekeepers, what he's talking about is removing those things, because I've been told that about half of those people are talking about that about half of those fees that are associated with the price of land actually relate to government regulations. So what I would say to my honourable colleague is this, that we as the federal government have a role to play in terms of what we invest, but also how we ask the municipalities and the provinces to invest money so that they can make things more efficient. Supply and demand, let's get better houses built. Thank you.
Brief question from the honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to ask the member from Kamloops about he briefly mentioned healthcare and seemed to indicate that we were spending too much money on healthcare. And I'm just wondering if I could ask him what he had in mind for healthcare, because if we want to move to a more private healthcare system like the States, they spend twice as much on healthcare per capita than we do, and they have a poorer outcome. Their life expectancy is 5 years less. So I'm just wondering what his plans are for healthcare.
Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou in 20 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the point I was trying to make actually wasn't that we're spending too much on healthcare. The point I was trying to make is that healthcare is one of the most pivotal needs in this country. Healthcare, housing, cost of living, those are what my constituents, crime, those are the things that my voters are telling me about. So what I was trying to draw to the attention of this House and my honourable colleague is the fact that we are now spending more money, as much money, servicing the debt that the NDP are voting for as we are on healthcare, and that is problematic.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to lend my voice today in support of Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act on behalf of the government and on behalf of my community, Newmarket Aurora. Budget 2023 is titled Made in Canada Plan, Strong Middle Class, Affordable Economy, Healthy Future. But like many things done in Canada, this is a plan that has an impact extending far beyond our borders. And that's because for us to have a healthy future, we must have a healthy world. A world based on the rule of law, where no people or nation can be threatened, subjugated, or destroyed by illegal acts of aggression. That's why, since Russia's illegal, full-scale invasion of the Ukraine, Canada has supported the people of Ukraine as they fight for their sovereignty and democracy, and for the democracy around the world. Canada will stand with them for as long as it takes. With more than $8 billion in total aid, Canada has provided critical financial assistance to the Ukraine government and has provided significant military and humanitarian support. In particular, Canada has sanctioned over 1,800 individuals and entities since February 2022. We have played a key role in the development of price caps on Russian oil and petroleum products to deprive the Kremlin of revenues to fund its illegal war. And in fact, on March 2nd, 2022, Canada became the first country to revoke Russian and Belarusian eligibility for the most favored nation status, placing Russia and Belarus in the same category as North Korea, in turn applying the 35% general tariff to virtually all Russian and Belarusian imports. Similar measures were subsequently implemented by the United States and the United Kingdom and other major trading partners. Canada is playing a leading role in efforts to cut Russia off from the global economy and to hold Putin and his cronies accountable for their illegal war on the Ukraine. Madam Speaker, with Budget 2023, we are taking this measure one step further by proposing to amend the customs tariff to indefinitely extend the withdrawal of most favored nation preferred tariff treatment for Russia and Belarusian imports. And Bill C-47 would make this change a reality and needs our support as parliamentarians. Our government's efforts to secure a safer world also include working with our partners on the Russian elites, proxies, and oligarchs, it's called the Repo Task Force, to block or freeze more than $58 billion worth of assets from sanctioned individuals and entities. And Budget 2023 once again builds upon these efforts. It does so by proposing targeted changes in the Special Economic Measures Act and the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, known as the Magnitsky Act, and this will support the effectiveness of seizure, forfeiture, and disposal framework introduced in 2022 as a means of holding Russia accountable for its illegal invasion of the Ukraine. These changes represent an important step in strengthening our ability to pursue the assets of those that have enabled Russia's unjust war and to use them to help finance Ukrainian reconstruction. The budget also proposes to make a related amendment to the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Act to aid in these efforts. Changes would require the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada to disclose information to the Minister of Foreign Affairs in certain circumstances. We are proposing these changes because serious financial crimes such as money laundering, terrorist financing, and evasion of financial sanctions threaten the safety of Canadians and the integrity of our financial system. Canada needs a comprehensive, responsive, and modern system to counter these sophisticated, evolving threats.
It being just about 6:45, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Madame Freeland, appuyée par Monsieur...
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves that Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, not more than one further sitting day, or shall be referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Bill, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, since the bill fails to end inflationary deficits, high taxes, and the war on work, measures that would allow Canadians to bring home powerful paychecks, lower prices, and affordable homes. La mise aux voix porte sur l'amendement.
The vote is on the amendment. If a member from a recognized party wishes for the amendment to pass, or passed on division, or wishes to ask for a recorded division, I ask them to stand up and say so to the Chair, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, May 2, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were Canada South, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 7 o'clock this time so we could adjourn and get into the late show.
Agreed? Agreed. Order. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the Trudeau Foundation. The Trudeau Foundation is the talk of the town in many ways, so it's important to review what the foundation actually is. Because the Trudeau Foundation is a curious beast. As far as its structure and its governance goes, it's kind of a chameleon, conveniently identifying as a charity some of the time and as a government institution at other times. And similarly, the Prime Minister identifies as sort of involved and sort of not involved. And these blurred lines make the Trudeau Foundation, and through it, the government, highly vulnerable to foreign interference. So let me explain. The Trudeau Foundation was created as a family foundation with a protected role in its governance for members of the Trudeau family. But then the Liberal government of Jean Chrétien, through Minister Alan Rock, decided to give the foundation $125 million of taxpayers' money without actually changing the role of the Trudeau family in its governance. So it became a government-funded and, in law, a government institution, according to the Information and Privacy Act, but it retained a protected role in its governance for members of one family. A government-funded government institution that is also a family foundation with a protected role in its governance for one family. And I think this is incredibly bizarre in a free and democratic and egalitarian nation. Giving members of one family privileged control of a government-funded government institution is not consistent with the idea of a just society. Now, the Trudeau Foundation is controlled by 30 members. Up to 4 of those members are appointed by the Trudeau family, and 6 are appointed by the Minister of Industry. In its governance, the Trudeau Foundation directly fuses the intellectual estate of the Trudeau family with the Government of Canada, and that is just wrong. Now, the Prime Minister himself, incredibly, is and remains a member of the Trudeau Foundation. He has professed repeatedly and seems to want us to take at face value the claim that he's not involved, not at all involved in the Trudeau Foundation, that he hasn't been involved for years. But that's wrong. He is involved, Madam Speaker. He's involved in a number of ways. First, the Prime Minister of Canada is necessarily involved by virtue of the fact that he appoints the Minister of Industry, who appoints 6 members. He is involved because his brother is a member of the foundation and his half-sister is on the board of directors, and he's involved because he himself is a member of the foundation. He hasn't resigned. He remains a member of the foundation. It bears his name. And whether or not he goes to the meetings, that membership that he retains matters for effective control should he choose to exercise it at any point. And it demonstrates his deep personal investment in the Trudeau Foundation. The personal investment is precisely why a foreign government has sought to curry favor with him through funneling money to the Trudeau Foundation. The system is clearly broken, and the worn-out talking points the government is using clearly don't hold water. The structure is quite evidently broken even before we start talking about the issue of what happened in this instance of foreign interference. Because it is this crude hybrid between a family foundation and a government institution. Its charitable face solicits direct donations from foreign entities, while its government face sits by and smiles. And the Prime Minister, known, by the way, for wearing many faces, smiles all the more. You see, Madam Speaker, Canada Post wouldn't collect money from foreign political parties, nor would it allow members of a former Prime Minister's family to have a locked-in role in its leadership. That's because Canada Post is part of the government. Now, the Canadian Cancer Society would potentially get donations from abroad, but it likely wouldn't be a target for foreign interference because it's not closely tied to the government and doesn't bear the Prime Minister's name. It's purely a charity. You have roles for government institutions and you have roles for charity. But the problem is the Trudeau Foundation is trying to have its cake and eat it too. It's trying to be both. The vulnerabilities are not only obvious, but they're built into the structure of this organization. And members of the Trudeau family exploited those vulnerabilities to take the foreign money. After attending a Cash for Access fundraiser with the Prime Minister,
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting that the member continues to want to push this particular envelope, and I have actually been fairly clear. Very clear, so is the Prime Minister, so is other ministers. No matter what it is that the member continues to try to propagate, to mislead Canadians, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has had no direct or indirect communications with the Trudeau Foundation now for over 10 years. It's actually a very simple truth. You would think that even members of the Conservative Party would understand that truth, Madam Speaker. Some might say, well, maybe they're not as, I don't want to insult the member across the way, that maybe they're just, trying to avoid the truth in order to push an envelope that they've been on or in since 2014. I think that's the year the leader of the Liberal Party was first elected as leader of the Liberal Party. Virtually from day one, the Conservatives have spared no expense in advertising, in research, in terms of trying to find out ways in which they can personalize it, where they can get personal attacks against the Prime Minister. And absolutely nothing has changed from them. All one needs to do is go back to the days in which he was the leader of the third party and listen to some of the SO31s that were being talked about back then, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, much like the 2015 proved what the member just finished saying is wrong, Canadians didn't believe the Conservative Party. And the Conservatives have never changed the channel. There are so many issues that Canadians are facing today. And instead of dealing with those issues, the Conservative Party continues to have the character assassination, attacking the Prime Minister. Today, they get a kick out of the fact of the name of the foundation. We have foundations, nonprofit foundations, that do a lot of wonderful things, including the Trudeau Foundation. The questions that the member wants to ask, or Conservatives want to ask, would be better put forward to the foundation itself, which is independent, Madam Speaker, just like many other foundations that are out there. But it doesn't meet their cause, because in their tin hat sense, what they want to do is say, well, there's this and there's this and there's that and this. Who cares if it's true or not? It doesn't have to be true to be put on the Conservative agenda, Madam Speaker. They just grab all over the place, put it together, and say, well, look at this huge conspiracy. The reality is, it's very clear. The Prime Minister, over the last 10 years, has had no direct or indirect communication with the Trudeau Foundation. No matter how they try to spin, the Conservatives spin conspiracy theorists over there, Madam Speaker, it doesn't change the fact. And the members across the way know the fact, Madam Speaker. But don't let the facts get in your way, is their approach. Our job is to be critical of the person and the family. And that is what it is that they have been focused on, Madam Speaker, before the 2015 election. And it still is the case today.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, very simply, I laid out in my previous comments the governance of the foundation and the problems with it. The way that the governance of the foundation integrates government with control by the Trudeau family of this public institution. But the member opposite says, why don't you take our word for it? He hasn't been involved. He's not involved. Well, you know why I don't take your word for it, Madam Speaker? Because I read the annual report. It's not a conspiracy. It's not off somewhere on a web forum. It's in the annual report. Any member of the public watching can go to the annual report, look at who the members of the foundation are. You will see the name of the current Prime Minister listed in the annual report as a member of the foundation. He retains his position, which he has never resigned, as do multiple other members of his family, as members or members of the boards of directors. This is the governing structure of this institution. The Prime Minister's Minister of Industry appoints 6 members. He's clearly involved.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's interesting. I would wonder if the member opposite would walk outside the chamber. You see, inside the chamber, he has parliamentary privilege. He can say what it is that he wants to say inside here, Madam Speaker, almost without any limitations. Outside the chamber, would he entertain going out there and having a press conference and saying that the Prime Minister has been directly involved with the Trudeau Foundation? My bet, Madam Speaker, is that he would not go out and say that, Madam Speaker. Because if he was to go outside and have a press conference and make the allegation that the Prime Minister does have a direct communication with the Trudeau Foundation, he might find himself in a bit of hot water, Madam Speaker, because there's a little bit more expectation. If you're outside, you have to be a little bit more truthful than you are on the inside at times if you're a Conservative member of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The fact is that promises matter. It's why a few weeks ago I asked the Prime Minister about an important promise made last April, just over a year ago now, that would have helped address the housing crisis. Should pause to talk about that crisis that we are in the midst of. It's one that has led to the unsheltered population in my community over tripling since 2018. It's also why we're seeing house prices across Kitchener and Waterloo now being 8 times median family income, whereas back in 2005, it was only 3 times as much. The fact is that house prices have gone up 275%, and wages haven't only not kept pace, it's not even close. Wages have gone up 42%. Or we can look at the fact that for every 1 new affordable unit being created across the country, we're seeing 15 affordable private units get lost. Obviously, those investments aren't adding up. And so here's that promise from Budget 2022, released last April. It said that the government will, quote, engage with provinces and territories over the next year to develop and implement a home buyer's bill of rights and to bring forward a national plan to end blind bidding. Among other things, the home buyer's bill of rights could also include ensuring a legal right to a home inspection and ensuring transparency on the history of sales prices on title searches. These are good and important measures. The right to a home inspection, for example, would help protect buyers and give them assurance before making a purchase at a time when multiple bids are coming in, and many are getting squeezed out. Eliminating blind bidding would help ensure that others know the other bids that are being made and help reduce the inflated prices when homes sale. Yet, it's been silence over an entire year until Budget 2023. Here's what was promised in Budget 2023 this past April. Quote, the government is also working with provinces and territories on the development of a home buyer's bill of rights. And so, a whole year has passed, and what do we have to show for it? Well, we've actually gone backwards. We've lost the commitment to blind bidding being eliminated altogether. That's just gone. But we've also lost the commitment for a date to actually do anything. This at a time when other levels of government are moving with urgency. The federal government, well, here's what the Office of the Federal Housing Advocate had to say assessing the last budget. She said, quote, "The newly unveiled federal budget is a sorry disappointment. It completely misses the mark on addressing the most pressing housing crisis this country has ever seen." So when I asked the Prime Minister when this promise would be fulfilled, he went on to tell me how great the promise is. Well, it's not good enough. We are in a crisis, one that is affecting neighbors of mine and, in fact, defining my community today and into the future. And so tonight I'd like to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary, in light of not having any commitment for a timeline for action being taken, the fact that that's now removed from this budget, will the Parliamentary Secretary answer my question and tell us when the federal government intends on actually introducing and moving forward with the Home Buyers Bill of Rights?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Kitchener Centre for his question. Our government recognizes that escalating house prices are hurting young Canadians trying to purchase their first home. This is not only threatening their dreams of ownership, it's creating wealth inequity between older and younger generations. That's why we announced numerous initiatives over the past few budgets that will help first-time buyers. This includes the Home Buyer Bill of Rights, which will tackle unfair practices in the real estate market. This will also include measures to ensure right to inspection and transparency in sales history. At the same time, we've enacted important legislation to temporarily ban foreign investment in Canadian housing. This prohibition on the purchase of residential property by non-Canadian act came into effect on January 1st. It will ensure that housing in Canada is owned by Canadians for the benefit of everyone who lives in this country. We're cracking down on house flipping by ensuring that profits from property held less than 12 months are fully taxed. Starting 2023, with certain exceptions, for unexpected life events, this measure will ensure that investors who flip homes pay their fair share and play a role in lowering house prices for Canadians. We have also set up our first-time buyer home tax-free saving account that tuned up for a $40,000 account. Like an RRSP, it is tax deductible. And when used to buy a first home, it will be non-taxable, like a TSFA. Madam Speaker, I also want to be clear on what we're not going to do. We're not going to be like the Conservative Party that wants the federal government to do less on housing and hope that things will magically get better. We're not going to cut back housing funding for our most vulnerable people, the way that certain members across the way are suggesting us to do. We're not going to download the responsibility for housing on provinces and municipalities, the way that the former housing critic, the member of Mission Matsqui-Fraser Canyon, has suggested. We're not going to do any of these things. Rather, we're going to continue to help Canadians all across the country roll up our sleeves and do more. We're going to keep making the key investments into housing so we can get more supply built that our country desperately needs. And we will partner with provinces and cities. That's why we're launching our Housing Accelerator Fund. This fund will help cities and towns to clear up backlogs at the municipal level so we can get more shovels in the ground. More quickly, more supply built, and lasting system changes that will continue to allow more supplies to be built as our country grows. Madam Speaker, I only have time to touch on a few measures that we as a government are taking down to make more house more affordable. We believe that everybody deserves a roof over their head, affordable, that will respect their dignity, and this is what this government is doing every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, this is the second time I'm hearing about some talking points about what the Conservative Party would do. I have less trust in them in doing more, but that's not the question I'm asking. That does nothing for neighbours of mine who are living unsheltered. What I'm asking about is to follow through on important promises that are being made in the midst of a housing crisis. And so, yes, I'm aware of what the Home Buyers Bill of Rights is. That's why I was asking about it. I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary and the work that she's doing to move further and faster. I would ask her if she would share specifically when the Home Buyers Bill of Rights is going to be introduced, because it's one of many measures we need to make progress on the crisis that we're in.
L'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member for his question and his comments, and as of him, we want to make sure that everybody in this country has a home and it's affordable. As per his question, I will gladly sit down with him and talk to him about all the measures this government is doing, and particularly on the homelessness front, on the home buyers front, and on the ban, on the foreign ban, because I think all of these measures at some point will help to address the shortage of affordability that we have in this country.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, last month I asked if the Liberals would freeze their inflation-fueling plan to hike the carbon tax. The Parliamentary Secretary responded by talking about dentistry. As the wife of a dentist, I can say with some certainty that our teeth are not causing climate change. Now, even these Liberals are claiming carbon is not the real culprit. According to the Socialist Alliance, the real villain was capitalism all along, and not just capitalism. Apparently, climate change is also caused by individual liberty and too much democracy. In typical Liberal fashion, the government hired far-left consultants to hold focus groups with far-left public health workers to discuss climate change. If there were any small L Liberals left at that party, they'd have denounced this report as ridiculous and apologized to taxpayers for wasting our money. Now, they might protest that this report they published doesn't reflect their views, but that's hard to square with the Prime Minister's publicly stated views about admiring authoritarian China. Every Canadian was given a full display of the Prime Minister's contempt for democracy when he assaulted two members on the floor of the old chamber. That time, the Prime Minister was impatient with the NDP delaying the votes. The Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act when he grew impatient with people protesting his government. Now that this socialist coalition has deluded itself into believing that climate change is an existential threat requiring emergency actions, what extraordinary actions are they willing to take? According to these public health experts, the plan is clear. They'd like to replace our liberal democracy with a socialist technocracy. These self-anointed experts will guide society to a green utopia. Some Liberals might hear that and roll their eyes. That's because they haven't read the report. Or worse, they share the Prime Minister's ridiculous cliched thinking. The Prime Minister said he admired the Communists' ability to implement environmental policies on a whim. What the Prime Minister forgets, or what he never bothered to learn, is the environmental track record of socialist and authoritarian nations. The collapse of the Soviet Union resulted in a massive reduction in CO2 emissions. It was Russia's demand to maintain a Soviet-sized carbon quota which killed any chances of reaching an effective international agreement in the 1990s. Yet this Prime Minister looks at communists building a new coal plant every month and decides Canada needs more of that. I know why the government would rather talk about dentists than carbon taxes. We got the government's answer on April 1st. The carbon tax went up, and it'll keep going up until this costly coalition is defeated.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the standing orders are quite clear that speeches during late shows are supposed to address the specific questions. There was some content that addressed the questions, but to be clear, what we're discussing tonight is climate change, affordability, and a question with regards to the strike for the Public Service Alliance of Canada, which I am very happy to share has reached a tentative agreement at the bargaining table. Getting to the topic, climate change is one of the most pressing issues we face today, and I'm honestly disappointed that the member for Renfrew-Nissiping Pembroke and her Conservative caucus still refuse to support meaningful action to address it. While the economic impacts of climate change are daunting, so is the prospect of missing out on the immense opportunity that the net zero economy provides. Over the coming decades, countries around the world will demand trillions of dollars worth of net zero solutions. We need to make sure that Canada maintains and strengthens our global leadership in this space. Our pollution pricing system actually incentivizes the creation of new sustainable technologies and services while creating sustainable, high-paying jobs, all while decreasing carbon emissions. I'll remind the member opposite that she actually ran on a platform that supported pricing pollution, and it's interesting to see her completely change her position, not because the facts have changed. If anything, the case has become quite a lot stronger, but simply because she wants to please her ideological leader. Also, I would like to remind my colleague that our pollution pricing system is putting more money back in the pockets of Canadian households. The member knows that 8 out of 10 households are actually better off with carbon pricing, and the remaining 20% are among our nation's highest earning individuals. If my colleague really supports making life more affordable, she would support pricing pollution and our affordability package. Our solutions are a stark contrast to the Conservatives, whose best ideas so far are to ignore climate change, to raid the pension benefits of seniors, and to underfund our employment insurance system. While inflation is in fact global, it has gone down in Canada now for 9 straight months. It is 4.3% today and forecast to reduce further by the summer. We know that the best way to fight the effects of inflation and affordability for Canadians is to have good-paying jobs. The good news is that record number of Canadians are working. In fact, 865,000 new jobs have been created since the start of the pandemic, and Canada continues to enjoy historically low unemployment. At the same time, we've created the best economic growth in the G7 alongside the lowest deficit and net debt to GDP ratio. This fiscal advantage is what allows us to invest in making life more affordable. Prior to Budget 2023, our affordability plan provided up to $12.1 billion in new supports to Canadians who needed it the most. We have put forward solutions such as permanently eliminating interest on federal student loans, introducing dental care, creating the Canada Child Benefit, and our Canada-wide early learning and childcare program. These are meaningful solutions that have helped make life more affordable for Canadians. And I honestly, Madam Speaker, think that this place actually works best when we are coming together and finding solutions. So I would like to conclude and take this opportunity to conclude by thanking the member opposite for her support and her caucus's support of the grocery benefit. This particular benefit is a $2.5 billion investment that will help 11 million Canadians, over 50% of our seniors, help make life more affordable. And I think that if we work together, we can come up with even more ideas to make life more affordable and to grow an economy that works for everybody. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal NDP Socialist Alliance is spreading misinformation and disinformation. They claim Canadians receive more in climate bribes than they pay in carbon taxes. False. They claim a higher carbon tax will stop hurricanes. False. They claim the carbon tax is market-based. False. They claim billions in subsidies is good for the economy. False. They claim they'll cut carbon dioxide emissions by 30% by 2030. They claim they'll cut nitrogen by 30% by 2030. They claim they'll protect 30% of land by 2030. They claim 30% of cars must be EVs by 2030. This socialist coalition doesn't have policies. It has slogans. And the latest Liberal talking point is to claim Conservatives have no plans. More disinformation. If they really believe, they'd call an election and let Canadians decide which team has the best plan for a brighter future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we had an election, and in that election, the member opposite that just sat down supported pricing carbon pollution. That's exactly what happened, and that is a fact that anybody watching at home can look up. Madam Speaker, Canadians can count on our government to continue supporting those who need it the most while also carefully managing our finances and protecting our environment. We have a responsible plan, and we are doing our part to make sure we bring down global inflation in Canada. In fact, inflation has come down every month for the last 9 months and is forecasted to be back within the target band later this year. Despite these global challenges, we have continued to deliver for Canadians in the areas of affordability, childcare, healthcare, and in transitioning to a sustainable economy with good, high-paying jobs. We do this while maintaining our AAA credit rating and the best fiscal framework in the G7 when we just came off the year with the best economic growth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.